Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Boom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hello, happy Friday Eve. Today is Thursday, so I'm just putting myself a little bit bigger. I don't know why. I don't know if you guys want to see me better or not, but anyway. Good morning. Hello. Good morning, Paula. Hi, Lois. Hi, Sherry. Pickles. Denise, Rubber. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Susie. Good morning. Hello. We are in for a good day. Well, a long day in my, I think. Oh my days, I don't know what's wrong with my glasses today. Sorry, just having a vision. Good morning, Maria. Hi, hello. Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Um, I have to start with a confession. Hey, good morning, Zizzy. Hello. I have to start with a confession. I think it's confession time. So last night after the stream, I found a show that I think it's on Netflix, at least in UK, called Adolescent, and it's a British made show. I am fessing up. And it's like a mini series. It is very good. I absolutely loved it. I was absolutely addicted to it. I could not put the foot down, the phone down to watch it. And it only had like 4 episodes, so it's like mini. Really, it freaked you out. Oh, hi, Martha D. Hello, good, welcome in. So I cannot put my foot down. Yeah, to see better. So I can see you guys. So what happened was I said I'm gonna. Oh, that boy, yes, absolutely, indeed, Zizzy. But I love that. I was hooked for the beginning. So it was 4 episodes. I may or may have not stood up until 3 o'clock in the morning watching the whole thing. Because the thing is, I got super hooked. Hi, good morning, welcome in, my friend. Yeah, it's on Netflix. I don't know if it is on in US, but I'm sure it is, because if Zizzy knows about it, I'm sure it is. And it's only like 4 episodes. It's very like a mini series. I absolutely loved it. I was hooked, so I watched every single episode, and I think I went to bed around 3 o'clock in the morning. Considering I had woken up at 4 a.m. the previous day, worked, did the stream. I was tired, but I just got hooked. So yeah, so that's my confession of the day. So now I am a little bit tired today. It's all right. It's absolutely fine, Paula. It's fine. Yeah, it's okay. So no. I was paying attention yesterday. I was paying attention, Maria. You probably got me, but no, yeah, I shouldn't have probably stayed up until that late. Though it was not the smartest thing to do because, this morning I was supposed to watch our friend's Ramada's stream, and I fell asleep. So I felt horrible because of that. Um, so not doing that again, but it was nice. It was nice, like just to binge watch a show and just literally do that and nothing else. And I was just warm, cozy in bed. Gardenbot was sleeping and snoring his life away by that time, and me watching the show. It was very good. I completely recommend it. I mean, it is totally British show, so it has the British side of it and the accent. So it is really good. I totally recommend watching it. It's only like 4 episodes, and they range about an hour each episode, so that'll be like 4 hours of your time. Like, um, I was supposed to watch. Oh, Fade up, but I'm gonna mute. No, hang on. I'm gonna mute the screen because he has that background noise, as always. Um, so yeah, so I was supposed to binge watch that called Justice, but I couldn't find, and then I found this one. I already kind of knew it because on TikTok there is a creator that she did the editing on this mini series, and she's been promoting, and I like, because it's like about a red rum and an aliving and everything, it really caught my attention. So yeah, that's why I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch, and caught my eye straight away. So it is awesome. I cannot stop talking about it. I hope they do more episodes, or I don't know if they will, because it kind of ended. I don't want to give it away in a way that means that they're not gonna do more episodes. But yeah, hi. Good morning, Stephanie. Happy spring indeed. I mean, I think it's spring here in the UK is starting very, very good because it's bright sunshine out there. I know. Yeah. It is, isn't it? It's Lizzie. Definitely much easier. So I found that like show on TikTok, and because you know what you do. So good morning, Pixie. Our cases we follow. Hello, my friend. Good morning. Nice to see you here. Um. So we are just waiting. What we're gonna do today is we're gonna do the closings, the body during instructions, the closings on the Jason case, and then as soon as they go into the deliberations, we're gonna catch up on the Nichole case. Um, so that is what we're gonna be doing today. That is the plan, and then obviously I'll keep an eye on the feed or anything to see if when there's a verdict, we'll pause Nichole, come back to Jason, hear the verdict, and then carry on. Don't forget to play the verdict game. You have until the end of closings to play. It is, the link will be on the chat in a second to play, or you can just tell me in chat what your guess is. You have until the end of the closings to play. What because actually I was trying to do something new for the stream, and I found that it's possible, but I need more time to dig into. So you guys see that I have the extra camera, the counter, right? I found there's a possible way that I can have an extra camera, but I need to figure it out. How can I get an extra counter up, like having two sources? So it's like technical stuff, but I like talking to you because you guys can help me out figuring out. I mean, you figured it, help me figuring out how to even do the counter, because I've wanted to do the counter from like almost the beginning, but I never was able to figure it out. But then with your guys' help, I was, and now we have even 3 counters at the same time, which is crazy. But yeah, so definitely we can, I need to resolve that. I think tomorrow morning I do need to tidy up the house tomorrow morning, because that's my extra mornings that I don't work anymore at the supermarket. I'm gonna take it to tidy the house. That was the whole plan. But today I actually was nice, and I took Garden bought for a nice breakfast out, because I wanted to treat him, and he deserves it because he does so much for me and helps me out. As Dizzy, if we'd have known, definitely we would have done that. I mean, we can get another counter for the Nichole trial. That could be an idea. Apart from the objections, because that's gonna be a while, but we can maybe come up with an idea to what else to count in that trial, because there might be another thing to count. So I took Garden bought for a nice breakfast out because he deserves it after everything that he does. You know, he comes home from work. He cooks, he cleans, and he helps me out, supports me during this, the YouTube side of things. So I took him out, but we cannot go anywhere. We went to a nice breakfast spot, which is next to another branch of the supermarket that I work at, and we went inside. We went inside and that was dangerous. So that was very, very, very dangerous, having to go in because it's a bigger branch, right? It's like a bigger Target or a bigger Walmart. And we went to the clothes section and we may or may have not bought 5 more hoodies. We have a hoodie problem. It's not good. We have a very big hoodie problem. So like this hoodie that I'm wearing today, it's new. We bought it today, so I really love it. So yeah, I think at the moment we have about 15 to 20 hoodies. So yeah, it's not good. It's not looking good of how many hoodies we have. Cause me and Garden bought we share hoodies. We share hoodies we share because I like hoodies. He likes hoodies, and I like the men's hoodies more than I like the women's because of the cut how it is. So I prefer men's hoodies, and so we cannot buy it anymore. We are forbidden until at least April, which is not too long anyway, to buy any more hoodies. But they are comfortable and they are easy. It's just in the summer it is obviously not wearable, but believe me, if I know there's like short sleeve hoodies, but I like long sleeves. It isn't it? They are so comfortable and it's just so easy. And yeah, we definitely have a hoodie problem. Oh, and I did a test because I spoke about doing like baseball card types things for the channel. I did some actually. Let me grab it because I printed some to test it out, but I don't think it came out quite good. Oh, quarter zips. They are nice, but then the zip thing really bugs me. I don't know why. Um, so I've printed like I don't know. I did not like it. But I need your opinion, your guys' opinion. Um, it is a bit now. This is just like a prototype. I need to put my camera a little bit bigger so you guys can see properly. I know that this is nothing that nobody wants me bigger on the screen, but oh well. Give me just a second to sort that out. Um, there you go. There you go. So I've printed like this is a prototype for the baseball card things, but I think it got a bit small. I don't know what you guys think. I need to probably like the writing here. I needed to put a little bit bigger on there so it's more, but because this is like the size of it, I don't know. What you guys think? I think it is a bit small, like, because then like if we would cut. Sorry, I think someone was knocking. Yeah, exactly. I think so, isn't it? So I think it is a bit small. I printed it out just to test it because that was the idea, but I did not like the fact that it's a bit small, like, so I think need to find a bit bigger, like at least that bigger for each side. I don't know, it's just like it's still a prototype, it's still in work. We're still working on it. And it's just, yeah, what I'm gonna put there. It's just a prototype. Sorry, I think someone is at the door. Let me hear out. No, I think it's next door. So sorry. Yeah, I think I need to check the font and try it out again. But I don't want to be printing, having to go too many times into the printing place to have yeah. So to have it printed because it can be costly. But anyway, that's not here or there for that situation. Um, but yeah, that was my morning, shopping and trying to talk like ideas about what's coming up for the channel, ideas of where we want to take it as well. And obviously talking about other things, because hopes and dreams for the future between me and Garden Bot in terms of like getting a house and stuff like that. So it was a very good morning, was relaxing. We did sleep in. And it's very unusual for me, but considering that I was awake for almost 24 hours, I'm not surprised. I slept in for the first time in a long time until 9 a.m. And that for me, it's a lot. Because I'm a early person, considering that I always wake up early. I'm an early person, so waking up at 9 a.m., it was rather late. I don't know why. I feel like if I sleep in, I I'm wasting my day. And because I like to get up early, get the slow start of the day, and then it just feels like I have more time. I don't know. Just a preference thing. What do you guys think? Do you guys like to sleep in? Do you guys like to just enjoy being in the comfy bed? I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. Oh, and if I'm awake, that's it. I'm awake. I need to get up. I can't lay in bed doing nothing. Um yeah, that's the comfort. Yep. Good morning, Can. Hello. Good morning, my friend. It's like the thing is, I am a morning person, and I'm also a late night person. I am not a sleep person. That's uh, it is exactly. If you get up early enough, no one bothers me for sure. Depends on the day. That is true. I feel like I'm wasting my time if I'm sleeping in. Not no offense. I mean, it's just my preference. So it's just I like if I'm on my days off, not waking up at 4 a.m. and not on purpose. I like to wake up when I like to wake up, but I think after 6 hours, my body just wakes up. I don't sleep more than that. Even when I was a kid, right? When we were on school holidays, on vacations, we I would wake up about 7 a.m. That would be like more or less the time that normally I would wake up to go to school. So my sister, she can sleep for England. Literally, she can sleep until 1 p.m. if she could. I don't know if she's still like that, but she was like that when we were kids. We don't talk much anymore, sadly. So definitely like, cause then you can wake up, have your morning coffee, no one bothers you, you're just like enjoying your morning slow, and then when other people wake up, you're already kind of a person. At least that's what happens to me. I'm already kind of a person, and then I can put up with people, because one thing is, like, and I told this to Garden Bot when we were first quoting, was that do not talk to me before I have at least one coffee. If anyone speaks to me before I have a coffee, I am not guaranteeing your safety. Joking, but kind of almost true. True. I need my coffee to function. I at least one coffee I have to have. Um, I at least not have to have one coffee before I put it up with anyone, be work people, be just replying to people. No, no. Even not saying good morning to me, it is not safe, because I think, and I don't do it on purpose. I think I give her a side eye, bombastic side eye. I think I give one of those that, yeah, no one is safe, even saying good morning or doing anything, and he knows that. So hi William, good morning, my friend. Hi, welcome in. Happy Thursday, happy spring day. We're just chit chatting before court starts, really, because yet again, of course, they are late. Um, yeah, exactly. I absolutely agree that I agree with that, Ken. Absolutely, it's your own mental health thing, and it's just, yeah, he helps you out, and I absolutely agree that. I think sometimes what Garden Bot does is, what if he wakes up before I do, which is very rare. Very, very rare that Garden Bot wakes up before me. I could let garden bot sleeping until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock a.m. If I will leave him, it would sleep in as well. He's a sleeping guy. Ooh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. Oh my god, like coffee. McDonald's coffee here is not as bad. I really like is obviously Costco coffee. What else? That is my favorite. The one I think I've shown you before. They are like tea bags. Ooh, let's endure bad sound again. Um, Well, it's preferences. I definitely love Portuguese coffee, but it's not for everybody because it can be very strong coffee. And sometimes people, like in England, they literally have a mug of coffee. And in Portugal, we have the espresso shot coffee type. And having a big, massive, I call it tub mug of coffee in Portugal with that type of coffee because of the strength, it is not good. So that's why. Oh, that is interesting. Sometimes some coffees are more, yeah. Sometimes some coffees are a bit stronger than others, and that's different. I think I don't know how it works in terms of McDonald's, or shops, but I know in the supermarket that I work at, we have a cafe, and they use the supermarket's coffee to sell that. So it depends on the type of brand of coffee that they're using, and I think it might depend on the type of McDonald's. I don't know if they use the same supplier or not, so it's just ooh. I was gonna ask you that, Stephanie, if the machine would work or not, because that it is something that every single time is that at least here is the ice cream machine, and is also the milkshake machine. I don't know if it's the same machine that does both, but the milkshake machine never works in the one next to my house, and I love McDonald's milkshakes, but it's never work, and it's so infuriating. Oh, if you can, absolutely try Portuguese coffee. You might not sleep ever again, or at least for a few days, but you need to try. At least, well, I recommend, because I'm Portuguese, so I'm a little bit biased in terms of recommending Portuguese taste. Yes, that is me. That is me in a nutshell. William, work coffee, and that is the best way there. You know, awesome. Work cafe. Oh, I definitely need the coffee. I'm actually considering having a third coffee. I only had two coffees today, so oh, okay. Probably. Now we know. Now we know the in and outs of McDonald's. Nice. I'm gonna come for you for those things. Um. Oh yeah. Ice cream machine is always broken, Paul. I think that's definitely worldwide. It's an international problem. Definitely the ice machine. And Stephanie, if you don't mind me asking, is the machine that does the milkshake the same machine that does the ice creams, or is it two different machines? Because the we have several McDonald's in the area where I live. Obviously, like quite some distance in between, but the one that is closest to my house, that is like 5 minutes away, the milkshake machine is always broken. Sorry. Yeah, sound hasn't come through yet. Always broken. But then if I go to the other one, which is 10 minutes away, works. So
Out. We are on the record. Thank you. Counselor, did you want to renew your motion from yesterday?
Yeah, if we could just approach, I'll put it on the record up here.
Sure. That's fine.
and we start with the sidebar. That's awesome. Sorry, I just noticed that this camera is a little bit bigger than usual. Let me just adjust that. Because and we start the day with the sidebar. Oh, two deep in one machine. Okay, Ah, okay, usual. Okay, all right, that's good to know. I'll keep an eye on the lights on the panel because I think you can see the panel. Ooh, is it? William, is that do you want to play the verdict game, William? You can play if you want to on Can as well. Everyone, Zizzy, I still need. I see, let me know if you want to play the verdict game. Very, very quickly is you just decide if he's guilty, not guilty, and then you give me a time frame of deliberations, and if you get it right, you can win a prize. So let me know. Tag me if in chat if you want to play it. You have until the closings and to play. So yeah, that's the rundown of the game. Or yeah, or you can fill the form in the Google Forms, but it's easier just put it in chat and tag me, and I'll write it down on my on a piece of paper. But yeah, so I'm gonna definitely keep an eye on that, Stephanie, because it is good to know. So then I know how to adjust my order to according the flashing lights. It's the lights visible to customers, or is it somewhere that probably sometimes it's not visible? I am very intrigued now about this. I need to know all my ins and outs of McDonald's, and I'm gonna go to Stephanie now for all of it. I might have a McDonald's problem. Yes, I need to get some. And I was like, can you please clean your machine? I think I've heard that about the cleaning, but I wasn't sure, but so I still don't know. I am on a guilty, but I'm also think oh, where you I still have the evidence for Stacy. Yes, I think I still have the evidence for Stacy. I haven't gotten read. You put guilty 3 to 5, Maria, for Stacy, and yeah, you were one of the ones that won the game. So yeah. You put guilty 3 to 5 for Stacy. I still have the evidence for that case. Wow. I know, I have the spread. Check the spreadsheet, definitely. Oh, it's this spreadsheet is looking awesome. I am so proud of the spreadsheet. But definitely, I'm gonna share the new link maybe tomorrow after we have a verdict for this. I probably gonna post on the Facebook group. If you're not on it, I can send you personally. Just let me know, and I send you personally the new one. That's all right. See, I've got all the information here, Maria. I know everything. No, I'm joking. I do not know everything. I am probably the most clueless. Yeah, you did. Yeah. So, yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
Those legal matters having now been concluded at the bench, the state is denying that the court, excuse me, is denying the defendant's motions at this point, and we are ready to proceed with closing arguments, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we will bring out the jury.
Please rise. Jury entry. Please be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you all back. So as I explained to you yesterday, we are now at the point portion of the proceedings where counsel for each side gives you their closing arguments. And so we will start with Attorney Sisti when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, folks. I think I want to start by telling you a little bit about closing arguments. But before I do that, I want to thank you, and Jason wants to thank you. It's a tough case to sit through. Tough evidence. The videos are tough. They're critical, but they're tough. You saw a pretty gory video, a scene video where there was some medical work done on the alleged victim on the 4th of April, 2024. That's tough to take. I mean, we all know that. But we do hope that you hold to your oath and that you objectively look at this evidence, okay? I mean, it's really important. I don't know how to stress it. I don't get to speak to you again after this. I mean, I'm handing Jason off to you this morning. That's what I'm doing. He's totally out of my control now. Okay? We trust you. Okay? We trusted you when you all said you can give him a fair trial. He trusts you. And, it's quite a process. I'm sure that you look back at this process years from now and say it's pretty impactful. I'll tell you something else. You can kind of exhale a little bit because there's a rule. I mean, we can't go on forever here. There's a rule in this state where I can only use up as much as an hour. The prosecution can only use up as much as an hour. Then the court instructs you, then it's all yours. Just like the view that you took control of, that was your view. This is going to be your case. You're going to own this case. This one's yours. You take as much time as you need to deliberate when you get it, and you go over it carefully, okay? Review all the evidence, and come to a reasoned conclusion. All I'm going to try to do during my 1 hour is to try to guide you as to where we're going, okay? What we're doing. And from the very beginning of this case, when I first had the opportunity to discuss this case at all with you, it hinges on self-defense. And let's just cut right to it. You know it. Okay? You know it. And you feel it in your bones now. And you've seen it on video. Okay, but I want to start filling in the blanks a little bit for you and giving you an overview on what this thing's all about. Because you're going to get instructions. And they are quite helpful. And there'll be a handout that I'm actually going to refer to a little bit during the closing. But you're going to have it, and you'll be able to go over it and use it as long as you want. And what the jury instructions are, quite frankly, they're like a guidepost. They're the law. It's like a roadmap. And you plug in the facts, and you use this law, and you're going to come to the right decision. Okay? That's the whole idea here. Now let's talk about what went down here. Okay? And really, the case starts before April 4th. It actually starts a few months before April. And a few months before April 4th, none other than Kyle Violette, for some insane, crazed reason, right, approaches Jason while Jason's minding his own business. And this is going to be a repeating theme, by the way. While he's minding his own business, doing work on his house, an enraged, delusional Kyle Violette approaches him and does what? Threatens him for no reason at all. For some paranoid, made-up reason. And the paranoid, made-up reason back in October of 2023 was that Jason was informing on him to the police, which has no basis in reality.
Excuse me, can someone help us? Oh, Dad! Dad! Someone call 911! Dad!
Can the jury be removed, please? Okay. Should we clear the rest of the courtroom, perhaps? Or, I mean, it's the public, I mean. I believe 911's already been called. Thank you.
Oh my days! What? Oh, what is what? Oh, I have no words. Do you think that might have been Kyle? Cause he could have been in court, you know? Cause his closings and verdict and facing the I know, same Maria. I hope whoever it is okay. Oh, this is absolutely mad. This is crazy. Oh my days. Oh my. David. Oh, okay. So David. Did we have a David in the witness list? No, we did not have a David. Oh, I know. Oh my, I don't think we'll never know, but we might know from report inside of the court. Oh, if anyone like can finds anything, please let me know. Obviously. Oh my days, this is absolutely insane. This is absolutely insane. We did not see Willow because it was someone in the gallery. That's I don't know, like heart attack, a family member. Oh, this is absolutely crazy. This is all my days. Oh, I honestly hope that whoever it is, Paul. Sorry, that was like we did not had any David throughout the because I've got a list of every names of the witnesses written down, and but I don't know if Kyle might go by David. This is absolutely crazy. Um, oh my days! I absolutely hope that whoever it is okay. Oh, this is shocking, guys. This is yeah, it will be, yeah. It's exactly like I don't think this ever happened, William. I have never seen this happening at all. Yeah. It, I mean, we can go back and rewatch it, but I don't want to like traumatize you guys or anything. So, but let me know if you guys want to go back and listen to it again. We can listen to it again. Oh my days, this, um, my days, this is absolutely crazy. Let me see if there's anything on X or. This is absolutely really wow wow. I have no words. This is absolutely insane. I did not know about that, William, about the Alex Murdoch case. I don't think I was still in the streets of true crime yet. I was just coming on just after the Alex Murdaugh Actually, let me see the chat of the feeds of this trial. Could be a very good indicator as well of what's going on. Oh my day, this is absolutely crazy. Guys, that's Dad. Oh no. Oh no, that is not good. That could it have been the the victim's um daughter Kendra. Wait, wait, what is? Do you guys think if it is Kyle, right? Do you think that they can upgrade the charge instead of attempted unaliving to unaliving? We would have to have another whole trial on it, though. Oh, this is just wild. Oh my days. I hope, first of all, that the person is okay. Right? I honestly hope and keep. This is just crazy. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to say anymore. Um, I don't know if it was the victim, but it's a possibility that he could be there. He's allowed to be there. He's the victim after all. In this case, so that's why, or someone's dad, yeah. But I think it would make a bit more sense if he was the victim. I wanted to see if there was like a news station that is doing like an update of it, because normally news stations, they go into court and even though they don't stream, they do a live update of the case and like right to see who is in the gallery, or could be the defense dad, yeah. Yes, they would. Yeah, they would have to prove that's true, and that would be a bit complicated, Sizzy. It was on his side. Right? Yes, you are right. But he did not look very worried. True that he probably knows that he cannot go because he's in custody. Oh, thank you very much, Pixie. Our cases we follow. Appreciate you very much for doing that and for helping out. Thank you, friend. But yeah, my days. This is just wild. How? Well, yeah, I did look worried. I mean, let's go back to see if we can.
Back in
Let's
October
just go back.
of 2023 was that Jason was informing on him to the police, which has no basis in reality.
Excuse me, can someone help us? Dad! Dad! Someone call 911!
Can the jury be removed, please? Okay. Should we clear the rest of the courtroom, perhaps? Or, I mean, it's the public, I mean.
Oh wow, that is crazy. Thank you very much. Our cases we follow. If you have a link for an article or something, yeah, I think they were to put the feet up. Oh wow. Oh my days, this is absolutely horrible. Yeah, exactly. Like, Bap, I was looking at his expression exactly to figure it out. Like, how he was looking. Oh my days, this is absolutely horrible. This is horrible. Yeah, Oh my days. Yeah, so it is on law and crime chat that said that the defendant's dad is having a medical emergency. An ambulance has been called. Oh my days. This is absolutely horrible. I really hope that is okay. Um, that the medical emergency is something that it's quick resolved and he doesn't has any lasting effects from it. Oh, probably the emotion of it all. Um, yeah, thank you very much for cases we follow. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It is. It's well, and also it's not the worst place because definitely, this is sad, heartbreaking, and I honestly hope that he does make it, even though it is a very stressful situation. Seeing your son in a situation like that his life can almost end in a way like this. I appreciate you, friend. It is pretty shocking. It is pretty hard on you, and it needs to be a very strong person to actually being able to do it. The a defibrillator, they will have it. It's more guaranteed that they do have. Absolutely, they have a defibrillator in on site. But it is just very sad that this sort of situation does happen. Like, it is hard for family from the victims or the defense to be in a courtroom day in and day out, and then today literally his fate will be known. What is going probably today, we don't know how long the jury is going to deliberate, but yeah, it is very heartbreaking and it's very hard. It is awful. That is his son, exactly. And I also can understand like Jason's side now. I think he is. I think him is not gonna be either. I'm getting emotional, yo. It is hard for to seeing your dad, your family member, having a medical situation, and you cannot just jump to it. You cannot just go and help him because being in custody, you cannot just go and jump because it would have the bailiffs on him, almost guaranteed there. So he has to just sit there, and you could see in his expression that he was uncomfortable in a way that he wanted to do something, but he know he couldn't. So, yeah. Oh my god, this is absolutely insane. Honestly, if I hope that oh, it's. Do you guys think that now this? I know the jury shouldn't consider this. Do you guys think it could be something that the jury would take in consideration what just happened? I know, like, probably the prosecution is gonna say, like, to for the jury, obviously, to disregard like, not to disregard what happened, but to not consider, like, the sympathy. Probably the jury doesn't even know who that person is. Yeah, uh, it is. Yeah, and I think they could actually not come back at all. Um, so it's yeah. They could just, but then again, I don't know where the courts would sit on this. It is an emergency. It is something that doesn't happen often at all, and it's unprecedented. That's the word. It is absolutely unprecedented that this is happening. That this has happened. I would not be surprised that if the court just decides to postpone it until tomorrow. But then again, the judge did say tomorrow he has things that he can't postpone anymore. So, really? Wow, that is crazy. Well, I don't know, because then it's still justice in, like, in a way, um in a way still needs to happen no matter what. Oof, it is. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know, but that is a good insight. Well, true. That is true. This court takes a break if the wind is wrong. I absolutely agree. But it's just vital. I don't know what to think. I'm lost. For once, I am completely lost for words and for it's. I don't know for sure, Maria. I am assuming. I mean, don't know if the victim was there or not. But the someone in the gallery, like you said, and when we heard it, someone in the gallery was saying, "Dad, Dad, Dad, someone help." So it's just. Oh, Melissa Court sadly is on a break right now. There was an emergency that happened. In court, so we are just in a way in a bit of a break. But I think the coffee situation was a bit earlier. You might be a little bit behind of the live coverage, but hello, hi. Yeah, it's okay. So it's okay. Oh wait, court seems to be resuming. Hang on.
No, I mean,
There you go.
I had training, that's what I did. I've done this but I didn't expect it, but
Okay. Are you ready to go on the record and talk about what we're going to do, or do you need a few more minutes?
he needs a few more minutes out there, I'm trying to comfort him.
You're talking about your client. Okay. Well, in the meantime, my plan was to simply tell the jury, I was going to tell the jury that that the person in the audience who had the medical emergency is doing okay. I want to reassure them that he didn't pass away or something, because I think that would be unfortunate for them to think about. I don't want them thinking that. So I'm going to tell the members of the jury that the gentleman who had the medical emergency has been transported to the hospital and appears to be doing well. And I'm going to tell the members of the jury that obviously that shouldn't impact what they're doing in this case in any way. And then we'll go on with closing arguments. Unless either party wants further instruction beyond that, which I can't imagine what further instruction we would give the jury beyond that. All right. Very good. And take your time. And also, Attorney Sisti, I'll let you think about whether you want to restart your closing argument, given how early you were in it. If you felt like it was better to just restart the whole thing, you're welcome to do that, or we can have you pick up where you took off. All right? Very good. So what we'll do then is just take a few more minutes, because it sounds like the defendant needs a few more minutes to compose himself, and then we will be ready to restart closing arguments in a few minutes. All right? Attorney Sisti, why don't you just give the court staff a heads up when we're ready to go? Okay? Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so the person that had the medical emergency is on the way to the hospital, is stable in condition, from what the judge just said, so which is good. It is good as well of the court that gave him a bit of time for the defendant, obviously, to compose himself, which is very good, because I know it's very stressful, very emotional, especially in the situation that is currently in now, thinking that his family member, his dad, is having this emergency on possibly what could be the worst day of his life. So it is very good news that the person is stable. Um, uh, yeah, good news. Like, obviously the best news was the person being absolutely fine and not being on the way to the hospital. That would, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Can. That would be my words. Better than the other possibility. And also, it's very good of the judge to say to the jury that the person is, within the circumstances, the person is okay, and it's not unalived. It's not, you know. So yeah, and it's just a very sad situation, and I can only imagine how Jason must be feeling right now. I mean, on trial, no matter what, no matter if you're guilty, not guilty, or whatever, it is not easy. It's not an easy experience. It's not like a walk in a park. Absolutely not. So just being there, just thinking that you don't know what your life is going to be, because you have 12 people that is going to choose how the rest of your life is gonna go. Just that, it's absolutely insane. Good morning, Vamos. Buenos dias, my friend. Hi, welcome to the craziness. So is so yeah, so it's not even an easy situation already as is, and now put on top that you see or you hear, or your family member, your dad, has to go to the hospital because of an emergency situation that has happened. So I feel actually bad for Jason right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I'm so sorry. Yeah. My friend, I'm so sorry about that. Definitely. Hug them is like, morning pickles, hello, hi, my friend. Definitely. Definitely, Stephanie. And just say to your family member that you appreciate them, that you love them, and don't ever take them for granted. I've learned that as well, the hard way. As well. So it's definitely, don't ever take your family for granted. Even you are in this path, like I am with mine. Definitely hug them and just, yeah. So, wow, what a crazy day. Yay! Oh, I hope that's good, Willow. I'm good that he was able to stay at home and to be careful with the ice. Absolutely. Hey, Pickles. Good morning. Welcome to the craziness of today. Yeah, especially, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's like, no matter what the situation has brought us here to this court, definitely they are still human, and they still need respect, and they still need the presumption and innocence until the end. Until the verdict comes, they are innocent. We can give our opinions, we can share our opinions. I loved hearing your opinions, and we can have, not it's not fun, but we can enjoy watching the court procedures. And then, yeah, so it's oh wow. Ooh, be careful, my friend, be careful, Willow. So it's, yeah, 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 absolutely. And it's you, yay. Well, glad that you can stay home and with us as well. We appreciate you being here. um this is absolutely crazy. My days, this is crazy. In a short form, it is crazy. And I honestly, I would not be surprised now if they either postpone it to the afternoon, or maybe even to tomorrow, due to maybe the defendant not be in the right mental status to move forward. Or maybe, I don't know, what can they do. Can they postpone the closings? I'm okay. I'm struggling with this. It's hard, it is sad. um it's, yeah, it's it is hard. So, oh no, I'm so sorry, Vamos, that you have a cold. I hope you feel better soon, my friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon, my friend. I'm sending you lots of good feelings and good thoughts over to you and to everybody. Okay. See you very shortly. I think I'm just like shocked, I guess. It's it's a lot to process. It is. Oh, there was someone that collapsed. well, they said that he was stable in on the way to the hospital. I don't think they said anything else. They said that he's alive. So someone, we were doing closings. The closing has already had started, and someone collapsed in the audience. The dad of the defendant collapsed in the audience. We don't know exactly what it was, but we are thinking a heart attack, maybe, not confirmed. And he was rushed to the hospital. So the closings have been delayed slightly. So yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, it's just hard, you know. You're still human at the end of the days. I know law is law, but people are still human, and no matter what, it's an unfortunate situation and place to be. Um, it is terrible, yeah. So I'm just trying, like, struggling to find words and um to describe, which is very rare. I mean, uh yeah, it's very rare for me not to have the words and knowing what to say. But I am, yeah, you just never know. I was like, I honestly hope that he is okay, that he was just a massive scare, that he's able to improve and carry on with his life as best as he can, depending on what, no matter what the verdict it is. But oh no, Maria, that is so. Ugh. That's the thing. Kids are like very easy because school. I think schools are very kids in school, like while they are school and everything, they are very prone to catch colds and everything. Um, especially like daycares, like with little babies and toddlers and everything. But that's just my opinion. Uh, so I was just like, yeah, I'm fine, but it's just I'm a bit lost for words. Um, yeah. Oh, I appreciate that, but I am trying also not to cry because I know I'm a very crier, but it is hard to hear um something like that. So it's just, yeah, and trying to be words. What are those? Struggling today. Um, so it's so again. I just to reiterate. I hope that the dad of the defendant is okay, that he makes a good recovery, that he's able to carry on with his life no matter the verdict today. I know it's very stressful for all involved, both Kyle's family and both Jason family. It's not just one family is affected. There's two families or more than two families affected just by this whole situation, and it just shows that we are all human, and it is horrible. The situation, definitely do not wish this to anyone. So yeah. Ah, my days. We were thinking that would be a simple, easy, straightforward day, huh? That's never happens. There's always something to make it complicated. To make it, well, I don't want to say interesting, but to make it interesting in a way. Not saying that what happened is interesting. Not saying that. I just definitely, yeah. So it's, yeah. So we'll see what happens. Um, Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, this is what we're here for, to support each other, and what we cover daily. It is not an easy subject, and it's not like we are making fun of it or light of it, but we're trying to help each other through it as well. Yeah. Oh yeah. But believe me, I want to do that. All I want is go outside camera, have a good cry, and then come back. But my anxiety of perfectionism, it's not allowing me to do that while there is no court ongoing. So that is just making me wanting to carry on talking, even though I don't know exactly what to say. And especially that I don't have any. Well, I do have comfort food, but not the comfort food probably that I would want. Oh, anxiety is horrible. I had a massive anxiety attack the other day after stream, and it was not pretty. It was definitely not pretty. That one. it's horrible. I don't like it, but it is what it is, I guess. All of us have our thorn in the flesh, as you would say, and one of mine is anxiety. One of mine, because sadly I have several. But let's not talk about that right now. I think it's, yeah, it's one of those things. So what you guys up to for today? It's just to try to not lighting up the mood, not trying to make any less important of the situation, because I still want to be respectful throughout the whole day, the whole of it. But with your guys' plan for today, so yeah, um, what are you guys planning today? Well, mine, you guys know, is hanging out with y'all here. Oh, nice track. Are you gonna run too, Maria, or are you just gonna watch it? Yep, yep, they definitely are. They go hand in hand, indeed. I 100% agree. Ooh, wings. Now you guys are making me hungry. It's go nothing. Yeah, nice. But that is the best thing you can ever do. Sometimes, oh, you're coaching it. Okay, fair enough. Sometimes it's good to have days like that. I had a day like that last week when I was on holiday, on vacation. And on Saturday, I'm actually planning half a day of doing nothing. I have several commitments on Saturday, and I have something else on Saturday as well with a friend. But then for half a day, but then the rest of the day, I'm also gonna be doing nothing. And maybe Sunday as well. I might do Sunday nothing as well. Just maybe play video games, hang out with garden bot. But obviously that is very important for the mental health as well. Just do nothing and yeah. Hey, well done. Woohoo. Well done, Ivan. I'm very, very proud of you, my friend. That is very hard thing to do. I am very proud of you for that. It is incredible that you are able to do that. That's awesome. That is amazing. So yeah, awesome. Congratulations, Ivan. Was awesome. So yeah, so just that's my plans for the weekend. Ooh, nice. Awesome. See, oh, guys, you are amazing. Um, nice. I get well with VR and I need some fun, definitely. What do you normally? Oh, looks like Mort is gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. That's love, my friend. Okay, here we go.
Council, can you approach real quick?
Oh my days, he looks defeated. Bless him. I feel bad. Oh, what is that? Waltrubin? Is that? I think. Yeah, I am sure he looks. He looks worried. He looks beaten. He looks defeated. I feel bad for him. I've never felt as bad for a defendant as I feel for him. I know sometimes it is good to get justice for the victim, and there is like bad people out there, sadly, and that they I don't know. I think this has changed my decision. I don't think it's changed my verdict, but I'm looking at the case in a different way right now. Absolutely. Okay. That's nice. You can do both. I actually went cold turkey. I absolutely went cold turkey when I started I stopped smoking. I just said I stopped smoking. I stopped smoking, even with the vaping. I just did it. I'm just crazy like that. But I think I think would look defeated as well if we would be in a situation that is. Whew, this is crazy. It's just, yeah. Today's gonna be an interesting day. Yeah, definitely. What probably I'm gonna do is after when they actually start get going, is I'm gonna take 5 minute comfort crying break, and then yeah. So yeah, yeah, definitely can. I absolutely they in all the senses of the word. It's complicated. Oh, it's. We'll see what happens if they start again.
Please rise for jury entrance. Please be seated.
Okay. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. These things sometimes happen during trials. As my staff informed you, the gentleman who had the medical incident during the proceedings is doing well and has been seen by medical staff. And so at this point, we're going to reconvene. Obviously, what happened in the courtroom has, as you can imagine, has no bearing on your decision in this case one way or the other. So I ask that you not give any further thought or consideration in terms of your role as jurors in this case. And so we're going to continue with Attorney Sistu's closing argument. Attorney Sistu, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And thanks for hanging in there. Like I was telling these guys, you got to see me do what I used to do a long time ago. He's okay. All right. Okay, let's start this again. I'm not going to go over the first set right. I want to get back to the very, very basic principles of why we're all here. And basically, why we're all here is to give Jason a fair trial and to follow the principles of law as they were outlined to you by the judge. And we'll go right back to the beginning. It was proof beyond a reasonable doubt, burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and then, folks, the additional thing in this case was self-defense. And you all got a grasp of what that was. And you got to see some of it during the course of the trial, and now I'm going to try to explain where we are with this thing. Like I said, this is an interesting case. It's a self-defense case. There's no question about it. And there's some very graphic material in here, very graphic medical material. You saw that video, and you heard about, what was taking place. They're heroic medical procedures, I can assure you, that kept Kyle alive. And he was very lucky to have a combat-trained individual on scene at that point in time. That's all I can tell you. And he's alive. So the gory film that you saw, frankly, is not at issue. The injuries were very significant. There's no question. Gunshot wounds themselves are very significant. These were very significant. But this is a rare incident, folks, where you get to see somebody, in this case, Kyle Violette himself, the centerpiece of the prosecution's case, in a situation where not only was he threatening on April 5th, something that he had done before with Jason, and I'll go back to the October incident for no reason at all, the threat to his life, the threat to his family's life, right in front of his own home for no reason at all. And we almost have an instant replay of that. But this time it's even more bizarre, because this time the claim is that he's plowing snow into his driveway or something to that effect. The beautiful thing in this case is that you have some film that you can actually look at. And if you look at it, Jason is actually being extremely careful in the plowing, not to interfere 1 inch into Violette's driveway. And he's minding his own business. Jason had gotten up on April 3rd at about 8 o'clock. By the time you see him plowing, all right, he's already into about his 38th hour of being awake, of working, not just being awake, but working. Now let me suggest something. When you go back into the jury deliberation room, you may want to do this. You may want to take a poll of everybody back there and ask who back there has been up for 38 to 41 hours in a row ever in their life. Ever. Ever. And you may want to say, if somebody does raise their hand, how did you feel? Did you feel with it? Were you working during that particular period of time? Were you in a combat situation? Just what was it? Were you in the comfort of your dorm room or your home? You know, get the context. But I assure you, if there is somebody that was up that long, they will tell you that they were worth pretty much nothing mentally, pretty much nothing physically at that point in time. You can all relate to that. I mean, there's nights where you just want to go to bed, even though you've been up for only 15 hours. This is more than twice that length of time. So when Jason is confronted by Kyle Violette on the evening of April 4th, 2024, we know for sure from the video that Violette initiated the contact, and he literally, physically assaulted Jason. He placed his face intentionally on Jason's face. Now, why would somebody do that? And again, what would a reasonable person believe if somebody did that to them out of nowhere? Well, Violette did it to threaten him. The physical act alone was a threat. I mean, imagine that. Imagine somebody coming up to you out of nowhere and sticking their face right onto your face. But it's not just sticking his face on your face. It's threatening him at the same time. And it's threatening him at night while he's minding his own business at his home with his daughter in his truck. That's the context. That's the very context of when this starts. That's the alpha. That's the beginning. Kyle Violette really is the alpha and the omega of this case. He started this. You know, you wouldn't be sitting here at all. Think about this. You wouldn't be sitting here at all but for Kyle Violette. Why did everything go down like that? What was that scramble all about? It was all about Kyle Violette. He placed himself in a position intentionally to threaten Jason. To threaten Jason with death. There was nothing conditional about sticking his face on Jason's face. And there was nothing conditional about threatening him. And you'll see that it happens more than once. When you run that video, you take a look at how many contacts he had with him. I mean, what was he trying to prove? What in the name of God was going through his head? Other than to try to scare hell out of Jason Levesque. And to relive that same threat that he'd had with him months before. And again, it was for no reason whatsoever. None. Zero. So we know that he initiated the contact. We know that he stuck his face into Jason's face. We know that he made threats. And he made multiple approaches. Now, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to go through self-defense instruction in a second, but I'm going to ask you, do not abandon your common sense when you sit here. When you looked at that, what did you see? Did you see some cool, calm guy coming out to say, please move some snow, please don't block my driveway? Or did you see an enraged, out of control, insane guy coming up on somebody minding his own business in the middle of the night? And that's the context that you have to take this case. And you're going to hear from the judge that you have to basically run it through the lens of what was going on that night. Not today, when we're all sitting in a courtroom, cool and calm, rolling it over in our heads, and going frame by frame, like Detective Dan did. Because that's not reality. The reality is that this whole interaction took about 11 seconds. This was quick stuff. Quick decision material. With a man that was shocked that he was even going to run into Violette that night. There was no reason for it. Reason means something in this case. If you think for a second that Kyle was not threatened, that Jason was not threatened, then you gotta think twice. Anybody would have been threatened in that situation. Anybody would have been concerned about protecting themselves. Anybody would have been concerned about protecting themselves when somebody's saying that they're going to kill them, or kill their family, or both. That's the context that we're dealing with. That's the case. That's the case of the nation. But frankly, it's more than that, because Kyle, he wouldn't give up. If you look at the video, he walks away, and you'll see his arms all over the place. You know what's going on there. And you see Jason standing still, doing nothing. You've got one madman screaming at Jason Levesque, doing nothing. And then he starts back at him. And that happens a couple times. And the last time he comes back at him, he's screaming at him and he's telling him, you don't know me, you don't believe it, the threats keep coming. Threats keep coming. And I'm going to ask you something, okay? How many times do you have to put up with that? Do you have to wait until somebody comes at you with something? You know, Jason Levesque didn't have the wonderful experience of what the deputies do in this courthouse when you enter through the front door. And that is check people out, see if they have any concealed weapons or metal or anything. He had no idea what he had. None. And you'll hear in the instruction that he doesn't have to even be threatened with a weapon. All this questioning about, did you see a weapon? Does he have a weapon? When you got there, did he have a weapon? Guess what? That's a mirage. That's a mirage. All Jason has to believe at the time is that somebody is out to kill him or cause serious bodily injury at that time. Not 5 hours later, not 2 hours later, not 2 minutes later, certainly not a year later. But at that time. What would a reasonable person believe at that time? After somebody who had threatened you months before for no reason, and then came out of a house and threatened you again for no reason, and threatened death to you, was coming at you. What would a reasonable person think? Think something good was going to happen? Think they were going to talk it out? He was violent, he was threatening, and he was out of control. That's what Kyle. That's what you were dealing with. That's what Jason was dealing with. And you know, you can put as much lipstick on a pig and earrings and bracelets and everything else that you want. But at the end, it's still a pig. Kyle Violette is no innocent human being. He bears the brunt of starting this thing, creating the situation, and the reaction from Jason. He bears the brunt of that. Nothing would have happened but for his behavior. Nothing. Now, in this case, you got to see a breakdown. And you heard testimony from Detective Danny. And remember, he got to go frame by frame. Remember what he was doing? It was kind of cool, but I mean, it was frame by frame. And something that, of course, Jason wasn't able to do. I mean, retrospective observations are interesting, all right? But that's not the test. But I'll tell you something very important when you do frame by frame and you listen moment by moment of what you can hear. It may be very, very telling as to what was going to happen. In fact, Angela LeChant was almost a prophet of what was going to happen that night. And she took the stand and she raised her right hand. She swore to tell the truth. And she made something up. Right here in front of you. Not after a traumatic event. Not after over 40 hours of being up. Not after 24 hours of work. She made something up to skew the case, to hoodwink you guys. Angela LeChant, Kyle Violette's significant other, made something up. And I'm sitting there wondering, is the prosecution going to hug what she said and urge you to believe her during their closing argument? I think not. Because what she said, in coordination with the video, is basically the prediction of the future that took place just seconds later. What she said is impactful. It's her present sense impression of what's going on with Kyle Violette. That's her watching her significant other going down the driveway and confronting Jason. And Detective Danny captured it. In fact, at 10/11/22 on the 4th of April, 2024, Angela LeChant is heard saying, quote, "Yep, there he goes. I don't know. He's all the way out there. He better not do anything stupid." Now let's just stop. Who do you think she's talking about at that point? It can only be one person. It can only be one person. And that's Kyle Violette. She's watching her significant other, and you'll see it in video, coordinating with her speech, going across the driveway, and approaching Jason. And just a few seconds later, Angela says, "You better not do anything fucking dumb." Who do you think she's talking about? Jason's just standing by the truck when she says that. Who is in Jason's face? Kyle Violette. Now that's black and white. That's obvious. That's obvious. But she still had the gall to tell you, no, I was actually talking about Jason. And that's absurd. That's ridiculous. Frankly, if you want to know the definition of a lie, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's an intent to deceive. That's an attempt to put a thumb on the scale and try to convince you guys of something that just wasn't happening. That's just something that's out there in outer space. That's Angela. That's Angela Legit. What really happened that night, she could almost tell was going to happen. Somebody was going to do something stupid. And you saw it. Now, in the self-defense case, there are many, many items you have to go over. And this instruction is going to help you out. Okay. And the judge is going to tell you that evidence has been presented that the defendant has acted in self-defense. When there's some evidence of self-defense, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. I mean, that's a heavy, heavy burden, okay? They have to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant acted in self-defense, you must find the defendant not guilty. If you believe, in other words, that his reaction and his actions that night were centered around self-defense, then it's a not guilty. It's clear. In deciding, this is critical now, you're going to hear it again, and you're going to have this instruction. In deciding whether the defendant acted in self-defense, you should consider all the circumstances surrounding the incident. All the circumstances surrounding the incident, which include the prior threat, all the work he did that day, his exhaustion, the fact that he was put upon by surprise, and that he was threatened. You should consider how the defendant acted under the circumstances as they were presented to him at the time, and not necessarily as they appear upon detached reflection. So you have to step back. You have to see how he would have been seeing things at that time. Okay? Not under a microscope, not after, clear, detached reflection. None of that. But at the time, these things happen quickly. And that's why this particular instruction is important. You should consider whether the defendant's belief that it was necessary to use deadly force was reasonable when he acted in the heat of passion. Not coolly and calmly. Right? Not rolling it over in his mind. But reacting to what was presented to him at the time. Gets better. A person has the right to use deadly force on another person to defend himself or a third person if three conditions are met. He actually believed that the other person was about to use deadly force against him or a third person. Doesn't say that he thought the other guy had a weapon. Doesn't say anything like that. All this weapon stuff is an illusion. He doesn't have to frisk him and see if he's got a weapon. In other words, the defendant can use deadly force if he actually believed that he or a third person was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury from another person. Serious bodily injury, ladies and gentlemen, can be as much as a sucker punch from a madman that breaks your nose or knocks you to the ground or whatever, okay? And folks, if you were looking at that film objectively, it almost looks like it could have just happened any minute. Any second. Forget about minutes. There's a definition of serious bodily injury. For purposes of understanding self-defense, it means any harm to the body which causes severe, permanent, protracted loss or impairment to health or function or any part of the body. Not a bump or a bruise or a scratch. I'm not talking about, okay? That wouldn't constitute serious bodily injury. And as the words imply, serious bodily injury requires a serious or significant injury. Could he anticipate a serious bodily injury? Yeah, when somebody's threatening death, you can kind of get to that spot. Even if the defendant actually believes that such danger existed, that is, that either he or some other person faced an imminent risk of either death or serious bodily injury, that belief must have been reasonable. I'm going to stop right there. You saw everything. You heard everything. You understand what's going on. I don't want to be preaching to the choir too long. How could he not have a reasonable belief that this maniac meant what he said? When he came back at him the last time, he said, "You don't believe me?" In other words, there must be reasonable grounds for the defendant to believe that the other person was about to use unlawful deadly force against him or a third person. And here's the key. Self-defense does not require an actual danger to the defendant. Rather, the defendant must reasonably believe that the other person was about to use unlawful deadly force. Again, check that box off. He must reasonably believe that the amount of force he used was necessary for self-defense. You know, he said on and on and on and on and on, that he was trying to protect himself, that he was trying to protect his family. Look, I'm going to get into his testimony in a second, but to the police even that night, in the condition that he was in that night, that's what he was saying. A person's not permitted to use excessive force in self-defense, only a reasonable amount of force. And again, this has to be interpreted from at the time that he was perceiving these events. The defendant can use the amount of force which he believed was necessary under the circumstances, as long as, at the time, there was reasonable ground for his belief. Folks, reasonable. One can very easily come to that conclusion, that his reaction was reasonable because he was put upon by an unreasonable human being. That he was put upon in a savage situation with threats of death in the situation that he was in. Let me tell you something, okay? Jason went through quite a bit that night. Not only was he exhausted, not only was he threatened by this maniac, but he was trying to care for his daughter as well. He was worried about his parents. Of course, he was worried about himself. And he was exhausted. So what happens after this thing happens? Is it somebody saying, "Oh my God, I'm going to run"? No. Actions speak a lot louder than words. Jason Levesque stayed right there. He didn't make one move to leave. There may have been an off-cuff comment to his daughter that, quite frankly, is stupid and doesn't really amount to anything. He never tried to evade the police at all. fact, there's evidence that he even dialed up 911 and just didn't hit the button because he heard the sirens go. It came from him, it came from his daughter. And it also speaks to the fact that he stayed there. It also speaks to the fact that he made the firearm safe. He prepared for his arrest. He placed the firearm in the dash. He took the extra magazine out of his pocket. He secured that. And when the police came, he stepped out of the vehicle, he raised his hands, and he cooperated all night long with the police. That's not somebody that's fleeing. That's not somebody with a guilty conscience. That's somebody that's waiting and anticipating and then cooperating with the police, just like an innocent person would do. No resistance, no lip, no nothing. When they asked him to get in the cruiser, he got in the cruiser. When they asked him if he could go to the police station with no problems, he went. And we got to the police station, folks. You saw the video clip. I want you to watch that video, about 20, 25 minutes long. Okay? And in the video clip, you're going to see a human being, all right, that is wiped out. I can't even describe it. This guy could hardly take his own sweatshirt off. He's cold. He's hot. He's nauseous. He's laying down on the floor of the interrogation room. That's just the beginning. There's almost 3 more hours of that. Do you think he got better over time? Do you think that's a good environment to get factual, actual, accurate information from somebody? Be surprised if he could tie his own shoes at that point. But they took a statement from him, a lengthy statement, and he was sitting there as long as they wanted to take it. This isn't somebody giving him lip. This isn't somebody that's resisting. This isn't somebody that's uncooperative. This is somebody like just what he said on the stand. He was just trying to help put it all together. Do you think somebody actually has a vivid, accurate memory? I actually draw on this a little bit. After being involved in a shooting, for the first time in his life, by the way. I mean, this guy doesn't even, like I said, he never even shot a chipmunk in his life. Do you think that doesn't shake you up? Do you think that doesn't scramble you? Do you think if you add that to the threats, that doesn't scramble you? Do you think if you add that to the fact you've been up for 40 hours, that doesn't scramble you? Do you think if you add that to the fact that all you're getting is a glass of water and a Slim Jim, that doesn't scramble you? That's the context of the 3 hours, over 3 hours, of interrogation with David. But did he complain? Did he say, no, I don't want to do it? No. In fact, the entire night, this guy is cooperating with the police. Can we search your truck? Yes. Can we take your video info? Can we take your cameras? Can we take your hard drive? Yes. Can we have the password? Yes. Okay? Yes, yes, yes. Will you speak with us? Yes. Can we swab your hands? Yes. Everything's yes. He's trying, okay? Was he perfect in the interrogation? No. And you know what? Nobody would be. Not under those circumstances. Nobody would. The honest answers are that he's doing everything he can, not only to help the police, but he's doing everything he can to try to explain what went on that night. He tried to do it with you guys. And you know it. He didn't have to take the stand. You know that, right? He didn't have to subject himself to cross-examination, and Attorney Barth's very good at it. Been doing it for years. He's very good at it. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to put up with that. Nobody forced him to go up there. Jason Levesque went up there because he wanted to look at you folks in the eye and tell you the best he could as to what happened. Not skewing the facts, not lying, not deceiving you, not playing games, not changing stories. Is it unreasonable, for instance, for somebody in that situation to not remember each and every time he pulled the trigger? It's an automatic. It goes on automatic. He's pulling. It's not done till it's over as far as he's concerned. And what's his concern at the time? Protecting himself, protecting his daughter, protecting his home. This thing happened right on the front steps of his home. Right in front, pretty much, where his mom and dad were sleeping. Right there. No lies and deception. That's a red herring. I'm going to urge you, take your time when you're deliberating. I'm going to urge you to listen to everything that's going on in those tapes that you have. Watch everything that's going on in those tapes. Okay? You know, Detective Garston spoke of tactics and, training and all this stuff for interrogation. Maybe he was running an interrogation with tactics and training and everything else. Jason Levesque, he's not sitting there constructing a self-defense defense. He's not constructing anything. He's trying the best he can to cooperate with the police after a traumatic incident. A first for him. Shooting anything that was living and breathing. And you'll hear Garston. You'll hear him in that tape. Listen closely. When his body cam is not switched off, and he's talking to another officer. And he says, let's talk to this guy now. Let's talk to him now while he wants to talk. Okay. They got him in their place. They got him while he's exhausted. They got him while he's easy pickings. And you know what? They know deep in their heart they got a very frail human being that probably isn't going to be the best person in the world to get accurate information. They could have circled around 5 more times and probably gotten 5 more answers. Because even yesterday, Jason's not sure exactly of what happened that night. You know why? Because the body tries to stop remembering things like that. It protects itself. It goes into shock. It tries to get rid of memories like that. And those are difficult to bring back accurately all the time. There's nothing unusual about it. Any trauma situation, there's nothing unusual. It's typical, it's human, it's natural. Some of you may have experienced this. Prosecution, in this case, for lack of a better analogy, was dealt a lousy hand. In order to get a conviction in the United States of America, in a courtroom like this on a criminal case, you got to hold aces. You got to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? No goofing around. No halfways. No maybes. No probablys. No could-haves. None of that stuff works. The only way they get a conviction in this case is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of the offense charge, each and every one, beyond a reasonable doubt. And they have to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. And in this case, ladies and gentlemen, they got dealt a lousy hand. They don't have 4As. If you flip their hand over, what they really have is a bunch of jokers. And the joker in the case is Kyle Violette. They got dealt Kyle Violette. And when you get dealt something like that, that's a gigantic reasonable doubt. And when you get dealt somebody that acted the way he acted in a self-defense case, that's a lousy hand. But don't feel sorry for him. This isn't about sympathy. It's not about worrying about their case. It's about critically analyzing their case and making them prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. You have to make them prove it. And if they don't, you understand that in the United States, you're doing your duty. You're doing your duty by coming through the doors of the deliberation room at the end of a trial and at the end of running through all the evidence, coming through and saying not guilty. That's the justice in the criminal justice system. It's not doing favors for the state. You don't do that. It's holding them to their burden. And I pray you do. I mean, there's a lot of junk that's going on outside of this courthouse. You all know. I mean, our country's divided all over the place. All kinds of junk going on. Maybe the purest form of being a citizen right now, the purest form of being a citizen in this country, the purest form of democracy in this country, the purest form of doing your duty as a United States citizen in this country right now is in courtrooms just like this, with jurors just like you. Think about that. You're really the reflection of this community. You know that. When you go back there, you're going to see you come from all different walks of life. You all have your own talents. You all have your own backgrounds. And you all have common sense. And if you all work together in this, if you all put your minds together, all 12 of you when you get back there, you're going to come up with a very just decision by using your common sense, looking at that evidence, being critical of the state's case, and following the rules. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you. I can't do anything anymore for Jason. I can't do a thing. And all I'm doing is putting all of my trust in you guys. And so is he. So really, take great care in your deliberations. Be sure to follow the rules. Take all the time you need. And thank you again. I appreciate it. Really. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for insisting. Here you are. Thank you, everybody.
You know, I want to talk about two words that were touched on in that presentation. But I want to talk about those two words in the context of the shooting. Before and when Jason Levesque decided to shoot. This isn't a case just of a shot. This is 6 shootings. And I want to talk about these two words in that context. These two words are reasonable and imminent, as about to. And to be clear, these are not just words. These are the concepts and principles of a sensible law that buttresses against inappropriate and unnecessary deadly violence. Violence driven by notions of retribution, revenge, impulse, anger, and poor judgment. We guard against that with these concepts. These principles exclude unnecessary and pointless violence, but they also at the same time ensure for you, for me, for everybody, including Jason, the right to protect yourself, but within the boundaries and scope of reasonableness, reasonable force, reasonable belief of impending deadly force, reasonable degree of force to respond to imminent use of force, deadly force against you. That's the framework that needs to guide your analysis of the evidence. And that's what I'm going to talk about. Let's move on to evaluate really each chapter, each motion through this process. Not to dissect, not to impose some unreasonable analytical approach to Mr. Levesque's choices. But to assess his choices and his actions appropriately. Evaluate each one of these steps, these sequences, and you'll see that at each stage, after the initial confrontation, there is actually a cascading sequence of diminishing risk. From the moment Kyle Violette stepped away, there was diminishing risk. And I want to ask you to evaluate the steps in this case concerning issues like distance. Distance creates safety. Evaluate it. Distance can be closed and increased risk. Distance creates opportunity to assess risk. So at each one of those chapters of this case, consider that as a factor. The time. Attorney Sisti said this whole thing happened in 11 seconds. You'll have the totality of the videos. It took more time for Kyle to walk across from his driveway over to Justin. I mean, to Jason. There was 5 seconds nearly 5 seconds between that first shot, 2001, 2002, 2003, 1004, some 5 steps towards him before he unloaded the remaining 5 rounds into his back. Consider that distance and time when you assess reasonableness. Visual opportunity. The opportunity for Mr. Levesque to assess risk. The lines of sight here, the lighting. Remember at the beginning, there was one moment in Attorney Sisti's cross where of Detective Danny were saying, look, you don't even know whether or not Jason is able to see his hands because of the lighting. And yet, we see a video from 43 where inside, from 40 feet away at least, Angela's able to say, he's got a gun. The lighting in this case was very good. illuminated by a high-density residential neighborhood with exterior lighting. You can see it in the video, a truck with its headlights on, and Angela having no problem identifying immediately when the gun was taken out, when Jason produced the gun, which informs you about Jason's ability to assess whether or not Kyle was armed. And so those are some of the issues to talk about, to consider when we actually walk through this, and let's do that now. This confrontation starts when Kyle walks out of his home. And despite Attorney Sisti saying at some point, challenging Danny, that Jason doesn't even seem to know he's there until he's at the plow, we know this, that when Kyle was walking out of his home, Jason did see him. He had a full opportunity to view him from the full 40 feet here. You were out there at that scene. You know that distance from the far end of Kyle's driveway all the way over to that plow. And we know he saw him because he told the police, "I saw him putting on his shirt." You don't have to believe him. It's corroborated by the video. So we know he saw them at that point. And what does he see? He's putting on his shirt and he's able to describe his hands. You know, this is informative moment about whether or not there are reasonable concerns about Kyle's ability to cause violence of such a degree that would justify what happens next. And nothing in his hands. You can see him putting on his shirt. There's nothing underneath. No reasonable basis to believe that he's armed coming over. Jason admits that he can see his hands, that there are no weapons, that there's no means of imminent threat as he's walking over. And let me just address this one point that Attorney Sisti said, that no weapons is just an illusion. It's a red herring. That's nonsense in a case like this. It's true that there's this phrase in the instructions that say, look, he doesn't actually have to be in danger. But that means if somebody presented a firearm that was carved out of balsa wood and painted black, the actual threat of that is zero, but the perception of it could be reasonable. That's not this case. There still needs to be a reasonable apprehension that Kyle had the means, the ability to cause lethal, deadly force. And obviously something like weapons is highly relevant to that reasonable analysis, is it not? The face-to-face encounter. It's clear that there is contact. Jason's description of it actually says the tip of his nose touched my cheek. Let me be clear about that. There's nothing that's sort of appropriate. I'm not suggesting that's a good deed. Let me just clarify this point. It's non-deadly force. There's no suggestion that he is going to kill him with his nose. I don't mean to sound glib about that. I mean literally to say that dismissing that he didn't have a weapon and say that the encounter there is what drives this analysis is misplaced. Here's the reality. That moment passed without the use of deadly force. That's not when the shooting happened. And yet, in this courtroom, that is what was recreated by the defense. We literally had a recreation of the face-to-face, the nose-to-nose encounter. And you know what we never got to in that presentation, that recreation? Was when he took out a firearm, closed the distance, saw Kyle stop, turn, and shoot him in the head. Lower the gun and then advance on him and shoot him 5 times in the back. We didn't see that recreation, but that's what this case is about. It's on tape. That's an ace. Each one of those videos is an ace. You know what could have happened at that nose-to-nose assault? That's the definition of non-deadly force. And you know what Mr. Levesque would have been fully within his rights to do? Shove him. That is to use non-deadly force in response. That is another corollary of self-defense. You can defend against non-deadly force with non-deadly force. He may have even deserved a punch in the nose. Reasonable force. But to bring that whole episode forward as justification to shoot him is not reasonable. It is the most intense moment of this entire episode, and yet, that's not when he was shot. And that moment was defined by non-deadly force. His hands were out. He had no weapon. He didn't claim to have a weapon. He didn't hint he had a weapon. Even in that moment, there was no reasonable basis. If he had shot him, would have no reasonable basis to do so, and he didn't. The moment passed. He made a threat. We accept Jason Levesque's characterization of that threat, repeatedly made to Detective Garston. Never wavered about that. Not too tired to use the term, that was verbatim. Not too confused to say those were the exact words. Not too confused to repeat the conditional threat over and over and over again when Detective Garston revisited those issues to do his looping. Tell me what he said? Every single time it was a conditional threat. I want to talk about that. Let's be clear. If words are the basis to justify killing somebody, then words are really important. A conditional threat, these aren't just legal concepts, I gotcha moments from the law. These are common sense analyses of words. A conditional threat is important, it's different, because it literally buffers and defers both the act and a time period of when a threat may come to fruition. I know that sounds all legalese. Put it this way, something needs to happen, and it's going to happen in the future. And that diminishes the nature of the threat. It's not, I'm going to kill you for what you just did. That's imminent. Brandish a knife. I'm going to kill you for putting the snow next to the pole. It didn't happen. Something else had to happen. And it would happen in the future. And then, still, Kyle would have to have the means to actually do something lethal and violent. I mean, there's some pretty common sense examples of this notion of conditional threat, from this, the real world. If you flirt with my girlfriend in the gym one more time, I'm going to kill you. The guy says, fine, I'm not flirting with your girlfriend, I'm not going to do it anyhow. If you cut me off in traffic one more time, I'm going to kill you. It's a conditional threat. I'm not going to kill you for cutting me off. It's different by nature, by assessing reasonable risk. Let me just talk about this condition too. You want to know what the biggest red herring in this case is? It's where Jason Levesque put the snow. That's actually the point. Attorney Sisti got up multiple times to point out with different witnesses, hey, that's not on his property, is it? No, it's pretty close. You heard from a bunch of different witnesses. No, not on the property, on his property. That's the point. The condition of the threat hadn't happened. And Kyle is literally saying that. He's not saying you put snow on my property, therefore I'm going to kill you. He said, if you drag that stuff out of your driveway and push it down in front of my driveway, then we got this problem. Didn't happen. According to Jason, it wasn't going to happen. And that literally redefines the notion of this threat. That's the point. It didn't happen. You can actually see Kyle continue to explain the conditional nature of it when he walks away from this nose-to-nose encounter. He's pointing at that snow and his own driveway. That needed to happen. And it diminishes any notion that Kyle Violette is about to act on anything. The law actually recognizes this distinction. This notion of complying or not complying with a threat. Here it is. This is in the justification of self-defense statute. A person is not justified in using deadly force on another to defend himself or a third person from deadly force by the other if he or she knows that he can comply with a demand that he or she abstain from performing an act which he or she is not obligated to perform. That's a very legalese definition of conditional threat. In other words, if you don't have to perform this pushing snow in front of the driveway, of Kyle's driveway, you can't use reasonable force. You can just not do it. Here's the difference. If somebody comes up with you with a knife and says, look, give me your wallet. You don't have to comply with that. You can take your gun out in the face of a knife, in the face of the threat of something that you don't have to do. You shoot them if you want them. Somebody comes up to you with a knife and says, hey, look, if you ever come into my home again and steal my wife's jewelry, I'm going to kill you. You don't not only have an obligation to go into their house, you have an obligation not to. So it's sort of a very clear example of a conditional threat where you don't have to comply with it. There's nothing about pushing snow in front of Kyle's property that he had to do and was therefore imminently threatened by it. And I get, we're spending a lot of time on this. My point is, in this particular case, words matter. Let me also just talk about the law, doesn't take away all options. I think we talked in Vladimir about sticks and stones can break your bones, but words will never hurt you, and that's a kindergarten notion of it. And we accept that in the real world out there, words can be scary, and threats that you probably don't hear in kindergarten, like I'm going to kill you and your family, didn't come around. So there is another layer. And it's this. You're allowed in New Hampshire, under the same justification self-defense law, a person who responds to a threat, and this is as opposed to imminent deadly force, to a threat which would be considered by a reasonable person as likely to cause serious bodily injury. In other words, the basis of the threat is something like, I'm going to kill you. You can respond to that by displaying a firearm or other means of self-defense with the intent to warn away a person making that threat, and you don't commit a crime. The law has anticipated this very moment where it's just a threat, but not imminent use of actual deadly force. But the threat of deadly force, if you're armed, you can produce your firearm and say, no, you're not. It says nothing about then being able to shoot them for retribution, for your anger, for your offense, for your sense of honor. You can warn them away if it's a threat. And to be clear, Jason Levesque never claimed a standalone threat. He got up on the witness stand and made that claim because he's got to. He's got to get away from this notion of conditional threat, got to get away from the notion that he was just entitled to brandish a firearm. He got up there and said, after the nose-to-nose encounter, he walked away and said, you don't believe me? I'm going to kill you. Here's the problem with that. This is a credibility issue. When he talked to the detective, he didn't say once, he said twice, in clear terms. Again, this looping effort to clarify, is he committed to this specific issue or not? Said he stepped away, he was walking back towards his house, it was after the gesturing, and Kyle turned at some point. You got to ask yourself, was that in response to the defendant saying something? Because his response, according to the defendant that night, was simply, what, you don't believe me? And that had him walking back, sounding very much like an exchange. The bottom line is, no, there was never an additional standalone threat despite his claim. You saw this process work out, how it works. I showed him the transcript, 2 places where it was very clear that there was no standalone threat, and he said, oh, it's in there. If it was in there, you saw the process work out. His attorney could just as well get up there and show the transcript where I was being tricky and omitted it and say, oh no, here it is, but that never happened. The reason that never happened because it's not in there. Jason Levesque never claimed there was a standalone threat. As I say, there's nothing appropriate about that threat, but Jason had legal recourse to brandish his firearm. Does this case change over his claim that his daughter was threatened? It doesn't. The same reasonableness, the same imminency of deadly force would have to necessarily apply to the daughter. And here we know, I'm not saying it's appropriate, but here we know that he never used even the term daughter. We don't even know that Kyle was aware that she was in the truck because he never gestured towards her, never pointed towards her, never invoked her name, or even specifically daughter. It was a broad brushstroke, horrible, inappropriate threat, but not one that imminently targeted his daughter, not this case. We talked in kind of candid terms during voir dire about, whether threats change for you if they concern your family. And of course, everybody's initial visceral response was, yeah, you threaten my daughter, I'm going to kill you. And that may well be, a natural initial reaction. But this is for real here. This is now the application of the law and the consideration of real-world consequences. This is not a conversation with, oh, your friends and family around the dinner table. This is what I'd do if somebody said that. This is the realization of what actually happens, when you shoot somebody in response to being offended, to thinking there's some street notion of retribution that is appropriate. This is real world. And now we're going to apply real world standards. What happens next was the walkaway and return. The walkaway is important concerning, again, 2 issues: time, space, opportunity, diffusion of risk. Kyle walks away at least 15 feet away. The nature of the threat necessarily diminishes. If he has a screwdriver that is, sort of fancifully filling Jason's mind, he hasn't not only referenced it, it's purely fanciful. It's not a reasonable belief, but from 15 feet away, screwdriver isn't going to do much good. This whole issue of, well, he didn't go through a mag detector, so Jason didn't know whether he had a weapon on. There's no reasonable basis. He didn't reference a weapon. He didn't display a weapon. He saw his hands clear. But here's something to consider. What Jason Levesque knew was that Jason Levesque was armed. In other words, from that distance, he could have easily, if he was really concerned about imminent use of force from some weapon, he could have drawn his weapon. And at that point, still, he does not. Kyle is gesturing to the snow, gesturing back, really corroborating, if nothing else, just his conditional threat that snow needs to be moved before we have a problem. He turns back to his own house, and as I said, there is no new threat. His hands are in the open. But he does clearly walk back towards Jason. response to, again, a comment or an exchange. We don't know because we can't pick it up on the audio. And then again, he brandishes the firearm. And the state concedes he's within his rights based on that threat statute. I said you can brandish it to a threat. You can't use it unless there's imminent deadly force. And here's where things go south for the self-defense claim. This is the ace, the second ace. It worked. Brandishing the firearm worked. You can see Kyle Violette stopped. And it's not milliseconds before he was shot. There is time. Revisit this on the video, and I don't mean in a hyper-technical sense. View it from the claim that Jason Levesque is making. Oh, this was a millisecond. It's not. He pulls out his firearm back by the plow, and he starts closing the distance, clearly indicating he knows he's in control now. You don't close the distance if you're afraid somebody's going to break out a weapon, a throwing screwdriver, or anything else. He closes the distance, raises the firearm, and with unambiguous certainty, Kyle Violette stops. And he doesn't merely stop, he turns away. And you can see this from multiple angles. You can see this from that garage view. You can see it from the side of the house view. You can utilize that evergreen where you see him just come into view. Gun comes out, and he goes out of view. You can see it from the porch perspective, which is down at the feet, imperfect. But critically, what is visual is that his feet become reoriented, stepping away. Both feet are now oriented to across the street. He's clearly turned. This is before he's shot. That's time. Opportunity to see the threat diminish, to see that the brandishing of this weapon accomplished its end as justified in the law. And yet, he closes on him and discharges a firearm into his head, into his face, crashing through, smashing his jaw, and dissecting his carotid artery. He's in control. That was entirely unnecessary, unreasonable, unjustified. An unarmed man stopped and turned away from his gun, tried to kill him. The next 5 rounds, he shoots him in the back. The time frame is something like, and you can listen to the video from across the street that's just audio. It captures the first gunshot clearly. And do the count. Something like 4 to 5 seconds. Think about that. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. Bam, 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 bam. It's unconscionable. He's on the ground, crawling for his life. That's attempted murder. By the grace of God and the intervention of immediate medical assistance, he lived. But that's attempted murder. You know, this is an incredible claim that we heard yesterday. You know, I asked him, do you think he's still a threat to you? Yeah, he was crawling towards my parents' door. Literally said that. That's incredible. It's like the cyborg scene out of the Terminator where the thing is crushed and still crawling on the ground and it's, you know, pursuit of murder. Except this isn't science fiction. The fiction here is from Jason Levesque that Kyle crawling on the ground with a nearly lethal, certainly would have been lethal without intervention. Gunshot wound to the head presented some sort of threat to him, his family, or anybody else. The other thing he's crawling towards is his home. And that's obvious. And once again, we know there are other factors to show that Jason had no sense of impending threat or injury to him. He lowers the gun. You can see that in the video. He lowers the gun before he advances some 3, 4, 5 steps closer to the supposed threat before he unloads the additional 5 rounds into his back in lethal fashion. Look, you got to analyze that in terms of reasonable force, reasonable belief, and the imminency of threat. These are the moments. It's not the nose assault. Let's talk about intent to kill. We need to prove that. You can form a purpose within the meaning of the law in a moment's time. You need to have the conscious object of a certain result. There are plenty of practical examples of this, of bad decision-making or regret doesn't take away the purposefulness of a decision. Geez, I shouldn't have had that extra martini. That didn't mean I didn't take out a shaker, a glass, pour gin into my martini glass. I may regret that, but I certainly still acted purposely. It can happen in a moment's time. A decision to pick up this glass or that glass is still a conscious object and a decision. Here the steps, though, are much more conscious and involved. Each act purposely. To take out the gun from a holster, to raise it and aim it, to advance towards a target to ensure greater accuracy and lethality, to pull the trigger, to watch him fall, to watch him crawl, to advance on him, to aim again, to pull the trigger each time. This is not an automatic weapon that just sprays out 6 bullets. Each time he pulls the trigger is a purposeful, conscious act seeking to create a result. That's an ace. Look at the nature of these wounds. A headshot, 5 additional shots that each found potentially lethal marks. He's got shots in both buttocks, clearly indicating he's not a threat, but all those shots were potentially lethal. You heard the doctor say that each one was in an area of critical vascular, nerve, and organ systems. One of the bullets through his buttocks blew out his abdomen, dissecting his bowel, requiring emergency surgery. Need I go into the details of these images, which the defense on the one hand dismisses as unnecessary, but at the same time, Jason Levesque gets up there and he is asked that critical question: why did you shoot him? Did you intend to kill him? No, I just wanted to stop him. Look at those images. Play that body cam of Sergeant Hurley saving his life. And you got to ask yourself, is that the intent of somebody just trying to stop somebody or kill them? That's an ace. Let me talk about Jason Levesque's claims that he made to Detective Garson. Confusion, memory, tiredness. Look, these lies that he made that we talked about were central issues required for self-defense. He didn't just happen to, stumble upon some misstatements. These are not the misstatements of, confusion, misstatements of fatigue, like his distance was off, fibs to cover for his pride or embarrassment. They are essential features to support a non-existing self-defense claim. If you had a bad memory, you were so confused or overwhelmed, you'd say to the officer, you know what, I don't remember that. I don't remember that moment. I'm confused about that moment, but he never said that. Instead, in response to Garston's questions about, well, what happened after you took out the firearm? He gives a vivid, a pictorial account, a visceral account. He said, I took out the firearm. Did he stop? No. He continued to advance towards me. In fact, he hastened, his words, hastened his pace towards me. It had been 10 feet away, but then he rushed. And I could see in his eyes his aggression. All of it, complete fabrication and nonsense, but all of it essential for a self-defense claim. So what did you do? I fired. Stay on his feet? Yeah. That's not confusion. Confusion, I don't know what happened. He gives a very precise answer. Why? To justify the next 5 shots. Did he go down? No. He didn't appear to flinch. Maybe he flinched because of the noise. But I don't know if I even hit him because he kept coming at me. Well, then what happened? That's why I had to unload those next 5 rounds. That's not confusion. That's not. I'm not sure what he was doing. He's coming at me, and he gives this vivid, nonsensical. The degree of mendacity is breathtaking. He literally says, "I shoot him 5 times," and he holds his abdomen and turns away and walks back to his home. That's a self-serving lie to fabricate self-defense because he knows what he did was wrong and unjustified. Otherwise, we'd see kind of this random confusion of facts that some support, some don't make sense, some aren't corroborated. But it just happens to be that each lie is such a divorced distance from truth and happens to land squarely within a set of facts that would support self-defense if true. But we got some aces. We got videos that demonstrably show he's lying. Let me talk about some other aspects of the defense claims. That he was tired at the street side and therefore was having difficulty. We've got to adopt this 40 hours of sleep. First of all, that whole notion that he was up for 40 hours is a credibility question for Jason Levesque. He's working for a commercial plow company that has some liability, and you think they don't give him breaks over the course of the day, that they're not conscious about the amount of time somebody's on the road. He's operating a commercial plow where apparently even at that hour he is able to make precise judgments and assessments of distance, of force, to plow, to pick up his daughter, drive safely there, but he's too tired in the next 5 minutes to make rational assessments about risk and whether or not the defendant, Kyle, is on his feet or not after getting shot in the head. Let me just say, he's not tired in the sense that that he's absolved of responsibility. He may be sleep deprived and dangerous, but that's a different matter. How about that he consented to the videos? Look, he's sitting there in this is another immunity card from the defense. Well, he gave him the video. Look, Garston heard about the video earlier on. He looped back at page 66. He hears about it at page 27, but he's the one who says, hey, you got video from tonight? And it's true, the defendant signed over the video. Do we know whether he's thinking, hey, maybe there's a Hail Mary here, that there is a kind of a perfect convergence of omission? It was pretty close. I mean, one of the videos just has him coming into view. The porch video is facing down. The garage video has only the sliver. And do we know whether he's making that calculation or not? I don't know. But we know he couldn't count on 43 pulling it all together, getting that arc of a view that if you see these things in conjunction, you know that Kyle Violette stopped when the gun came out. You know, with the totality of these videos, that he was closing the distance. You know that there was sufficient time between brandishing the firearm, Kyle stopping, and pulling the trigger to assess risk. You know he went down after the first shot, and you know he came over to try and execute him with the next 5. That he gave them that video doesn't change any of that. Those are 4 aces. I hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Look, you want to talk about red herrings. Let's assume he's talking that she was talking about Kyle. Stupid doesn't mean that he's going out there. What she doesn't say is, boy, he's armed and dangerous. I hope he doesn't go out there and kill him. Stupid is going up and putting your nose in somebody's face and making a horrible threat that could have resulted in him brandishing a firearm or getting punched in the nose, but nothing about, geez, I think he's going to go out there and kill him. Red herring. Let's talk about this repeated mantra claim from the defense that Kyle Violette is a lunatic, a maniac. Look, maniacs run out into the road with a bloody axe and threaten you. Here, let's not forget the actual facts here. And they want to omit, you know, the prior event with the snow to make him look like a maniac. You heard from Kyle's daughter. That's got to be one of the most objectively grounded, you know, reasonable, pleasant witnesses we've seen. And she described being at home with her dad, who she adores, and planning a family night, sitting down at dinner, planning to watch a movie, that everyone went to their room, and they were getting apprehensive about the plow not showing up, and that they were all going to have to get out there and shovel, and the anxieties went up. And even Kira, Jason's daughter, acknowledged that, you know, the first storm, we did plow in front of this place. And they did say something. We said, it'll melt. And so there was anxiety about that. I'm not suggesting, again, that the threat is reasonable. I'm suggesting it's not maniacal, that there is context for this, that there's history for it. Don't put that in front of my driveway again. It sort of diminishes the maniac view of this, doesn't it? And likewise, let's go through just some of these other efforts to assail Kyle's sort of humanity. The so-called prior event, what was that about? Talk about innuendo. I mean, we had, once we got into the detail of it, it's like, well, who is this guy? I don't even know if he was my neighbor. I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. Did you call the police on Kyle? No. Did you see Kyle again before this? He might have been taken out of his trash. You can't even identify that dude. And they're bringing that forward as some sort of an assault on his character to create an image in your mind that is much different than the guy who was having a family dinner and got anxious about having a hand remove snow. That's not fair. What about the claim that when Jason returned to his vehicle that he told a joke about running? That is more breathtaking mendacity. Somebody who just shot somebody this side of death can't possibly tell that kind of a joke unless they're a sociopath. And you know what? He has to recast it again, very much aware of his self-defense claim. If he got up there and admitted, yeah, I was thinking of running, it's an admission that he knew what he did violated the law. Because only people who violate the law and want to avoid legal recourse and consequences run. The first thing he says to his daughter is, should I run? And this isn't just a passing, moment. You heard what Kira had told the police. He asked me, should I run? I said, no, I can't run. And he doesn't stop it there as a ha-ha joke. He says, well, then what should I do? Her response is not, oh, ha ha ha, you're joking. It's, this is your path. You've got to figure this out. Should I call 911? I don't know. And no, he doesn't. That's not a joke. That's an admission of a guilty state of mind immediately after these events went down. I'm in trouble. Not because he came at me after I brandished the gun, not because he continued to come after me after I shot him in the head, not because he continued to be a threat lying on the ground, bleeding to death from a dissected carotid artery, because he was in trouble. He wasn't justified in shooting him, and he knew it. And that brings us to the police station where he contrives these litany of self-serving lies. We had heard in opening that, if Kyle wanted to kill him, he could have. He could have gone back and got another magazine. These images depict Kyle's intent. Excuse me, Jason Levesque's intent. Kyle Violette was as close to dead as you can get without a funeral. This is the intent to kill. There was no discretion on the part of the defendant to temper his use of violence. You got to weigh the reasonableness, the degree of that violence in light of the actual evidence. Take a look at it. I want to talk briefly then about this notion of Kyle's actions that create then a reasonable belief. He's on the ground in one instance and stopped in the next. And now you've been invited to view Jason's perception of that and to simply accept that whole cloth. That's not the standard. Jason needed to have believed he was in imminent threat of receiving deadly force. We know he wasn't because he was in control of the firearm. We know he wasn't because Kyle stopped. We know he wasn't because Kyle was crawling for his life when he received the next 5 rounds. But so that's the first prong. Even if you get there, you do get to evaluate this objectively to determine whether it's reasonable. And to dismiss it simply because he was tired is not the law. If he was tired, he should have used extra caution and care with a firearm and the actual use of deadly force. Being fatigued is not an immunity card. It doesn't dispense with objective notions of reasonableness. We literally heard from Jason Levesque up on the stand that, you know what, I don't even know what self-defense is. You lawyers getting tricky on me with this defense notion, self-defense. I didn't know what it was, therefore I couldn't have been contriving it. Here's a guy who explained that he carries a weapon because of a prior incident with some machete. Of course he knows what self-defense is. He literally explained that's why he carried. And yet we're supposed to believe he's too confused, too ill-informed, too tired to reasonably weigh out self-defense. He knew self-defense, and that's why he lied. He knew self-defense, that's why he carried and was supposed to carry responsibly. Look, ladies and gentlemen, I want to sort of address and end on this issue, another concept that we heard in opening statements. At one point, Attorney Sisti said, basically, this is the theory of the case. Kyle Violette got what he deserved. You know, first of all, to assess that, you got to take a look again at what Kyle got. And it's in these pictures. This is what Kyle got. And it was all from words. Grossly inappropriate words, but words nonetheless, not married to, not advanced by actual threats. And it is, you know, at this point that we invoke justice. That, I told you at the outset, it sounds kind of corny, and if I said this around my Thanksgiving table, I'd be asked to leave, but embedded in our civic duty, our civic culture, justice is sacred. The process of achieving justice is embedded, provided for in our Constitution, a process of determining justice. And it doesn't require that you abandon, as you've been invited to, scrutiny of Jason's actions, that the frame-by-frame viewing of whether he stopped or not is unfair. Because that's exactly what we do. We don't, you know, get shamed away from judging these kinds of actions. What we do to achieve justice is, in fact, invoke this process. The prosecution has a burden to come in and present evidence to a group of citizens, jurors, who take an oath. This process makes our system of achieving justice probably the best in the world. Not perfect, but probably the best in the world. You evaluate that evidence in light of our burden, but using your individual and collective common sense and apply the law. You do that in this case. The path to justice is, in fact, guilty verdicts on both indictments. I ask you to endeavor on that path. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we've now reached the 12 o'clock hour. It's been a long stretch of sitting. So I'm going to take this opportunity for the lunch break. We will take the 1 hour lunch break. We're going to come back here. At that time, I will instruct you on the law. That takes a little bit of time. It takes about 20 minutes or so for you to do that. And once I've done instructing you on the law, then we will have the opportunity to deliberate on the case. So you're not free to deliberate yet, but you are free to go have your lunch. So we'll be back here. Oh, one second.
Yeah, this time one question.
Sorry.
So, my idea is it's on now online.
And I'll charge you, and then you can begin deliberating. All right? So you can't deliberate yet. I apologize for that, but that's where we are. All right? Thank you. Can the jury be removed, please? All right. See you back here.
Okay, so my idea is because jury instructions are the part that everyone finds it a little bit boring and it drags on and everything. So what we can do is I have the jury instructions on my phone anyway, and as soon as they finish, I can put the timer on, so we can keep track of that. But we can jump now to the Nichole case and watch that one, and then just come back when the verdict will come, and then we're not that far behind on the North Dakota case. What do you guys think? Because jury instructions is always the same thing. We've listened to it time again. I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna jump on to the Nichole case, and then we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. So we're gonna jump now to day 3 of the Nichole Rice case. Oh, I forgot that I had removed it. There you go. I forgot I had to remove that. So we're gonna jump on the Nichole case because I mean jury instructions are a little bit boring always, and we listen it time to time and time again, so it's not like we're gonna miss anything, and I can just start the clock whenever I need to start the clock. So yeah, awesome. So let's get started. I'm just putting the where the feed started for the day, because we can jump. There you go. There you go. My brain today. So let me just put 1.25 since a good speed. Let's add that. We've got the counter, and here we go.
Closer, please. Mr. Thomas. Thank you. That's you. You may proceed. Make sure the mic's aimed.
Honor.
All right. Mr. Nelson, call your next witness.
State calls Jordan Thompson.
Officer Thompson, if you'll come up here, please. We're going to have you swear an oath. And then we'll have you come over there, please. Once you're situated, just make sure the mic's aimed at your chin and the light is on. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Jordan Thompson.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm a parole and probation officer with the North Dakota Department of Corrections.
And were you working with the for the Minot Police Department in June of 2007?
Yes.
What was your time frame for employment with the Minot Police Department?
1997 to 2009.
Okay. And were you a licensed peace officer, state of North Dakota at that time?
Yes.
Are you still today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you run down your training and experience for us, please?
Went to Minot State University, got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I went through the police academy in Devils Lake. I worked a couple years at the Williston PD, 11 years at the Minot PD, and 16 years with the Department of Corrections.
Can you pull it just a little closer, please?
Now, in June of 2007, what was your role with the Minot Police Department?
I was a sergeant in the detective division.
Okay, so investigations?
Yes.
Okay. As part of that, were you involved in this case?
To a degree, yes.
What was your involvement in this case?
I went to the scene with Detective Goodman, and we were examining the window. When the crime scene was originally found, I was on vacation at that time, so I wasn't involved with all the initial investigating.
So your involvement was pretty much limited to just that one moment at the window?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if there was video taken of that moment at the window?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I've handed you a disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Does that disc have your initials on it?
Yes.
Have you previously watched that or reviewed that disc?
Yes.
That disc, is that a copy of the video of the reenactment at the window?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of that reenactment?
Yes.
The state moves to introduce this into evidence, Your Honor. What's the exhibit number?
14.
Exhibit 14, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand,
No objection.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 14 is received without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And do you see a screen in front of you with like a home page with a tent on it?
Yes.
Just making sure you're seeing the same thing.
Mr. Sergeant, can you make sure it's on that screen too, please? All right. Thank you very much.
Now, before we go any further with this video, who are the two people that you see right there?
Myself and Detective David Goodman.
And which is which?
I'm on the right. Detective Goodman's on the left in the plaid polo shirt.
Mr. Nelson, is there any sound on this?
There should be, Your Honor.
Start it over.
Sure.
Please. Thank you, Colette.
And just to see if it comes through here, I'm just going to place the microphone next to it. Okay.
We're assuming that you're assuming that that would be cut from somebody coming out to be ripping it. Now looking at this, I don't know if that would be possible. This isn't as tight as what you think. The video, I mean, somebody came out on the leg, broke down there, and they ripped it. So now you've got this much material to get to. Can't get in there without ripping the screen. What do you think? Isn't that less muscular than you do?
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's a pretty good guy.
Just rip it. We're gonna.
Yeah, I bet you that rip was
Somebody leaving and maybe you've got that in there. So now try coming out and maybe drag this leg or whatever over to see if the rip's there. Is this the same style screen? I don't think that would rip. I think it'd be.
Well, I was trying to get through without touching things as much as I could.
And the screen was out. Yeah, but even him,
That was not easy getting in or out. Yeah.
I mean,
You know, it wasn't like
it was still in the window, but the frame was pushed out. Okay, so the frame was pushed out. So with that cut though, I mean, I'm almost thinking that had to have been cut.
it's perfectly straight.
Yeah, because I mean,
I heard it rip when it's going in. And it's uneven at the very end, which is where it tore my in.
right, and same thing, if you're coming out and your leg drags here, look at the pressure it's putting on the end of the screen. It's gonna rip there. It's not gonna rip here. See any stress on this part of the screen in the pictures?
It looks like in this spot on the picture, there's a slight, possibly a slight tear that's not straight, but it's about right here, where it's perfectly straight almost to the bottom.
Was the bed right under that window? I wonder if that one stab was like maybe during the occupation.
All the way down here.
No, I never touched the window.
No, we just took the screen out.
This, we got here, this window was open. If you're a shorter person going out that window, my legs are long, so a shorter person's gonna do more damage. Ripping it, Because they're gonna have to put full pressure on it. Oh, somebody, it was not easy for me to get out of there without carrying the screen and working at it and not touch it. And anyone that wasn't tall would easily rip that. Been a lightweight person. When you just, yeah, you're gonna rip it, it's gonna go. Well, you want to see how easy it is for you to come to it?
Try to call it.
Sure.
I was gonna say, it's lower, right? Nothing is well on it.
Comfortable doing that or not? Okay. Now that would definitely rip if you had. Sure, if you think you can without getting hurt. It's tough for getting out. Of course, as she says.
Well, it's always already.
I was trying not to rip the screen when I did it. Yeah. I think that was good. It would have been very tough to cut that into.
Was that Marty's voice that we heard when talking about how the screen was when he saw it?
I believe so.
And just so we're all clear here, that's not the same screen that was taken into evidence, was it?
It's a different screen.
Okay. Where were you stepping when you went in and out of that room?
I believe I was at the base of the bed.
Okay. Now, watching the two of you go in and out, or the three of you, I should say, as agile as I would say that you were doing that completely sober. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. The third person to go in and out, who was that individual?
Evelyn Jones.
And approximately how tall is she?
About 5'4".
And when you were watching yourself come out of there, did you come out clean or did you kind of have to hop? What did you do?
I was making every effort to see if I could get in and out of the window without disturbing it, which was not easy, and I caught on the bottom of the screen.
When you came out of there, do you recall if you created footprints in the dirt?
I don't recall.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sands, any
Thank-
cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Is it Officer Thompson?
That works.
I know it's been a long time with everybody. Everybody's got different titles now. But... So it's true you said you were on vacation when the original call came out on that Monday, right?
Yes.
So you didn't respond to the scene?
Correct.
Okay. When did you make this video?
I believe it was approximately week and a half after the crime scene was found.
And it's true you don't have any background in scene recreation or forensics. Did you take training for that?
I've been to some schools, crime scene investigation with different things.
Anything specific to crime scene recreation?
Not that I recall.
Now, at 7:30, isn't it true that you said anyone that wasn't tall would rip that?
Yes.
I just want to read it. It's true you weren't at the scene when the original investigation was done in the days following the day it happened and the next day when the scene was being processed.
Correct. I was not there.
Okay. Now, obviously you weren't here for other testimony earlier, but so you never saw the screen in the window.
The original?
Yeah.
Correct. I did not see that.
And that's not the original screen. That's a separate screen, right?
Correct.
Where did you guys get that screen?
I believe the management had replaced it, and then Detective Goodman got permission to cut it for what we did with the video.
How many times did you and Detective Goodman, and let me ask you this first, I apologize. Who is the woman in the video?
Evelyn Jones, she was a secretary in our office.
How many times between the three of you did you go in and out of that window, that screen cut there?
I believe Detective Goodman went in and out twice. I went in and out once, and Evelyn Jones went in and out once.
Okay. So a number of times.
Yes.
That's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one question. Mr. Thompson, approximately how tall are you?
6'4".
And Sergeant Goodman was roughly the same height as you?
He's a little taller, about 6'5".
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
I just want to reiterate, you said anyone that wasn't tall would rip that at 7:30, correct?
Correct.
That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, is the officer here by subpoena?
He is, Your Honor. He can be released.
Mr. Sand, do you also have him here by subpoena?
I don't, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't think so. No, we don't.
If you please. Thank you very much. Do you have another witness today, Mr. Nelson?
I do, Your Honor. Just give me one moment here to get this for the evidence here. State calls Bob Barnard.
Officer Brown, if you'll come up here, please, she'll swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Over here, please, then, officer. Thank you. Once you're situated, just make sure the mic is aimed at your chin and that the little light is on, please. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Robert Barnard,
And spell your last name?
Barnard.
And are you retired now?
I am.
Okay. Before you retired, what was your career?
Just before, I was a Ward County Sheriff.
Okay. So your career was in law enforcement.
That's correct.
Could you give us a rundown of your experience in law enforcement?
I have to go back a long ways. I started in the military. I went to Minot in 1976 and 1979. I started at the Minot Police Department. I was on patrol for about 6 years, and then in narcotics as a dog handler for about 4. I spent the rest of my 31 years in criminal investigations as a detective. I was done there in November of 2010. January 1 of 2011, I started at the Ward County Sheriff's Department. The last about 2 years of the 8 years there, I was acting sheriff, and then after that I retired. So in 2019, I retired.
Okay. In June of 2007, you were with the Minot Police Department?
I was.
And just so we're all clear, what was your role at the time with the Minot Police Department?
Detective investigator.
Okay. Just for clarity's sake, we'll be referring to you as Detective Barnard in this. I know that your last position was sheriff, but we'll call you detective. Is that all right with you?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Were you called on the 4th of June of 2007 regarding this incident?
I responded to this incident.
Okay. Tell us about that.
I recall that I was out in a car, City of Minot car. I was working as an investigator in the evening, and I heard a call come over the radio of an unattended death. Ambulance and fire had responded along with some patrolmen, and I don't remember how far away I was from the call. I think I was a little ways away, but I knew that they would need an investigator there because we sent an investigator to every unattended death call, so I started to head that way.
Okay. What happened next?
I arrived on the scene, and I remember seeing a couple of patrolmen there. Chuck LeBoy was the one that I remember talking to primarily. I think Shane Haug was there, and another patrolman who was in training, as I recall. I don't know his name. And he apprised me of the fact that ambulance and rescue had been there and left, and that in the apartment they found a young female who was deceased in a bed, and they felt that it was suspicious.
And what happened next?
He told me that there was a group of people over to, we were standing in a grass area between buildings. I'm trying to visualize this. To my left, and it was described to me that it was the victim's father, Gordon Knudsen, and some friends of his that he'd come from Butte with to check on his daughter, who was deceased. And I think Marty Annell was standing there, who was described to me as a maintenance man who'd found some property from the apartment outside or something.
And what happened next?
I learned that, I think Chuck LeBoy told me that this deceased individual had a roommate, the defendant, and that they lived together in that apartment. And I believe from dispatch records, we found her name, or someone knew her name. I believe maybe Gordon had told the patrol officer what her name was.
Would that be Nichole Rice?
That's
or
correct.
Nicole Thomas at the time?
Nicole Thomas is how I knew her at the time. Yes,
Please
Nicole
continue.
Thomas. And that she worked just a few blocks away from where we were standing. And I said we need to get a hold of her and get her over here as quick as we can so that we can start the process of finding out what's going on here. I remember that the patrolman took me over to an area, an opening in the sort of an enclave in the building where you could look inside the window. And I stayed back from the window a little bit because I was thinking about footprints in the dirt or whatever might be there. I didn't want to disturb anything. And he said the deceased is there. And I remember I couldn't see her. I didn't realize what I was looking at was the victim. And I said, where, Chuck? And he said, right there. And I said, where? And then I moved to the left, and I remember then I could see her hair and could see that there was, it looked like a bundle of clothing and stuff at the end of the bed, but I could see that the victim was there.
So that's where you found, or you and other officers found the victim, Anita Knudsen.
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'm just going to back up a moment. You said that it was, you wanted to get the defendant to the scene. Why is that?
Because other than her father, who appeared to be very upset, she was going to be my source of information. I was anxious to see her and talk to her and say, what's going on here? Who's been here? What's going on? I assumed that she'd have more knowledge than anybody.
Because she was the roommate?
Because she was a roommate, yes.
Okay.
And I believe by then I knew that they had been friends or were friends.
Okay.
The victim and the defendant, Nichole.
So who reached out to try to get Nichole to the scene?
Dispatch. I told dispatch to call the place. I think it was called E-Telecare. It was a call center. And I said, get a hold of the supervisor. Tell him that, tell him to tell her there's been an emergency at her apartment and the police need her there right away, and ask them to release her from work.
Did she come immediately?
No, a little bit of time went by, and I thought, and dispatch didn't call me back. And I thought, what's going on here? So I called dispatch. I believe this was on the radio. Said, were you able to deliver the message? And they said, yes. They said that they would give her the message. A little more time went by, and I will admit that I was anxious to talk to her, but I think 10, 15 minutes went by again. And I thought, why isn't this, I thought of her as a girl. I thought, why isn't this girl here? What's going on? So I asked dispatch for the number, and I used my cell phone, and I called the business place. I asked for a supervisor, and I said, this is Detective Barnett from the Minot Police Department. We called about releasing someone. We need her. And he, I believe it was a male, interrupted me and said, we gave her the message.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor. Sustained.
I was of the understanding that she'd been released and had left.
Approximately how far from the scene of the murder was the defendant's employment?
As the crow flies, I think about 3 blocks. As you drive, I think about 6.
So 6 blocks, that takes just a minute or two to drive?
A few minutes, yeah.
Okay. Did the defendant come to the scene after the second phone call?
She did.
Okay. And what happened then?
I knew what kind of car she was going to be driving. I believe dispatch told me, I think it was a red Pontiac Grand Prix or Grand Am. And I saw her pull up, and I saw a younger girl get out, and I assumed that that was the defendant, Nichole Thomas. And I was standing there, and she must have obviously known who I was. I had a badge and a gun on. She walked over to me, and I said, are you Nichole? And she said, yes. Best of my recollection, my exact words were, I'm sorry to tell you that your roommate's deceased, and she's been killed. I used the word she's been killed.
How did the defendant react to that?
She didn't. She was flat. Just no real reaction at all. I didn't know what to expect. I thought, I've done this many times throughout my career. You get different reactions from different people, but she just was kind of flat.
Was that reaction unusual compared to the other times that you've relayed the death of someone?
It was unusual, and I remember thinking, what's going on here? Why doesn't she seem concerned about this?
Did the defendant ask any of the kind of what I would call the newspaper reporter questions, the who, the what, the where, the why, the how?
No, she didn't ask me anything about that, and that I found that very odd as well.
Why did you find that odd?
You know, my experience, if the cops call you up and say, I need to talk to you, for instance, the first question out of somebody's mouth is, why? What do you want to talk to me about? What's this about? What's going on? And the same thing if you notify somebody. I've, excuse me, walked up to doors in the middle of the night and told parents that their son was killed in a car accident, and they say, oh my God, where? Who was he with? What was he driving? Where was this? They always have questions. She had no questions about any of this.
Is that pretty much the only time in your career that that was the reaction you got?
That's the only time I recall, yeah.
Okay.
A reaction like that.
What happened next?
I think I took her at some point to a crime van that was there. I mean, other investigators were arriving, Strandberg, Sunbakken, maybe Murphy, I don't recall. Somebody brought a crime van that we had, which had some seats in it so you could sit in there and interview people or talk with people. I took her into that, and I talked to her for a little bit. I think I got a short statement from her. And then I asked her to meet me at the police department so we could talk more, and she agreed to do that. And I think at the same time, I asked the patrolman to talk to the victim's father and anybody that was there and asked them if they could come down so we could start the interview process.
So you interviewed her in the police van at the scene, and then a second interview at the police department?
As I recall, yeah.
Okay. Were those interviews transcribed?
I believe they were, yes. Yeah, they were recorded.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Detective, I've handed you two documents. Do you recognize these documents?
I do.
Are these the transcripts of the interviews that took place between you and the defendant?
Yes, they are. One's indicated it's in the crime van and the other one at the Minot Police Department.
And were those both done on the 4th of June of 2007?
They were. One at 18:11 hours and one at 22:27 hours.
Have you previously reviewed these transcripts?
I did very briefly. I wasn't provided a copy of them.
If you could take a look at those and tell us if they are true and accurate copies of those transcripts.
What are the exhibit numbers, please?
I believe it's 16 and 17, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please keep in mind it's been 17 years, but these appear to me to be accurate, correct?
So those are true and accurate
As I
copies?
recall them, yes.
State moves to enter exhibit 16 and 17 into evidence.
Mr. Sand.
We're going to object to their admission, Your Honor. Detective Barnard's here, and the best evidence is his testimony. He said he's reviewed these and the conversations he's had, so we're going to ask that they not be allowed into evidence.
Exhibit 16 and 17 will be received over your objections.
What happened next in the investigation?
Myself and investigators put on gloves and made entry to the apartment and viewed the deceased body and the general appearance of the apartment. I recall that at some point in time, I think from the crime van, we retrieved a large white paper roll that we kept. That was placed on the floor by the bed, and we removed the body. I think myself and Strandberg actually removed the body and placed it on that paper before it was placed into a black body bag. And at that time, I could see injuries to the victim that appeared to me to be stab wounds. And then later the knife was discovered in the bedding.
Now, you said a moment ago appeared to be stab wounds. Is that consistent with other times that you've seen stabbings in your career?
Yes.
Okay. Was it clear that that was what the cause of death was to you?
Well, I'm not a medical examiner, but it was my assumption. Yes, it was a reasonable assumption that these upper body knife wounds were the cause of her death.
What happened next in the investigation?
I think I left the scene, and the rest of the investigators continued to process the scene and collect evidence, take pictures, do all that stuff. And I went to the police department and started interviewing.
And you interviewed the defendant at the police department?
That's correct.
Did you interview other individuals at the police department?
I've interviewed a lot of people at the police department. I don't know who else I did on that specific date.
Okay. What was the next thing that happened in the investigation that you were a part of?
Well, I'm trying to think of the chronological order. Of course, we all met and talked about what was going on, and I remember sharing with the other investigators the what I felt was odd reaction from Nichole, the defendant, about this event. And they talked about retrieving other evidence. I believe a curtain rod, window screen from the maintenance man. We talked about the scene and taking footprints or trying to get prints by the window. We talked about the fact that the door was locked when the father got there, who would have keys to the door. And then we made it, I believe the next day, we asked the defendant, Nichole, to come with us and go through the apartment and look for anything that was out of place, things missing, furniture knocked over, whatever would be out of place, because we assumed that she'd be familiar with the contents of the apartment. And as we talked, I said, watch her, guys, I think is what I said. Let's see what her reaction is when she gets in the apartment. I'm curious to see how she's going to react to this.
And how did she react?
She was cooperative. She went in with us and she looked around, couldn't find anything. I kept watching her to see if she was going to look in the room. The room was right there and the door was open. The bed was right there. Of course, everything had been removed from the bed, the bedding and the body and everything, of course, was gone. She never looked. I felt as though she wasn't avoiding it, but she never looked, never asked a question about it, nothing. She did lock in on the fact that I think there was like an end table or a small table there. She had some kind of electronic device, nano or something, I don't remember what it was, that was missing. She said they took my nano or whatever it was.
Would that have been an iPod Nano?
It could have been an iPad. iPod.
iPod.
Okay, iPod. Okay. I assumed it was some type of device with music on it, and I probably knew the name at the time, but I don't know. And she just kind of fixated on that. She was all of a sudden she was animated. And she was animated about this listening device. And I thought, this is what excites you here? This is what you're concerned about? But she said they stole it. Other than that, she was cooperative and said that everything in the apartment appeared to be just as it was when she last saw it.
So the possibility of losing an iPod got her excited, but not the death of her roommate.
Well, that's the way it appeared to me.
Okay. Now, on the 4th of June, so we're going to go back a day, was there a video taken of the apartment?
Yes.
And were you part in that video?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that video?
No. Well, I have seen it, but not recently.
Okay. Did you just watch this video 2 nights ago?
I saw a portion of it, yes.
Okay. And was that the video that you saw 2 nights ago, the video that was taken that day?
Yes. I
You're
didn't
in-
see it from beginning to end, but
Okay.
I saw the majority of it, yes.
You're in that video?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective Bernard, I've handed you a disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
It does. It's Exhibit 15, and it has my initials on it.
Is that the disc that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of the video that was taken that day?
Appears to be, to me, yes.
Okay. The state moves to introduce Exhibit 15 to end evidence.
Mr. Sand,
No objection, Your Honor.
claims Exhibit 15 is received without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may. Is it all possible, try and get that microphone as close as you can?
Yep, that was my game plan, Your Honor. As soon as I... That's about as close as I can get it. I'm just going to pause the video right there. Detective Bernard, what are we looking at right there?
You're looking at what I would describe as like a Tupperware container with some water in it in the bathroom sink.
Okay, and that was it was a bedroom, 1 bathroom apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is the only bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And whose bedroom are we looking at right now?
I believe I'm not sure. Okay, I'm just going to pause. Was this Anita's room? That's correct.
And is that Anita that we see on the bed?
Yes.
So because this is Anita's room, can we assume the other room was the defendant's
We
bedroom?
can assume that.
Okay. Now, as we're watching this video, this is before any evidence was collected, anything was disturbed by law enforcement. Is that
That's
accurate?
correct.
Okay. So nothing had been moved at this point.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Is this portion the outside of the apartment?
It is the window, you just depicted the window of the apartment, the bedroom, Nita's bedroom.
Sorry for kind of jumping backwards there. We were talking about the 5th at this point. I went backwards. What happened next in the investigation?
We continued to interview people and talk to a lot of different people. By this time, obviously, the media had news of this incident, so we started collecting tips and leads in the process of taking all the evidence that had been returned or reclaimed to the state laboratory and collecting DNA evidence from people, et cetera.
Now, you mentioned the media. Was there a fair amount of media interest in this case?
Local media, yeah.
Is it fair to say that there's a fair amount of interest from local media anytime there's a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. When the media was reaching out regarding the death of Anita Knudsen, were the full details of the case given to the media?
No, never.
Why is that?
Because you always want to hold back. You don't want to, how do I say, spoil the crowd. I don't want to, if you're someone that I want to talk to that could have information about it, I don't want you to hear about it on the media before you come talk to me. I want your personal knowledge uncorrupted, so to speak, by the media. So you always keep details back that only you would know if you were there, for instance, had you been there.
So, for example, if we were talking about a hit and run and it was a blue sedan, you might not say that it was the color of the vehicle.
In the case of a hit and run, you would, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would keep that information back.
I acknowledge that was a terrible example for that, but
that's fine.
Okay. Please continue what happened with the investigation.
We continued to do that. Nichole, the defendant, was asked to come back several times, I think, to be interviewed, make contact with her. I continued to talk to more and more and more people, follow up on tips and leads. Karen Lear is Anita Knudsen's aunt. She contacted me. I kept in touch with the family. We talked a lot. And as you can imagine, this was a huge deal. We talked about it every day in the office for years.
As part of the investigation, did you speak with Kevin Thomas?
I did.
And who was Kevin Thomas?
He would be Nichole Thomas's father.
And what was the purpose of talking to Kevin Thomas?
To see what he knew about the situation and to try to nail down when Nichole was at the apartment and when she wasn't.
And did Kevin Thomas provide you with a statement?
He did.
Okay. What was that statement about?
He gave it to me at the police department. As I recall, he came down, he brought his daughter because we were talking to her, the defendant, Nichole, at the same time. Somebody else talked to her. I didn't at that time. And I think I asked him about the situation in general and dates and times when he thought his daughter was at the apartment and when he thought she wasn't there.
Okay. And what was the impression that you got from Mr. Thomas?
I think, I don't know the man. I think he was trying to be as honest with me as he could, but still protective of his daughter, obviously.
Did you learn anything about his position regarding whether or not he would have known if Nichole had left the farm?
Well, it struck me that he said that she was at home.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor. Sustained.
The question was about learning, Your Honor, and yesterday it was established pretty well that if a person learns something, that's not hearsay.
That's not the way you asked the question. That's not the way you started to answer it. So you can rephrase your question, but the objection is sustained.
Did you learn anything regarding Anita's, or not Anita, excuse me, if Mr. Thomas, and this is Kevin Thomas I'm talking about, would have known about the defendant leaving the farm?
Yes.
And that was learned from Kevin Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Thomas adamant when he...
Objection, he's testifying, Your Honor. Sustained.
That's impression, Your Honor.
Not yours, though, Mr. Nelson. So sustained.
I'll move along. What was the next part of the investigation?
Continue to interview people, continue to get tips and leads and follow up on them. Continue to contact the lab and talk about fingerprints and DNA evidence and hair and things of that nature.
Now, you left the Minot Police Department approximately December of 2010.
November of 2010.
November of 2010. Then January of 2011, that's when you went to the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay. So between June of '07 and November of 2010, were you the primary detective on this case?
I guess so. We all worked on it, but I was the first one on the scene, so I was sort of primary.
Okay. And during that time, were you able to figure out who potential suspects might be?
Yes.
Okay. And who were some of those potential suspects?
Well, I don't know that I call them suspects. We had people of interest.
People of interest. Let's say it that way.
Yeah, people of interest. Devin Hall was a person of interest. It's not unusual in a case like this, especially one that goes on and on, that everybody kind of comes out of the woodwork. People call, they want to help, they want to insert themselves into the case. Some people do. So we had several people like that. There was a custodian from the college that came forward and said that Anita had told him in passing that she loved him. Obviously, he needed to be investigated. People like that, things like that.
Now, all these people that were looked at, did any of them rise to the level of being not just a person of interest, but a suspect?
No.
Why is that?
It just didn't pan out. For instance, the gentleman I talked about from the university, he didn't know where she lived. He couldn't even really describe her to me. He just told me this, and then we later learned that he had a little bit of a learning disability. I interviewed his ex-wife, who said he was never violent, and she wasn't surprised that he was trying to draw some attention to himself. I talked to his boss, who said the same thing. Yeah, he's a custodian here, and I can see where he'd like you to pay attention to him. And then he just never rose to the level of being anyone of any greater suspicion.
Was Nichole Rice or Nichole Thomas at the time ever ruled out as a suspect?
No.
And why is that?
Because she was always in the picture. We always had doubts. I was always surprised by her reaction. And then later, during statements, they were a little bit inconsistent on dates and times, where she was, when she was there, etc.
Now, we talked a moment ago about the holdbacks from the media, that we don't tell everything, and you corrected me about a hit and run potentially. Was that also done with potential suspects?
Yeah, I don't remember releasing anything about any potential suspects. The only, if you want me to describe it, there's only one incident in the case that I remember where we put something like that out.
Now, the question I'm asking, or trying to ask here is, was any of that, the specific sort of details of the case, ever given to the defendant, Nichole Thomas Rice?
No.
Okay. So she would never have known the specific details of the murder?
No. Not from me. Not from the investigators.
Now, looking back at that video that we all saw, in the bathroom sink, you described it as a Tupperware full of water. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. What happened with that Tupperware full of water?
I believe it was the water was collected by one of the investigators and kept for testing.
Okay. So and that would have been done when everything else was being processed, when Anita was put on the white paper and all that?
Correct.
Okay. So when Nichole was brought to the apartment, that Tupperware full of water would not have been?
It was gone.
Okay. Now, were you on scene when Anita's body was removed from the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. How was that body removed?
The ambulance responded. I mean, the ambulance was there initially, obviously, but then typically we'd call them back later after we were done with the crime scene to transport the body to the morgue. And the body was placed into a black typical body bag and put onto a gurney and taken out to an ambulance.
Now,
sealed. The bag would have been sealed.
So zipped up? Like
Zipped
we
up.
see in the movies?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Now, in your career in law enforcement, I would imagine you've seen these bags on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Okay. Are they see-through?
No, they're black. Heavy black plastic.
Heavy black plastic, so you can't see what's inside.
I've never seen one that you could see inside of. No.
When the body was removed, would it have been zipped up?
Oh yes, absolutely. Zipped and sealed in the room before we removed it.
So would have there been any opportunity for the defendant to see the body of Anita other than just knowing that it was in the body bag?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination,
Your
sir?
Honor. Thank you. Thanks for being here, Detective. So it's true that you weren't working for the police department when these charges were brought, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to go over a couple of things regarding your testimony. You had referred to curtain rods and property outside the apartment. That was the curtain rods and the curtains and curtain rod that had been strewn outside the window and then thrown back in, correct?
I am of the understanding that the curtain rod and curtain were outside of the window, and when the maintenance man found that, I was present when he told me or one of the officers that he threw that back in the room.
Okay. And that's Marty.
I didn't see it outside
No,
of
no,
the room, but I was of the understanding it had been outside.
And the maintenance man was Marty and Nell,
That's correct.
Now, when the state was talking to you, you guys were referring to something that happened 2 nights ago. Did you guys meet 2 nights ago?
We did.
Okay, to just go over everything?
Not everything, no.
What'd you go over?
Exhibits that were to be entered.
Okay. So you had some time to kind of catch up on what was going to be presented today?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall doing press releases from the Minot Police Department in 2007 and 2008?
I recall, I don't remember what was on them, but I remember releasing information, sure.
Isn't it true that you did a press release in August of 2007? Sent to the, well, I'll call it a press release, Mid-State Organized Crime Information Center. And your conclusion in that press release is that the murder weapon was recovered at the scene. And isn't it true that you were looking for a Native American male in his early 20s, approximately 6 feet tall?
Well, that wasn't a press release, I don't believe.
What was that?
Well, MOCIC, Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center, is a conglomeration of information packet for law enforcement agencies. So you would share the information of a crime that you had with them in hopes that they would disseminate it to agents, law enforcement agencies that might have similar information and be able to contact you and say, hey, we had the same thing happen in our town or something.
But you didn't send them something looking for a 5'5" blonde girl. You sent them something looking for a 6-foot Native American man in his early 20s.
That's correct. That's somebody we were trying to locate at that time. You're correct.
Right. Okay. And that the murder weapon was recovered at the scene.
Right.
Okay. On October 7th, did you do a news release?
I'd have to see it. I don't remember.
I'll let you take a look. Thank you, Detective.
Yep, this appears to be from me, and it is dated October 7th, 2008.
Could you take a look at the contents?
Yes, I recall that.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
In the press release, it's true that you're looking for a 200-pound male, 6'3" to 6'4".
Someone who was described to us like that, yes.
Okay. Running from the area of the homicide.
Correct.
Okay. How tall do you think Nichole is?
I don't know. 5'6". I don't know.
Female?
Female, obviously.
Not 6'3", 6'4"?
No.
Not obviously Native American?
No.
Okay. In fact, in this news release, it's true that you had a local artist do a rendering.
Yeah, I called the university art department because we didn't have an artist available, and they sent me an art student.
Okay. Did that rendering look like Nichole Rice?
No, not at all.
Or did it look like a Native American, 6'3", 200-pound man?
He looked like a 200-pound man. I don't know if he looked Native American to me, but he looked like a 200-pound man.
I've read through a lot of evidence in this case, reports, things created by law enforcement. I've gone through all of it. My whole office has, because this case is important to us.
Is there a question here, Your Honor?
I'm just about to hit it.
Mr. Nelson, it's his cross-examination.
Isn't it true that you concluded that easy access could be made through the bedroom by cutting the screen and going in?
I wouldn't say easy access.
You wouldn't?
No.
If I showed you a report, might that help you a little bit?
I'll review it.
Thank you, sir. I'll show you right where it is. Start on the word easy there.
That is what it says.
I'm just asking to refresh your recollection. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I know it's been a long time, but if you could think as hard as you could, I'd really appreciate it because it's important, sir. Now, did you also conclude, it's true you concluded, that you speculated that someone exiting through that window had caught the curtain and the curtain rod?
That was my most reasonable assumption at the time, yes.
Okay. On their way out of the window.
It would seem to me that most reasonable conclusion an average person could reach, knowing what I knew at the time, that if they exited through the window, it was inside out.
And I'm just confused because you're telling me that Devin Hall was never a suspect in the case, but you're doing press releases, you're sending letters to or crime agencies looking for this kind of person. Isn't that true?
That's correct. Two different individuals.
Now, isn't it true that during the course of your investigation, you discovered that there was a Native American male, late teens, early 20s, 200 pounds, 6'2", running in a white t-shirt and shorts?
Did we discovered that person? No,
No, did you conclude, did you discover that in your investigation?
a woman came to us.
What was that woman's name?
I don't recall. She was with her child. She told us, and I have not read the report, so I'm best of my recollection. She was entering an apartment building to the north of the crime scene and saw a man, the description that you gave, about 200 pounds, could have been Native American male, running in a northerly direction. She felt that was concerning because he seemed to be running very hard. So we had the drawing done from her description. We made the decision to disseminate that to the public in hopes that we would get a tip or a lead. And a gentleman came forward and said, I think I'm that guy because I was running there at that time, and I believe she probably saw me. He, in my opinion.
I'm going to stop you there, sir. So you continued to send these out because we're talking about a press release that I just showed you from 2008, October 7th of 2008. How long after the murder was that?
I'm sorry?
October 7th, 2008, the news release we went.
Well, from June of 2007 to
over a year.
October 8, yeah.
You're still sending press releases out looking for this Native American.
Yeah, I don't know when that information came to us. It seemed like it was later, but I don't recall.
Over a year and a half later?
I don't know.
So the guy came in and said, that's me?
No, I don't recall when the woman came forward and gave us the information and description
Well,
of the
we'll
male
get
she
to
saw
that. I
running.
appreciate that. You recall in the course of your investigation that you found out that there was dirt or possibly blood on that person's clothes?
No. She described a stain on his shirt.
I'd have to show you again the report here, sir. I'll have you look. That's the first paragraph. I can start here. Just kind of get you'll know when you're there.
That's her description, yep. I can read it if you wish.
It's okay. So that's correct?
She described it as a stain on his t-shirt, possibly blood or dirt.
Thank you. You know what Devin Hall is?
Yes.
In fact, he's referenced quite a bit in your report, isn't he?
That's correct.
How did you end up interacting with Devin Hall?
John Klug from the police department called me and said, Bob, you should know the last night patrol dealt with a Native American kid on Sioux Street. He had entered an apartment and was, I think, hiding in a closet in near a girl's room or in a girl's room, and was, I think, chased by the father and maybe a neighbor and eventually captured.
And it's true he had a knife on him, right?
He had apparently taken a knife from the kitchen, had it in his pocket, back pocket, I believe.
He had a knife on him, right?
Right. That he'd taken from the apartment.
Sure. How long after Anita's murder was this?
I don't recall.
A couple of days.
Was it a couple? Yes, I believe it was.
Okay.
Just a couple days.
Did you discuss what happened with him?
Yes.
Did you interview him?
Yes.
Now, it's true you met with the FBI on this case as well, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
It's true that you met with the FBI in this case, isn't it?
We talked with him, yes.
Yeah.
Well, there was an FBI agent that helped us, yes.
You, Strandberg, and Dale Meixner. It's true that in your conversations, the conclusions that you guys met was that this was Devin Hall that did this.
No.
That's what the FBI concluded in the conversation.
It was the FBI's opinion, yes.
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Right.
Devin Hall did it. Not a suspect, though, right?
No, they said that he was a suspect. I don't know that they said he was responsible
You
for
said
the
he
crime.
wasn't a suspect.
Right.
Do you know where Devin Hall's from?
He was from Montana. Was it? I don't know where he's from originally.
I think Fort Peck Reservation.
Yeah, I think it was Poplar.
Now, when the state was asking you questions, you talked about a variety of suspects that you kind of put in the same category, isn't that right?
People of interest, yeah.
One was a custodian with a learning disability, as you described it, who said that Anita said she loved him, right?
He told us that.
Yeah. And you said that guy's name along with Devin Hall. You said custodian, Devin Hall, correct?
I believe I did, yeah.
Okay. Did you have as much evidence regarding this custodian as you did with Devin Hall?
No.
FBI telling you he did it?
Well, the FBI didn't.
Okay.
The FBI didn't tell us he did it. But you're correct. No, we did not have as much evidence as we did with.
Because I'm just concerned that they're getting lumped into the same category. Is that a fair concern of mine?
Sure. If I were the defense attorney, I would be concerned about that.
I appreciate that. I'm going to go back to one of my earlier questions. These charges weren't brought while you were at the PD's office, were they?
I did not charge the defendant, no.
But you're here today in your retirement, correct?
That's correct.
You've been brought back here.
Subpoenaed by you and the prosecutor.
That's true. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with all the work that you did, Detective Goodman did, I believe it's Detective Strandberg, trying to keep everybody straight, no charges were brought.
Not up until the point I left the police department, no.
No charges were brought against Nichole.
No.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Just going to go back over a few things. That runner from the scene, that person was identified?
Yes.
How was that person identified again?
He came in. He came to the police department, I think, with his wife and said, I've seen this. I've been thinking about it. I assume he saw it in the media. Maybe he told us that. I don't recall. And he said, I think that was me because I was running there at that time and I meet the description.
And was there any reason to doubt him?
The general description, I should say.
Was there any reason to doubt him?
No.
Okay. And you are aware of the reenactment video with Detectives Goodman and Thompson trying to go in and out?
You were talking about the window, yes.
Yes. Have you seen that video?
I have.
When you're watching that, did it look like it was easy to get in and out?
No, it's hard to get in and out of the window.
Okay. Now, a moment ago on cross-examination, you used the phrase "at the time," and then you were kind of cut off. What did you mean when you were talking about "at the time"?
I don't remember what it was in reference to.
It was in reference to the knowledge that you had as far as suspects.
Well, I'm still not sure. But if you're talking about Devin Hall, it was.
It was about the. Let me back up. It was about the curtain rod and the curtain. You said that at the time it made sense that it would have been gone out. What did you mean by that?
Well, you only got out of a window or you left the door. There was no other way to exit the building. And if the curtain rod was truly outside, as I was told it had been, I didn't see it outside, then to me it was reasonable to assume that someone could have left through that window and dragged that curtain rod with them as they left.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sand was asking you about the fact that we met a couple nights ago. You're retired. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Where do you spend your winters?
Arizona.
Probably a little nicer in Arizona than it is when it's 30 below in Minot.
It was when I left on March 10th.
Okay. So were you in Minot over the last few months to sit down and prepare for the case?
No, we left December 16th, I think.
So that was pretty much the first time in the last few months to sit down face to face and see those things.
The only time I've sat down face to face with you guys.
Okay. Now, you mentioned on cross-examination that what the FBI had to say.
Correct.
What information did the FBI have?
They had the initial information that we had about Devin Hall, that he was in an apartment, he was chased, he was a juvenile, he was a Native American male, he was arrested. That was all. The FBI was there to try and help us any way they could after a lot of discussion. because the FBI doesn't become involved in local murder cases typically. So we sent them this packet of information, and I can't tell you as I sit here exactly what was in there. And they reached the conclusion that of the information that we sent them, Devon Hall was the most likely suspect. And I would have to say, based on the information we sent them, I would have concluded the same thing.
But sitting here today, you have a different conclusion.
Yeah, because I have additional knowledge. They didn't sit across the table from him in an interview. I don't believe they saw the video of him later. I have information they didn't have.
Okay. And with that extra information that was unavailable to the FBI at the time, you have a different conclusion.
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was testimony about a break-in that Devon Hall had done on Sioux Street.
Correct.
All right. You know where Sioux Street is in Minot?
I definitely do.
Okay. We've got a map up here. Permission for the witness to come down for demonstrative, Your Honor?
Yeah, as long as you give him a mic. Yes.
Yep. We'll share this one.
Make sure you share it then. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I don't think Colette trusts you.
Testing.
Now, Detective Barnard, this is 2B. This is more of a blow-up of the, what section of Minot is this?
Well, this would be North Broadway. The airport's here on my right. This is Burdick Expressway. The fairgrounds would be to the east. So the northern part of Minot.
Is Sioux Street on this map?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I've had a sticky note here where I wrote Devon Hall on it. You see that?
I do.
Can you use that to point out where Sioux Street is on this map?
Your Honor, may I go up there and take a look at what they're doing?
Yes, you may.
So that's where Sioux Street is?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that a fair ways away from where the murder took place, Benita?
Other side of town or southeast, yes.
Okay. Different quadrant of the city entirely.
Yes.
I just wrote Devon Hall on that.
Can you take a seat?
Yes. You can go back to this. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you have any recross?
Just briefly, because we brought up interviewing Nichole on redirect. Every time you called Nichole, did she come in and talk to you?
Your Honor, I didn't bring up on redirect any interview with the defendant.
That's correct, Mr. Sand.
I beg to differ, Your Honor.
Well, my notes say that he did not bring up Nichole on the redirect, so I'm in agreement with the state for
Okay.
that.
I guess I have one other question. It's an evidentiary issue we can talk about after, Your Honor.
Then you can ask that question.
The additions of the arrows with Devon Hall's name, are those going to be part of evidence or the additions that are put on the map?
I'm unsure what you're talking about, Mr. Sand.
Maybe we could talk.
You're saying that the sticky has an arrow on it
Yes, with,
with the name Devon Hall on it?
yes, yep.
My understanding is that was the sticky that Mr. Nelson gave the officer to place where Devon Hall was
Yes,
found
sir.
in the apartment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have a question about that?
I'm just wondering if it's part of evidence now.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't offered and introduced, and that's the only reason I have an issue with it, Your Honor.
The state would offer that as evidence, Your Honor. It was a demonstrative.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you
Well, I
object?
object. It was an addition to this, Your Honor, and it wasn't presented properly, so I'm going to answer that be allowed in.
All right, I agree with you. Do you object to that offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Over your objection, Mr. Sand, the court will allow for that sticky to be part of that exhibit on 2B, which is the blow-up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have another question?
Nope, that's it, Your Honor.
All right. Is Officer Barnhart here by subpoena?
He is, Your Honor. He can be excused from the state subpoena.
Mr. Sand?
We do have him under subpoena, but we're in contact with him as well, Your Honor. So.
All right. All right, you're excused from the state subpoena, but not the defense. Thank you. Whatever you have needs to stay. Thank you. That's not
Just leave
yours.
those up there, Detective Bernard.
Thank you. I just didn't want to make sure it didn't walk away. Thank you very much. All right, the time is 3 minutes before 10. Any objections if we take a short break?
No objection, Your Honor.
Sam?
No, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, it's a couple minutes before 10. We'll be in recess till 10:15. Once again, I'll read you my admonition. Please do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial until you deliver.
State witness roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, then, Mr. Nelson, Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to call your next witness?
State calls Dale Meixner.
Ms. Meixner, I'll have you come up here. She will swear you an oath first, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. And have a seat over here, please, sir. Once you're situated, just make sure the mic's kind of aimed at your chin, and then make sure the light is on. Okay, you may go ahead, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Dale Meixner, Mainxner.
Are you currently employed?
I am not. I'm retired.
Okay. When did you retire?
I retired from the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation in June of 2016.
Now, you said you retired from the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation. What is that?
The State Bureau of Criminal Investigation is an agency under the North Dakota Attorney General's office, and our main duties are assisting local agencies in whatever investigations they may run into.
Are you an agency of origin?
Excuse me?
Are you the first agency on the scene for investigations?
Normally, the local agencies are the first individuals on the scene, and they in turn determine if they're going to need additional assistance, at which point they would contact our office.
Okay. At the time that you retired in June of 2016, how many BCI agents were there throughout the state? If you know.
I would say approximately 30.
And that's for the entire state of North Dakota?
That's correct.
Okay. How are your assignments divvied up in BCI?
Each agent has a supervisory agent that, for each area, I'm sorry. I worked out of Minot, so I was mainly responsible for the northwest corner of the state, even though I did work over the remainder of the state at times. We had some agents that worked mainly drug investigations, and then we had some like myself that mainly worked investigations other than drugs.
Okay. What kind of investigations did you typically handle?
I typically handled anywhere from burglary, business burglaries, to sexual assaults, to child abuse, to homicides, to suspicious deaths that turned out to be suicides, anything along that line.
How long had you been with BCI before you retired?
I had been with the Attorney General's office for 37 years.
Okay. Now, you didn't necessarily state that you were with BCI that whole 37 years. Can you explain why that was?
When I was first hired by the Attorney General's office, which was in 1979, a new unit had just been started, which was called the Drug Enforcement Unit. I was one of the first 7 agents that were hired to staff that unit. After that, I spent 5 years on the Drug Enforcement Unit, approximately 10 years on the Drug Enforcement Unit before we were combined with the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation. So we became one unit. Both of us had been under the Attorney General's office, but they felt it was better to combine the two of us, so we all were one unit at that time.
Okay. And approximately when did that combination happen?
I want to say at the end of the 1980s, probably 1988, 1989.
Okay. Had you worked anywhere in law enforcement before you joined under the Attorney General's office?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
I started my law enforcement career here in Grand Forks. I was hired by the Grand Forks Police Department in 1974, and while on the police department, the first 2.5 years I spent in uniform. Then I was transferred over to the investigative division and worked mainly drug work. And then for the last year, I was promoted to sergeant and went back to uniform.
Okay. So we've heard some about your experience. Can you tell us about your education and training?
I graduated from the University of North Dakota in 1974 with a degree in business and public administration, dealing mainly with police administration. While employed in law enforcement, I compiled approximately 3,500, 3,600 hours of specialized training.
Okay. And what was that specialized training in?
The initial training, of course, was the basic training that all law enforcement goes through. Following that, there was training in photography, firearms, of course. Once I started with the Attorney General's office, I got further training in homicide investigations, arson investigations, sexual assault investigations, again, more photography, a lot of training in interviewing. I attended the DEA National Academy, the FBI National Academy, and an arson academy.
During the course of your career, approximately how many homicide investigations have you participated in?
I would guess somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 homicide investigations, give or take, that I had some part in. That may have not been the actual investigation. It may have been crime scene processing, reviewing investigations, things along that line. But I feel that somewhere in the neighborhood of 50.
Okay. Do you recall assisting the Minot Police Department with the murder of Anita Knutson?
I do.
Okay. And are you aware of how Minot PD reached out to BCI?
I believe they had contacted the BCI office, and during that first week of the investigation, I was not present. I was on leave and on the eastern part of the state, but there were, I believe, 2 or 3 other BCI agents that assisted during that week.
And do you recall who those BCI agents were?
Mike Marcus would have been one of them, and other than that, I wouldn't know.
When did you become involved with the investigation?
I became involved in the following week, the following Monday, which I believe would have been like the 10th or 11th of June.
And what was your involvement?
At that time, the police department requested that I conduct follow-up interviews with some of the individuals that they had initially interviewed.
And do you recall who they asked you to do follow-up interviews for?
One of them was Jose Rodriguez, another was Michael Van, and then Nichole Thomas at the time.
And did you conduct those interviews?
I did.
Commissioner Prochatter?
You may.
Agent Meixner, I'm just going to ask you to hold on to that for a second because I'm going to back up a second here. You conducted those follow-up interviews in June of 2007. Did you have any subsequent involvement with this case after that?
Yes, I conducted a number of interviews in this investigation up through approximately 2010, 2011.
Okay. And specifically drawing your attention to May 6, 2010, did you conduct another interview?
Yes,
And who was that of?
that was of Nichole Thomas.
I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19 for identification, 30-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this was shown to me before.
Okay. And what is that document?
This is a transcript of the interview that I conducted on May 6th of 2010 of Nichole Thomas.
Okay. And your interviews when you did these were recorded, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And for the purpose of being transcribed later?
Yes, if need be. They weren't all transcribed, but if they needed to be transcribed, they were.
Okay. And I think we've indicated this was a 30-page transcript, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you expect to remember all 30 pages of what you talked about with somebody if it wasn't transcribed?
No, I would not.
And you've reviewed this. If you also reviewed the audio recording that transcript was made from?
I have.
Okay. And this is true and accurate, is that correct?
You told me it was, so I haven't been able to compare it to the transcript.
Okay.
Or to the recording.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that it's not?
I do not.
Okay. State moves to introduce Exhibit 19.
Mr. Sand.
Your Honor, I'm going to maintain my last objection from the last transcripts. It'll be the same as the best evidence rule. I assume the court will have the same ruling, but I want to put it on the record that I do object, and I believe Mr. Meixner's here, and the best evidence will be his testimony.
The court will receive Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 over your objection.
Thank you. And Agent Meixner, as you indicated, you wouldn't be expected to remember that. Is that correct?
No, especially after this amount of time.
Okay. How long ago was that interview?
Well, that was 15 years ago.
Okay. And you've since retired. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you retired, had all of your cases closed?
Yes, I believe they have. I believe this is my only open case, at least open homicide that I was involved in.
What would you expect other officers to do with open cases when you retire?
Well, they become, especially with homicides, they become what's known as cold cases. And as in the past, I had been responsible for investigating other cold cases. I would think that someone would continue investigating this case in the future until it's resolved.
I have no more questions for Agent Meixner.
Mr. Sand?
Just a couple of brief ones, Your Honor.
All right.
Agent Meixner, did you have a chance to review your reports before you came in today?
Yes.
Is it true that on April 14th, 2009, there was a conference call that you were on with the FBI?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the result of that was that call was that the FBI felt that there needed to be more research done into the subjects from Wolf Point because of the knife?
I recall that in my report. That's what it said.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Sorgan?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Agent Meixner, that meeting conference call occurred October 14th, 2009. Is that right?
I believe that's when it occurred.
Okay. And so the information that was conveyed to the FBI would have been current through what date?
Up until that point when we spoke with them.
So if information came after that date, the FBI wouldn't have been privy to it. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, unless someone else notified them.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Ms. Sorgan, is this a witness under subpoena?
He is.
Is he excused from that subpoena?
He's excused from state subpoena.
Mr. Sand?
Yeah, I believe we have under subpoena and we're in contact with Mr.
All right, you're not excused from their subpoena. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness, Ms. Sorgan?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Dr. Mary Ann Sens. You can just leave that right there, Dale. Thank you.
Dr. Sens, I'll have you come right up here, ma'am. She's going to swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. And then we'll have you come over here, ma'am. Once you get situated, just try to adjust the mic so it's kind of aimed at your chin, and then make sure the little light is on the bottom there.
Yes, it seems to be.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Mary Ann Sens, S-E-N-S.
What is your occupation?
I am chair of I'm a pathologist. I'm chair of pathology, at the University of North Dakota, and coroner of Grand Forks County, and a forensic pathologist serving the state of North Dakota.
How long have you held that position? Or those positions, rather?
I came to North Dakota in 2002.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Sorry, that's my microphone.
You may.
Dr. Sens, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit 20, a 24-page document, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is my curriculum vitae that I had provided you.
Okay. What is a curriculum vitae?
It's a professional summary of the your training and your accomplishments, publications, grants, projects that you've managed throughout your professional career.
Positions that you've held?
Yes.
Okay. Education?
Education, absolutely.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
State moves to introduce Exhibit 20.
Mr. Sand, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Claims Exhibit 20 is received without objection.
Dr. Sens, can you briefly sum up your curriculum vitae for the jury, specifically as it pertains to your training and experience and education?
Yes, happy to. I graduated from Eastern Michigan University with degrees in biology and chemistry, and then got a PhD at the University of South Carolina. Following that, did a postdoc there up in Boston at Harvard, and then I came back to South Carolina and got an MD degree at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston. I stayed in Charleston for my training in anatomic and forensic pathology. After that was finished and I had passed board exams and licensure, I stayed on the faculty at the University of South Carolina, or the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston for a few years, leaving in 1994 to briefly go up to West Virginia to chair their department there, and was recruited to North Dakota in 2002 to chair the department here in Grand Forks.
Thank you. Now, the fact that you are part of the faculty at UND, does that mean that you teach?
Yes, I teach the medical students and graduate students. We have some undergraduates, and I do some online education.
Have you ever had to testify in court previously?
Yes, many times.
In the state of North Dakota?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I've testified always as a forensic pathologist, usually regarding some of the cases that I've personally performed, and occasionally as an expert witness for a case I didn't do but have an opinion on.
And have you been qualified as an expert witness in the courts of the state of North Dakota previously?
Every time, yes, thank you.
And approximately how many times is that?
In North Dakota, perhaps 15 to 20. Fortunately, we're not a very high crime state, which I like.
I can understand that. And what area are you qualified as an expert in?
In forensic and anatomic pathology.
Your Honor, at this time, the state asks that Dr. Sens be designated and qualified as an expert in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Any objections, Mr. Sands?
No objections, sir.
She is so qualified and accepted.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sens, can you please tell us what the procedure would have been with the North Dakota Forensic Examiner's Office for receipt of a body for autopsy in 2007?
I was, at the time, the temporary forensic examiner for the state, and a coroner would call the office and to say that they had a case, and then the case would generally be brought to Bismarck. Occasionally it was brought to Grand Forks. In this case, it was brought to Bismarck.
Okay. Now, when you say this case, do you mean the death of Anita Knudsen?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the individual who performed that autopsy, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you please tell us about the protocol that you followed with regards to that autopsy?
Yeah, the same as we do for all autopsies. We first get a history from the coroner, from law enforcement, the applicable people that might know information of what happened, what the last time a person was seen, things like that. We also try to get medical history. I can't remember in this case whether we got any or not prior to the autopsy, but she was a very young woman also, so it wouldn't have been quite as important as if a person had known medical diseases.
Why is it important for you to obtain that information?
Because we have to look for unusual things at autopsy. For instance, if there'd been a heart pacemaker, we would have to know that. If there had been some other surgery, a transplantation, if the person was diabetic, they might have certain findings. And conversely, if we see something, even if the cause of death is unrelated, say if the cause of death is a stab wound or a gunshot wound or a traffic fatality, occasionally we do find people with undiagnosed medical conditions that are important for their family to know. And so we try to get a good medical history so that we know that.
Then what do you do?
We proceed with an external examination, which is basically documenting the clothing the person might have had on, documenting any injuries, collecting any evidence if there was any hair. In the case of a homicide, we would very often try to get fingernail scrapings or other evidence depending on what is there on the body. We then take some photographs of the body, and following that, we proceed with an internal examination, looking at each organ, documenting any trauma to the body, the extent of the trauma, assessing the cause of death, seeing if there's any contributing factors to that death, and then finish and write the autopsy report. Collect toxicology samples, also blood, urine, vitreous, which is fluid from the eye, to look for drugs, alcohol, and other toxicology specimens.
Okay, Dr. Sens, you said that during the process that you document. How do you do that?
We generally I take notes. We take a lot of photographs. We have sketches that we can fill in, and we dictate immediately after the autopsy, sometimes during the autopsy, our findings, and those are recorded.
And how are these recorded?
I personally work, I enter them myself on a computer. I find that easier than doing dictating and transcription, particularly since I was at the time going between Grand Forks and Bismarck. So I had a little laptop with me and I entered this stuff myself.
Okay. And when you're done, do you create a report?
Absolutely.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
And I'm going to be utilizing the well a lot with this witness. So.
All right.
Dr. Sens, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23 for identification, 9-page document, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is the autopsy report that I prepared along with the report of death, which is a supplemental report stating that the person died.
And when you completed that report, what did you do with it?
It remained with the Bismarck Medical Examiner's office.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 22A through 22W inclusive, and ask you if you recognize these.
Yes, these are all copies of photographs that were taken at the autopsy.
You were present when those photographs were taken?
Yes,
And are they true and accurate representations of the photographs that were taken?
yes.
State moves to introduce Exhibits 22A through 22W inclusive.
Mr. Sam, the objection, Your Honor. State's Exhibits 22A through 22W are received. This is 23 photographs without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, you can just set those down there, Dr. Sens. Okay. And lastly, we'll just work with this last exhibit here real quick before I go sit down. Showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 21. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That is a anatomic diagram, a schematic diagram of a adult female. I created this for you. Actually, I didn't create the drawing, but on the drawing are the location of the 2 stab wounds I found at the autopsy. I created this this year at your request when we were reviewing the case.
Okay. So to be clear, it's basically a little outline of a person.
Yes.
Right? And that's a standard form, is that
That's
right?
a standard form, yes.
However, there's some markings on the document, is that right?
That's correct.
And you created that?
I
is that right?
created that
All right.
at that time.
And is this true and accurate as to what you created based upon the case information in this matter?
Yes, it is.
State moves to introduce Exhibit 21.
Understand?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 21 is again received without objection.
Now, Dr. Sens, you had indicated on your statements just recently that you prepare a report of autopsy that comes up with your conclusions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Dr. Sens, could you please explain to us what you mean when you say cause of death?
Yeah, when we say the cause of death, that is basically the disease or the process that led to a cessation of life, what caused the person to die. There can be a lot of things wrong with us. We could have diabetes, we could have heart disease, but what we die of is the cause of death, and that may be that disease, or it may be trauma, such as a gunshot wound or a stab wound. But whatever is the process, the ultimate process leading to death is the cause of death.
And how do you go about determining cause of death?
We do the autopsy. That's why we review the medical records. That's why we do the details that we have. That's why the path residency is 4 years long to study disease, and why the forensic pathology fellowship is a year long, so that we assess the cause of death.
And is cause of death different than manner of death?
Yes, it is.
Could you please explain to the jury what manner of death is?
Yes, manner of death in this country is a public health assessment, and it's to classify each death the best we can into 5 categories. Natural death, where the death was caused by a disease or a process. Suicide, where a person takes their own life. Accident, where there is a force that cannot be controlled or is not controlled, that sets in a chain of events to take the person's life. Homicide, where the death is as a result of the action of another person. And then undetermined, when we cannot tell. This is a public health, strictly public health determination. It is not legal at all. There's a totally different process, and we're going through part of that process today to determine whatever legal charges, ramifications should be present. Manner of death is a public health classification that I make, that doctors make themselves. We don't have a jury. It's our best estimate as to why the death occurred. Was it caused by another person? Was it caused by an accident? Was it caused by disease? Was it caused by yourself? Or we don't know.
So Dr. Sens, before I get into the specifics of this particular case, I want to ask you to explain a few more items to the jury.
Okay.
Could you please explain what livor mortis or lividity is?
Yes, livor mortis, lividity is basically the settling of the blood. When we die, our heart stops pumping, and the blood that's there by gravity settles to the lowest position. That causes the blood to accumulate in the lower areas of the body that are not, doesn't have any pressure points from anything. And it also, because it's not being oxygenated, it tends to be darker. So it's darker areas where the blood is settled, still within the vasculature, but it reflects that the heart isn't pumping anymore, and with gravity it settles.
Okay. So to a layperson, what would that look like?
A darkening of the skin in the areas that are lower, with a very sharp lightening of the skin. Say if a person is laying on their back, where their buttocks or where their shoulders may be touching the ground, that'd be light. In the areas away from that, it would be much darker.
And how long does that last, that lividity or livor mortis?
It starts to occur right at death. You can usually start to see it in 2 to 3 hours. In most people, it tends to maximize and become very fixed at about 8 hours, and then it goes away, or it doesn't go away, but we start losing the perception of it as decomposition starts to occur and other changes supersede it. That generally starts, we say, at about 48 hours. However, if a person's in a cool environment without a lot of sun, it may be a bit longer. If it's warm and hot and the person's out in direct sun, decomposition may start in 8 to 10 hours. So lividity, really, you lose, it's still there, but you lose the perception of it once decomposition sets in.
Now, most of us have seen TV and movies, CSI shows where they set the exact time of death in the autopsy. Does that ever happen?
No. This isn't Perry Mason either. No one is going to get up and, explain exactly what happened. That's just for television.
And why is that not possible?
These are very complex situations, and you have to look at all the different facts and come up with a range. And that range is just that. It's a range.
Do you have to look to outside information?
Absolutely.
Okay. Will you ever be able to determine time of death based on autopsy alone?
Only when there's a pacemaker that stops, and I query the pacemaker. And that's really not from the autopsy.
That's true. Okay. Dr. Sens, what is a hesitation mark?
A hesitation mark is something we call a sharp force injury, and they're very common as a person is injuring themselves it hurts. And so as they start to cut their skin, either to kill themselves or some people just like cutting their skin, sometimes it goes a little bit deeper and then the pressure is released and then goes a little bit deeper. It's an irregular indentation in the skin and also an irregular, you stop and you start, reflective of hesitation, hence the word hesitation. That may be a person's decision not to cut themselves, or it may reflect pain, or it may reflect any other mental things they're thinking about, but their hesitation leads to an irregular, usually superficial, incised wounds or wounds from a sharp object.
Have you ever encountered hesitation marks in a case that you have ruled a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain those?
Sometimes people are actually cutting themselves. Sometimes a person is committing the homicide and they may have second thoughts. The person may move. Any number of reasons why it isn't a, so to speak, direct incised or direct stab wound with a sharp object.
And at this time, Dr. Sens, I'm going to come up and work with you with some of the exhibits, okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry for hovering, but we have to share. All right. Now, on State's Exhibit 21, being the anatomical diagram, can you please describe where you put the markings on that diagram?
Yes, I put two markings on the diagram. I label them A and B. They are on the upper chest above. One is more toward the center, and one is more toward the right side of the body.
Okay. Why did you label these A and B?
We have to keep track of the wounds, and I have no way. In this case, I have no way to know which wound was inflicted first. In fact, it's very uncommon that we are able to tell which wound was inflicted first. And so we generally will label them either A, B, C, starting from the top of the head going down. Some people use 1, 2, 3. Again, with the emphasis that these are, I just assign them to keep track of them during the autopsy. It doesn't imply that A was first or B was second.
Okay. So these notations correspond to a wound?
Yes.
Okay. And is that notated in your report as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Permission to publish 21 to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
And Dr. Sens, we have a number of photographs here. I'm going to have you explain a few of these in particular.
Okay.
Now, some of these you picked out and some of these I picked out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to specifically get to some of the pictures that I picked out because I'm impatient. Okay, specifically drawing your attention to exhibits 22U, 22V, and 22W. Can you please describe 22U?
22U is a photograph of the decedent demonstrating her backside. She is laying. She is laying on the autopsy table, and an assistant is holding her in that position.
Okay. 22V?
22V is a portion of the front from about the waist down to her feet.
Okay. And how about 22W?
22W is a picture from her head down through her upper thighs, overlapping a bit to get the full body.
Okay. What can we learn from looking at those photographs?
We can see the stab wounds to her chest. We can also see that there is a partial lividity pattern on the front of her and on the front of her face.
Okay. And what does this indicate to you about the position of her body at the time of her death?
For a period of time after her death, she was actually on her stomach for a while.
Laying face down.
Laying face down.
Okay. Going to show you, we'll work with working now with 22N through 22T. These are photographs of what?
22N is of her hands. In fact, most of these are of various views of her hands.
Okay. And why was it important to photograph her hands?
It's important to see if there's any what we call defensive injuries to the hands, if there's any trace material. In this case, I could visually see a hair, and we photographed that. And to see if there's, torn nails, things of that nature.
Okay. And can you tell us about defensive wounds, what you mean by that?
Yeah, defensive wounds are wounds that, from the location, appear to be as the person may be defending themselves. For instance, a wound on the inside of the hand may be inflicted as someone is holding their hands up. It's our estimate. It doesn't mean that it really happened that way, but it is based on experience and training and an assessment of whether or not the person was responding in a defensive way to the injuries that were occurring.
Because it's human instinct to try to protect yourself, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you find any indication of any defensive wounds on Anita's hands?
No, there was a great deal of blood, but we couldn't really identify anything. As I said, there was a hair. We photographed the hands. There wasn't anything that we could definitively say was from that.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you a couple more pictures that I picked out.
Can I ask which pictures you just showed her?
These were 22N through T.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Showing you 22L and 22M. What do these show?
These are a picture of the frenulum, the inside of the inside of her cheek or lips, excuse me. And we've got a little string of tissue there called the frenulum. The reason we take that is that if a person is suffocated, have hands over their face, and they're struggling, very often that is torn. And we demonstrate that in this case, there wasn't any tearing, nor was there any oral injuries. We also look very carefully at the inside of the mouth. We generally can't get a good picture of that, but we look for it and document that whether or not there's any oral trauma. Occasionally people are missing teeth and things like that, so it's a good assessment of whether there was trauma inside the mouth.
Dr. Sens, I'm now going to show you 22A through G. What are those images of?
Those are photographs of the 2 stab wounds that were present, both as they appeared on the body, and then because our skin stretches and our body stretches a bit, how a stab wound looks on the body is very different than how it may have been inflicted, and so we try to adjust the skin a little bit to get a better picture of how the wound actually occurred on the body.
Okay, and is that what you're doing in picture? I can find the one where you're doing that.
Yes, picture F, and to some extent picture E.
Okay, and you're basically just manipulating the wound a little bit so that you can see.
So that it was back to where it was when it occurred, because the skin stretches, and it would be misinterpreted if it was a big gaping hole. It's not, it's a slit.
Now, in these photographs, we are also seeing a ruler or a scale, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you
And a
tell us-
case number.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's important for keeping track of everything, isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
Can you please tell us what the dimensions of these wounds were?
Yes, these wounds, and I measured them, and they're in my report, but they're about an inch in length and less than an eighth of an inch in width.
And we're also looking at 22G, correct?
Correct.
And that depicts what?
Those are two stab wounds. That shows her chest, and it shows both stab wounds present. The other images are close-ups of individual wounds. And I also should say, to give you some history, if you look at these are reddish. We take them at that time. The medical examiner was only using Kodachrome slides, 35 millimeter slides. Those were then scanned at a later point. I was taking some digital photographs, but any photograph and anytime you go through a scanning process, stuff always looks redder than it truly is. And so I wanted to preface, if you were looking at those, they're different than you would expect for a Christmas photograph, obviously. A
Understandable.
normal family photograph.
Okay. Are you able to determine from 22G the distance between the two wounds?
Yes, the distance is approximately 3.5 inches.
Now you picked out these photographs, 22H, I, J, and K, and I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury why you picked those.
Yes, the 22H is a picture of her chest plate. We removed the chest plate, the ribs, during autopsy, and this is a picture of that, of the inside of that. It's actually photographed upside down, but it shows the two stab wounds that are present on the inside to show that they went through the ribs and into the chest. Photograph number 22I is the inside, and it shows where one of the stab wounds hit the heart and caused a larger wound. Obviously, a knife can move. The person using the knife can move, and the victim can move. Both independently and combined, the internal wounds are often larger than what's on the outside.
Now, Dr. Sens, you said went through the ribs. Did this stab wound go through bone?
This one stab wound just went through the soft tissue between the ribs. The one that was closest actually went through part of the soft part of the rib that's cartilage, so it's not bone.
Okay. Can you explain that a little bit more, what the soft part of a bone?
Yeah, our bones, especially our ribs when we're young, are connected, have cartilage at the end, and they have cartilage where they connect to other bones. And it's a little bit easier to cut through at that point because you're not cutting through calcified bone.
Okay. And cartilage is kind of the same stuff that we have in our nose and our earlobes, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to determine with a reasonable degree of medical certainty how much force was necessary to cause those stab wounds?
These would not take a terrible amount of force. You are going through basically muscle, a little bit of cartilage, and then the heart is muscle. That is very easy to cut through. And the stab wound also went through the rib or through the lung, and that's very easy to cut through. It's mostly just air and some elastic tissue.
Okay. Dr. Sens, what was Anita Knutson's cause of death?
She died from exsanguination, or she bled to death from stab wounds, one of which severed her heart, cut her heart open, and the blood ran out of her heart.
What does it mean if a wound is immediately fatal?
I hate the word immediate. I can give you some ranges. A wound that would, say, be the fastest to kill you would be one, say, that cut your brain in two. And we know that happens rarely with, say, an internal stroke or something in the midbrain in the pons. If you have a injury, say a shotgun blast or a large ballistic injury to the head, that's very quickly or close to immediately fatal within a matter of seconds. Exsanguination or bleeding can occur in different time frames. This was very, very quick. She lost a lot of blood from her heart. Within seconds to minutes, she likely lost conscious within a minute or so from the one stab wound. And I wouldn't call that immediate, but it's within a minute or two with a loss of consciousness in a shorter period of time.
Okay. Were these wounds survivable?
The one wound was likely survivable. The one wound went through her lung, and it caused a lot of damage, and it caused some hemorrhage. But had she gotten medical care promptly, it was likely survivable. The other wound was not. The other wound, as I said, she bled out very, very quickly. It cut a part of the heart that is very thin. The blood would have, there was no way to stop the blood from that, and she would have lost consciousness within seconds to a minute and died shortly thereafter.
Dr. Sens, were you able to determine what kind of knife caused these wounds?
It was likely a single blade weapon, but there's a very broad range. We really can't identify this came from this gun. I can't do that.
Okay. Why do you say it was likely a single blade?
I say it was likely because when we looked at it and we opposed the edges, it appeared that one edge was sharper than the other, saying that it was a single edge blade as opposed to a double edge blade. And certainly a single edge is much more common. But again, that is my opinion. It's an estimate, and it's going on a pattern in the skin.
Are you able to determine what the length or width of a knife based on a wound?
No, we can't.
And why is that?
Because stabbing is dynamic. As I said before, a person can have a stab wound and the knife can move, the knife can wiggle, the knife can move even if the person doing the stabbing stays still. The person that's a victim can move, and that will increase the diameter of the knife. I know that in crime novels and in TV, they can measure it, but we really can't. They use plaster of Paris and they pour it down and get a model of the knife, and you can't do that. Realistically, stab wounds, we can say where they are. I have seen stab wounds with a little tiny pocket knife that left a 10-inch opening in the skin. So we just can't tell. It's too dynamic.
Dr. Sens, your role throughout this entire investigation was the performance and documentation of the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In order to determine cause and manner of death.
Yes.
Right. Is it your job to determine who caused that death?
No, not at all. I can't. I'm here, I explain, I'm an advocate for the deceased person. She was my patient, and I examined her and to the best of my medical ability, figured out why she died.
Now, you explained to us what the cause of death was. What was your public health determination as to the manner of Anita's death?
Homicide.
And why did you reach that conclusion?
The stab wounds themselves were incompatible with someone stabbing themselves and then flipping over and bleeding out the way they did. It would be highly unusual.
And you ruled out the other potential manners of death as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sens. I have no more questions.
Is there anything with the autopsy that we're going to do or not?
I believe I introduced all the exhibits, Your Honor.
You might have introduced them, but you didn't.
Oh, I'm so
offer
sorry.
them.
Yes, I believe I did, Your Honor. The autopsy report was received without objection. If it's not, I'm offering 23, which is the report of death and autopsy report.
Mr. Sand? Do you have any objections?
No, sir.
Exhibit 23 is received without objection.
And if I didn't previously offer them, Your Honor, I also...
You did the others.
I did the others. Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Then I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you, Your
Sand,
Honor.
do you have any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Is the doctor here by subpoena, Ms. Sorgan?
She is, Your Honor, and she may be released.
All right. Mr. Sand, any objections?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, doctor. You may come and go as you please.
Thank you very much.
Next witness, Ms. Sorgan.
I'll be handling the next one, Your Honor. The state calls Emmy Gebhardt.
Gebhardt, if you'll come up here, she's going to swear you an oath, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Now, have you take a seat over here, ma'am? Watch your steps over there. Once you're situated, try to have the microphone aim at your chin and then make sure the light is on the bottom there. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Amy Gebhardt,
And could you spell your last name for us, please?
Gebhardt.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the North Dakota State Crime Laboratory.
What does that mean exactly?
It means that I analyze evidence for the presence of biological substances on items of evidence. I prepare reports of my findings and provide testimony as necessary to those results.
And how long have you been with the North Dakota Crime Laboratory Division?
A little over 27 years.
Okay. So going back to about 97 or so?
Yes.
Okay. You could describe the nature of your work.
I am an analyst in the DNA unit, and so I analyze evidence for the presence of biological material on those items of evidence and prepare reports of my findings and testify.
If you could describe for us your training and education.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in medical technology from Minot State University. When I was hired at the crime lab, I was hired as a drug analyst because the DNA section didn't exist at that time. When part of my training and education includes assisting in performing the validation studies and writing the policies and procedures used to start the DNA section. Under the supervision and training of my then supervisor, I successfully completed a competency exam and became a qualified DNA analyst in December of 2001.
Have you previously testified regarding DNA analysis?
Yes.
Approximately how many times, have you previously been qualified as an expert in DNA analysis?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified 51 times, and I was qualified as an expert 26 of those times.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, I've handed you an exhibit. What is that exhibit number?
24.
Okay, and that's a 4-page exhibit?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
This is my curriculum vitae or resume.
Does it reflect your educational and employment history?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state offers exhibit 24.
Mr. Sand?
No objection.
Thanks. Exhibit 24 is received without objection.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer forensic scientist Amy Gebhardt as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
Mr. Sand?
No objection.
Court finds that Ms. Gebhardt is an expert in the field of DNA analysis and is so accepted.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the hereditary material that carries information about how an organism will look and function.
And what is a profile?
A profile is basically a visual representation of a person's unique pattern of DNA.
And why is that important in forensic testing?
It's important because it allows us to uniquely identify unrelated individuals in the population.
Now, are controls used in the testing process?
Yes, they are.
What is a control?
A control is a sample that is run alongside the evidence samples and it has a known and expected result.
And why are those important?
Controls are important because they ensure the accuracy and validity of the results of the question samples that have been analyzed along with those controls.
And what if those controls don't work properly?
If the controls don't work properly, the results from the evidence can't necessarily be trusted. And then the lab has the responsibility, or the analyst has the responsibility, to begin investigating what possibly could have happened, at what step, why, and how to fix that.
Is there anything about the testing process that can change the DNA type in a sample?
No.
What is a quality assurance?
Quality assurance is a program conducted by the laboratory to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the tests that the lab performs.
Are quality assurance programs in effect in your lab?
Yes, they are.
When the lab receives cases for DNA testing, what steps are taken to ensure the integrity of the evidence?
When evidence is received at the laboratory, it is assigned a unique identifying number, and it is subjected to chain of custody and secure storage.
And what is chain of custody?
Chain of custody is a process that documents the physical movement and handling of the evidence while it is at the laboratory. It provides tracking of where the evidence is stored and who has it and at what times they have custody of the evidence.
How do you make sure that a proper chain of custody is maintained?
The chain of custody is maintained by, we use a laboratory information management system, and the evidence receives barcodes when it is logged into that LIMS system, and the computer program tracks the movement of the evidence by scanning the barcode in and out of custody and in and out of storage locations.
Now, what are protocols?
Protocols are specific, a set of specific steps that must be followed while performing a particular procedure or method.
Does the lab have written protocols?
Yes, we do.
Do those protocols cover every step from receipt of evidence to the writing of reports?
Yes.
Have those protocols been approved by any agency or organization?
Yes, they have.
Is the crime lab accredited?
Yes.
By whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB. The first A stands for American National Standards Institute, and the NAB is National Accreditation Board.
What does it mean to be accredited?
It means that the lab has received formal recognition for that its policies, procedures, physical building, equipment, personnel, and quality program have met certain standards.
And does your lab follow the guidelines of any organization?
Yes, we do.
Okay. How long has the North Dakota lab been performing DNA testing on forensic casework?
Since about 2001.
Okay. How are profiles generated?
When we are trying to develop a profile from evidence, there's a series of steps that we must go through. The initial step is called extraction. We need to isolate the DNA from whatever the DNA is deposited on, whether that's a swab or a towel or a sheet. After we have isolated the DNA, we need to know approximately how much DNA we have. Too much or too little DNA will not provide optimal results, and so the second step is a quantitation step. After we've obtained an approximate quantity of the DNA that has been extracted, if there is enough, if it has met the minimum quantitation threshold, it will go on to a step called amplification, which is performed by a process called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. And basically, that step forces the DNA to copy itself. It's not changing the DNA in any way, but it is causing the DNA to make millions of copies of itself. After amplification, the sample is put on the genetic analyzer instrument, and that instrument will translate that DNA into a profile that can be interpreted and used for comparison.
After DNA analysis was completed, was a report created stating the results of analysis?
Yes, it was.
I've handed you a document labeled Exhibit 25. It should be 35 pages. Is that accurate?
Is that somebody's phone? Someone have their phone on? It should not have been on. Okay.
There are 35 pages of report and 1 blank page.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the report, the analysis for the DNA?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, the state would move to enter Exhibit 25 into evidence.
Can I ask whose DNA you're talking about?
It's the report from the case, Your Honor.
Okay. A particular person's DNA?
A lot of it's going to be Anita Knutson's DNA.
Mr. Sand?
No objection, Your Honor.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 25 is received without objection.
Now, this report, does it accurately represent the conclusions for each one of the items that were analyzed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at 1A. What is 1A?
Item 1A is a swab from the back of the knife handle.
And what can you tell us about that?
There were several attempts made at developing a profile from the knife, none of which provided a usable profile.
So does the same thing apply to 1D and 1E?
No.
Please tell us about those.
Item 1D was a swab of the front half of the knife handle, and item 1E was a swab of the blade of the knife. The profile developed from item 1D, the front half of the knife, a swab of the front half of the knife, provided a profile that matched the profile from the known sample from Anita Knutson.
So Anita Knutson's DNA was on the knife?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. What about 1G and 1H?
1G was a swab of the internal components of the knife, and 1H was a swab of the exterior of the knife handle. Item 1G, the profile developed from item 1G, the swab of the internal components of the knife, was a mixture that was determined to be too complex for comparison.
What does that mean exactly?
It means that there's an indication that there were three or more than three contributors on the knife, and the laboratory's policy is that when an analyst believes there to be more than three contributors, interpretation will not be made.
Why is that?
When you have 3 or 4 or more contributors in a mixture on a particular item, it becomes difficult to accurately assign genetic information to individual contributors due to the chances of them sharing genetic information, and it cannot be reliable statements cannot be made about potential contributors to that mixture.
Now, in the process of analysis for this case, was the screen also, was there a screen that was tested?
There was.
And was DNA pulled from that screen?
Yes.
What did that DNA show?
I believe there were 4 samples taken from the screen, 3 swabs and 1 cutting. And the profile from a swab of the top inside left edge of the screen matched the profile developed from the known sample from Anita Knutson. The same with the profile from the cutting that was taken of the screen. It was a profile that matched the profile from the known sample from Anita Knutson. There was a swab taken of the inside of the metal screen frame that was a partial profile and a mixture. That mixture, we were able to determine a major contributor and a minor contributor, and the major profile matched the profile from the known sample from Anita Knutson. The minor profile was a partial profile and contained limited genetic information that was not suitable for comparison.
So Anita Knutson's DNA was within the cutting portion of the screen, where it was sliced?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that some of these tests were found to be too complex. Was that the term you used? It was too many contributors?
Yes.
Okay. What was that mean, that there could have been contamination at the scene, or does that tell us anything else? What does that tell us?
Objection, Your Honor, he's leading. Sustained.
Does that tell us anything?
A mixture that's too complex for interpretation means that there are, for our laboratory's purposes, more than three contributors. And we have made the determination in our laboratory that when there's an indication of more than three people, we will not interpret that data.
Now, were statistical frequency calculations performed for the matches reported?
Yes.
And what is the significance of population frequencies?
Population frequencies provide significance to a match. It's one thing if I am able to tell you that the profile from A matches the profile from the subject or victim or whoever the contributor, the known person is. But it's important to substantiate that match by giving an estimate of how frequently we would expect to find the profile from the evidence in a given population of that was taken of the screen. It was a profile that matched the profile from the known sample from Anita Knutson. There was a swab taken of the inside of the metal screen frame that was a partial profile and a mixture. That mixture, we were able to determine a major contributor and a minor contributor, and the major profile matched the profile from the known sample from Anita Knutson. The minor profile was a partial profile and contained limited genetic information that was not suitable for comparison.
So Anita Knutson's DNA was within the cutting portion of the screen, this where it was sliced?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that some of these tests were found to be too complex. Was that the term you used? It was too many contributors?
Yes.
Okay. What was that mean, that there could have been contamination at the scene, or does that tell us anything else? What does that tell us?
Objection, Your Honor, he's leading. Sustained.
Does that tell us anything?
A mixture that's too complex for interpretation means that there are, for our laboratory's purposes, more than three contributors. And we have made the determination in our laboratory that when there's an indication of more than three people, we will not interpret that data.
Now, were statistical frequency calculations performed for the matches reported?
Yes.
And what is the significance of population frequencies?
Population frequencies provide significance to a match. It's one thing if I am able to tell you that the profile from A matches the profile from the subject or victim or whoever the contributor, the known person is. But it's important to substantiate that match by giving an estimate of how frequently we would expect to find the profile from the evidence in a given population of unrelated individuals.
Did all the controls show that the tests here were performed properly?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Briefly, sir. Can you hear me all right with this microphone? Okay. Thanks for coming in today.
Yes.
Can I have you flip your report to page 30? See up top there, item 17. I believe it's 17I, right?
Yes.
You know what item that is?
Yes.
What is it? Thanks.
It is fingernail clippings from Anita Knudsen.
And what's found in item on page 30, 17I, right?
17I right was subjected to Y chromosomal analysis or male-specific DNA testing, and there was a partial profile developed of an unknown male.
Under her fingernail.
Under her right fingernails, yes.
And the knife that you tested, based on Mr. Nelson's questions, came back with Anita Knudsen's DNA on it as well, right?
The knife that was tested, yes.
Yes. Well, you didn't test it, I'm sorry.
I did not.
I'm sorry. And that was a folding knife.
Yes.
That's what you have from the report, because this report was done by someone who's not there anymore, correct?
Correct.
That's why you're here.
Yes.
It's a folding knife.
Yes.
Had Anita's DNA on it.
Yes.
She had male DNA under her fingernail.
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. Looking at the report that shows that there was male DNA under Anita's fingertips, can you tell us when that DNA was deposited?
I cannot.
So there's no way to know when that happened?
No.
At least you can't tell us.
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
That's all I got, sir.
All right. Mr. Nelson, is this witness here by subpoena?
She is, Your Honor, and she can be released.
All right. Any objections, Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. You may come and go as you please. Please make sure you leave the items, though.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness today, Mr. Nelson?
We do, Your Honor, but she's going to be quite lengthy. I don't know if you want to take lunch recess right now, being
Okay,
quarter to
it's quite
12.
lengthy. Again, you're thinking an hour or so?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the time is 46 minutes after 11. It's a little bit early, but I did start you at 8:30, so maybe we're okay with that. The plan would be for you for us to be in recess till 1 o'clock, at which point you would be requested to return, hopefully a few minutes before that, maybe 12:50, 12:55. While you're gone for lunch, please do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, and please do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Jury is now present. Again, the time is 9 minutes after 1 o'clock. Mr. Nelson, do you waive roll call of the jury?
Stay away. Stay away from roll call, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Sand?
We waive as well, Your Honor.
All right, then. Mr. Sorgan, Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to call your next witness?
State calls Michele Talbot.
Tablets will have you come up here and she'll swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat over here, please. you an officer still?
With the St. Paul Police Department, yes.
Okay. Again, once you're situated, make sure the mic is at your chin, and then make sure the little light's on saying it's available. Okay? Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sargent.
Would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Michele Talbot, Mikaltalbott.
Where are you currently employed?
The St. Paul Police Department.
In what capacity?
Patrol officer.
How long have you been with St. Paul PD?
Hired in May of 24.
Prior to that, where were you employed?
The Minot Police Department.
In what capacity?
I was a master officer when I left.
When were you employed by the Minot Police Department?
From 2015 to 2022.
And how did you start off in the Minot PD?
I started off on patrol.
And at the time that you left as a master officer, what was your assignment?
When I had left, I was assigned to the investigations division.
Okay. And how long had you been in investigations?
Not quite 5 years.
What were some of your duties in the investigation department?
I was assigned to many different roles. The main one was to investigate criminal cases.
And you're a you were a licensed peace officer in the state of North Dakota, is that correct?
I was, yes.
Are you still a licensed peace officer in North Dakota?
I am not.
Okay. Since you've moved to Minnesota, that's changed.
Correct.
Okay. And could you please tell us about your training and experience?
For which department?
Minot.
I had over 1,100 hours of post-certified training through the state of North Dakota at the time of my departure.
And what is post-certified training?
It is approved training through the Post Board for peace officer standards.
And what kind of training specifically would you engage in?
Anything from like DUI stuff to interviews to crime scene to standard firearms training.
Okay. And during your time while you were in the Minot Police Department, did you receive any kind of special assignments with regards to investigations?
I did. In 2019, I was asked, along with another investigator, to review Anita Knutsen's case.
And who was the other investigator?
Carmen Asham.
Okay. Case Agent Asham today.
Yes.
Okay. When did the two of you receive that assignment?
In, I think, September of 2019, roughly.
What did you do to commence your review of this case?
Initially, we were tasked with just reviewing tips that came in, along with gathering any evidence that was still at the state lab and itemizing it to see if everything was accounted for and making sure it was correctly logged in our system.
Did the nature of your assignment change after a period of time?
It did.
And how?
We were tasked with reviewing the entire case file from any tips that were previously submitted to current ones that were coming in, along with all of the previous investigators' reports that were filed.
And how much did you end up having to review?
Thousands of pages.
Was there also audio or video information that you had to review?
There was photos, there was video, there was audio.
Okay. And approximately how many hours of audio and video did you have to review?
Couldn't even tell you, to be honest with you.
Okay. And you and Sergeant Asham reviewed all of this?
We did.
Okay. Then what happened?
From there, we were assigned to review it, and the department decided to bring in Cold Justice, who then assisted us with reviewing it as well on their end, and from there, an arrest was made.
Okay. Can you tell us about the Cold Justice portion of the investigation and how they worked with you and Sergeant Asham?
It was a week and a half where they came to Minot and reviewed the case. They assisted us with locating individuals and re-interviewing them, along with sending items out for testing to facilities that they had.
Okay. And the re-interviewing, who was re-interviewed that you recall?
Several people were re-interviewed.
Okay. Anybody in particular that you remember?
A lot of people, I guess.
That's okay. That's all right. During the time that you were working with Sergeant Asham and with Cold Justice with regards to this investigation, were persons of interest identified?
Yes.
And who was identified?
The defendant.
Okay. Were there any other persons of interest?
I believe Marty was one of them.
Marty and Al?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else?
And I believe Devin Hall was one of them.
Okay. And in reviewing the defendant, Marty Annell and Devin Hall, how did you go about investigating and narrowing down the list of suspects?
Based on their statements alone, as well as evidence that didn't support either Marty or Devin being the person of interest at that point, and inconsistencies in the defendant's statement.
Okay. And then eventually an arrest was made, is that correct?
Correct.
And who was arrested?
Nichole Rice.
I have no more questions for Detective Talbot, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Yes, sir. How you doing, Detective Talbot?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good. You in St. Paul PD now?
I am.
Nice. When did you leave the Minot Police Department?
November of 22.
Can you tell me why you left?
Just personal reasons.
I won't go any deeper. So you did a full review of the case file in this case.
I did.
How long did it take you? A while.
Long time.
It's a big file. We had to review it too. Do you recall putting a report together?
I did. Yes.
Do you recall on March 9th of 2022, you spoke with a man named Vern Olson?
I did. Yes.
Is it true that Vern was a friend of Marty and Al?
He was. Yes.
Vern told you that he received...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
It's true that you learned from your conversation with Vern that Marty committed suicide on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
And you learned from your conversation with Vern that there was something happened to Marty?
As far as
You learned that Marty had portrayed to Vern that something had happened to him. I can show you the report.
Sure.
That would help. Thanks. Just make sure I can show you the right paragraphs. If you could just look at 51 and 52 of them. Continue asking questions. Get a chance to look at those two
I did.
You learned through that conversation that Marty was a heavy drinker.
Yes.
And that after Anita's homicide, Marty was never the same.
It's what Vern indicated. Yes.
And Vern indicated something had happened to Marty.
That's all I said was something happened.
And Vern spoke with Marty the night he committed suicide, correct?
For like 6 hours, I believe is what he said.
You learned that Marty had several firearms and knives.
Yes.
Did you learn they had a decorative folding hunting knife?
That's what Vern had stated.
Did you ever interview Devin Hall?
I did not know.
Why not?
I didn't need to.
Well, the state's attorney had asked you about the three people you were interested in. It sounded like Marty and Nell, Cole Rice, and Devin Hall, but you didn't call Devin Hall?
I did not call Devin Hall.
Okay. Did you go visit him out in Montana, Fort Peck Indian Reservation?
I did not know.
Did you talk to the FBI at all that had pointed at Mr. Hall?
I did not know.
How long did you conduct this investigation after you reviewed the report?
In what capacity?
Making calls, meeting with people,
I started in 2019 with the report.
and then you arrested Nichole in 2022
Correct.
without talking to Devin Hall or the FBI?
Correct.
Cold Justice was in town. Did you do interviews alongside of Cold Justice employees or representatives of Cold Justice?
One would accompany me, yes.
So like a producer of Cold Justice or one of the faces of Cold Justice, a TV person?
Yes.
A TV person was sitting in on interviews you were doing during your investigation.
They were casual
Did they suggest
interviews.
that you call Devin Hall in their review?
As far as
Give him a call. Go talk to him. See what he knows. Re-interview him.
they had a list of people they wanted us to talk to, which we talked to.
Devin wasn't one of them.
No.
And then when you made calls, these people were sitting with you at points.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll withdraw it. How long were they in town for? How long was Cold Justice in town with you guys?
I think 7 to 10 days. I don't exactly remember.
Did you have contact with them outside of the time they were in town?
We might have spoke on the phone a couple times, but I don't recall how many.
So they came into town, they worked, they reviewed the file, they worked with you guys to get justice, and then they were gone.
Yes.
Except for the documentary they released, right? They did that, right?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, officer.
Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
I do. Detective Talbot, the information that you learned from your conversation with Vern Olson, did that cause you to consider Marty and Nell a suspect?
We had considered everybody at that point.
Okay.
Marty was one of them.
Okay. But the information from Vern Olson, did that bump him up in the suspect level?
Not that something had happened.
Okay. And did you learn through the course of your investigation what was it that had happened to Marty?
I believe that him and his girlfriend at the time were having issues in their relationship.
And this information that you learned from Vern of Marty owning several firearms and knives, were you ever able to independently verify that?
No, I was not.
Now, you interviewed other people in Marty's life, right?
I did.
Such as?
I don't recall names.
Okay. Do you remember his girlfriend at the time, Laura?
Yes.
Okay. How about a sister?
Probably, if I could refer to my report.
Okay. Your report would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Sure. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
well, while I keep flipping on this, you also indicated that you didn't interview Devin Hall, correct?
Correct.
And you said when Mr. Sand asked you about that you didn't need to, right?
Correct.
Why didn't you need to?
There was enough evidence to support that he was not in town at the time of the murder.
And through your investigation, what did you learn about where he was at the time of the murder?
Based on items that I reviewed, he was in Montana at the time of the murder.
Do you have any information as to who he was with in Montana at the time of the murder?
He was with a friend and the friend's family.
Okay. And what was that friend's name?
Jerron Vivier.
So your information and your investigation determined that neither Jerome Vivier or Devin Hall was present in Minot at the time of the murder?
Correct.
Okay. Now, some of the other interviews that you conducted, you said that you spoke with a lot of people, right?
Correct.
All right. You didn't speak with the FBI, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And what was your understanding of what time period the FBI had information from?
I think it was the beginning of the case.
Okay. So was it your understanding, would the FBI have had more updated information?
When I talked to them,
Correct.
they would have just the beginning portion of the case.
Okay. So they wouldn't have known anything new?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And Mr. Sand asked you about the fact that you interviewed people alongside Cold Justice, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said that they had a list of people that you to re-interview. Was this something that they were directing you, or was this suggestions? What was this?
They just put together a list that we also supported based on the case review.
Okay. And that was based on their investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your investigation dovetailed with theirs, is that right?
Correct.
Devin Hall was not on that re-interview list, is that right?
Correct.
Why wasn't Devin Hall on the re-interview list?
Because there was enough evidence to support that
Asked
he
and
was-
answered, Your Honor. Sustained.
Detective Talbot, was Devin Hall ruled out as a suspect?
He was.
Was Marty Annell ruled out as a suspect?
He was.
How about Jerome Vivier?
He was also ruled out based on him being with Devin.
Nothing further.
Any recross, Mr. Sand?
Just one thing regarding Mr. Olson. You had stated that you learned from your report that Marty started changing shortly after Anita's homicide, that you learned that from Vern, correct?
That's what Vern stated, correct?
That's all I have, thank you.
All right. Is Officer Talbot here by subpoena?
She is.
She excused?
She is.
Mr. Sand, any objections?
No, sir.
All right, you may come and go as you please, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next witness, Mr. Nelson.
The state's going to call Matthew Hansen, Your Honor. We're having difficulties texting for some reason, and I believe he's downstairs in the state's attorney's office, so I'll go get him.
Are you Mr. Hanson? Yes, come on up here, please. Let's come up here. She's going to swear you an oath.
You solemnly swear to truthfully answer the question. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Please have a seat over here, sir. Once you're situated, just try to address the microphone so it's kind of aimed at your chin, and then make sure the light is on. Okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Matthew Hansen,
And could you spell your first and last name for the court, please?
Matthewhansen.
Okay. And you know the defendant, is that accurate?
Yes.
How do you know the defendant?
She worked with me at eTelecare.
eTelecare, that was the business in Minot?
Yes.
Were you her supervisor at that business?
Yes, I was.
Approximately how long were you her supervisor at that business?
I don't know. I don't remember. Year or two. I don't recall exactly how long it was.
Somewhere between a year and 2 years?
I think so. I don't know. That's a guess. I don't specifically remember how long, but it was a while.
Now, you were her supervisor.
Objection, Your Honor, he's testifying. Sustained.
Well, let me ask the question this way. Were you her supervisor in June of 2007?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall conversations with the defendant prior to June 4th of 2007?
Yes.
Do you recall conversations about issues between the defendant and her roommate?
Yes.
What sort of things did the defendant say about her and her roommate?
She had just talked about her situation at their apartment.
What did she say about the situation?
Just that they weren't getting along. She was some strange things, like she was locked out of the Wi-Fi, and I remember her telling me that she was locked out of a microwave or something. Things that just seemed strange at the time, but a little bit ridiculous, you know.
How did she seem when she talked about these?
She was kind of stuck in a bad spot. She made it seem like she was up at my desk, and I just remember her talking to me that it always ended in, what am I supposed to do? Or what do I do? What do I do? Or what am I supposed to do? Type of things. Every time she would talk about their living situation, she was stuck in this. She was very worried about the lease.
What do you mean she was worried about the lease?
Well, because I would tell her that just move out, and she would say she couldn't because she was in a lease. She was just very worried about the lease that they had at the time, that she couldn't get out of this situation.
Okay. Now, was Nichole a good worker at eTelecare?
Yeah.
How
Yep.
so?
I'm sorry?
1 second. Tell me about her as a worker.
She was a great sales agent, a top performer consistently.
Okay. Was there an award for that?
Yeah, we did have awards for that. Yeah. Yeah.
Was she going to be a recipient of one of those awards?
Well, we had like monthly, like sales awards and things like that. And I'm sure that she was. I don't remember that either. But I think you're alluding to there was a trip that was won. Yeah.
Let's talk about the trip. What do you remember about the trip?
The company that we sold roadside assistance for on the wireless phones had offered an incentive trip to Florida. I don't remember the specifics of it. It was I want to say it was like a 5-day, all expenses paid trip to Florida. It was a big deal in the call center at the time. It was a huge incentive thing. I don't know if we ever had one like that before or after, to be honest, but it was a big deal. Yeah.
Was that something that a lot of people were gunning for then?
Yes, everyone was gunning for it, yeah.
Okay. But Nichole was the one who got the trip.
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did she take the trip?
No, she did not.
Why not?
After these events, she no longer worked there.
Okay. Were you working there on June 4th of 2007?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Was Nichole working there that day?
Yes.
Do you remember how she was acting that day?
Was this the day that the police called me and stuff? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I mean, it's not like the fresh to my memory, but I remember she seemed a bit like hurried that day, you know, a little bit sped up. going about her thing, not as social as usual. She was kind of quick to get to her desk and things.
Would that have been different than the way she would act on other days?
Possibly, yeah.
Do you recall when dispatch called about getting were you there for a phone call from dispatch?
Yes, they called.
What did they call about?
They called me and said that Nichole needed to go to her apartment.
Did they give you any information beyond that?
No, they did not.
Did you relay that information to Nichole?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say in response?
I went to her and I said, the police called, you have to go to your apartment. And she just kind of, I don't even think she looked at me. From what I remember, she just said, no, my roommate's a crackhead. I'm not dealing with it and this and that. And I was kind of just like, okay. So I went back to the phone and I relayed that to the police on the phone. And they said, well, she either comes here now or we're going to come there and take her here.
Did you relay that information to the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response to that?
I believe she up and left.
Okay. So at that point, she left eTelecare.
Yes.
Did she ever return to eTelecare after that point?
I don't remember, honestly. It seems to me that she did not, but she may have. I don't specifically remember that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination for
Just
Mr.
a few.
Hanson?
Just a few, sir. How many years ago was this, sir?
What are we, is it 17?
Yeah, 17. You said you have trouble recalling a lot of the stuff that happened 17 years ago. How old were you back then?
24, I think.
And you were a supervisor.
Yeah.
Nice. Was that trip to Florida or was it to Cancun?
I thought it was Florida, but
But it was a long time ago.
yeah.
And you don't remember if she came back to work or not.
I don't.
Too long ago.
It seems to me that in my mind she didn't, but I'm not sure enough to say, you know.
Did you guys have any kind of relationship outside of work?
No.
No. How many people worked under your division?
Well, on my team specifically, just on my team, or like between 15 and 20.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Nelson, anything else?
No, Redirect, Your Honor.
All right, is Mr. Hanson here by subpoena?
He is, Your Honor. He can be released.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, I'm sorry, Mr. Sand, any
No, sir.
concerns?
No.
All right, thank you very much. So you may come and go, would you please? Next witness, Ms. Sorgan.
Your Honor, I've just been advised by our victim witness coordinator that our next witness is circling in Grand Forks, a little lost. She went to go meet her to bring her here. So if we could maybe take about a 10, 15-minute recess, that would be much appreciated.
Do you have another one after this one?
No, Your Honor, that would be the end of the witnesses for the day that we have for today. The rest are not expected in until this evening.
Okay, so this was the three then.
This was the three, yes.
Okay. All right, well, it doesn't look like we have a whole lot of choice that way, so I apologize.
I apologize for that, Your Honor.
And I understand. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a little short break. Hopefully short. I won't give you an exact time, but the time right now is 40 minutes after 1. Please do not converse with any witness, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discussions that you may
And it's a live break time. We have caught up to the day of break time. So from here on out, we are live. So, and I think from what I've heard, from what I remember, this will be the last witness of the day in this trial. So after that, it's just verdict watch for Jason. So we're gonna carry on doing this until we either get a verdict or court in Jason Levesque breaks for the day as well, and we'll do the same tomorrow. Which I hope it would be perfect. Can you guys imagine? This would be the last witness for the day on this trial, right? And then on the Jason, we would get the verdict. Ideally, we would get the verdict now or in the middle of the next witness. Do the verdict, hear when the sentence is going to go back, come back to this trial, finish the day, and then it's just catch up. Hello, Denise. I hope you're okay. Hi. So quick recap. We had a very hard start of the day. While we were on the not really. I can do a recap. On the start of the day, we had a medical emergency in the middle of the closings of the defense in the Jason Levesque trial. The dad of the defendant had a medical emergency. He went to a hospital. He's stable from what the last time we've heard. Closings were pretty standard. They talked about the case, reviewed the case, and about that. In this trial, we have seen some video, or in the Nichole Rice trial, we have seen some video about the detectives trying to get into the house, which was actually quite good quality of video for considering it was 2007. Then we saw as well an inside view of the house, where they did like a kind of a tour of the house. They showed a bathroom that had actually a Tupperware in the sink, which was rather interesting and weird in my opinion. Then it's been one of those days, for sure. Then we saw sadly the victim in the bed. Well, you could tell there was someone in the bed, and then they said, "Is that Anita in the bed?" In the bed, and then the witness said yes. Then we had we already had the forensic pathologist, the ME, which is a good, well, a sign. And we had a forensic DNA person. Don't ask me what they talked, because Jason guys, the Jason jury has been active, and they already had 2 questions. So they have asked what kind of pew Jason used, and if how many bullets the magazine of the pew holds, and if he fired all of them. So that was the 2 questions so far on that trial. And then we are zooming through witnesses today. And then that's pretty much it. I mean, you can always go back and watch it, but I think that's like a summary of situation. Oh, and I had an anxiety attack in the middle of the stream too. So that happened. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So now we are on the break because the last witness of the day of Nichole Rice case is lost. So they are hoping that she gets there fast, but that will be it for the day, I think, for this case, because they don't have any more witnesses, I think. So I think they might break after that. I am not 100% sure. Do not quote me on that. Just joking. So yeah, so that's where we are. I hope that was a good summary. And I don't have a camera on at the moment because of my anxiety attack. I am not feeling great. So and then the thing is, as well, is now that I said that I'm probably gonna turn on the camera when the verdict comes, but right. Thank you, Roba. I tried. I'm actually remembering things today, which is really really good. I'm impressed with myself even. um. So Okay, no, I said I was gonna go turn on the camera maybe when there's a verdict, or something happening. But now Gardenbot has made dinner, for us, which is very kind again to do. So yeah. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it, my friend. I'm doing the hard hand thingy, but you can't see. Uh, dum. But yeah, I do try to actually. It's not actually pay attention, but sometimes doing this, I have to do so many roles. It is hard, but it's been a nice day. This trial is actually going very very fast. I mean, it's zooming through. We are on about the emergency, the medical emergency. Yeah. Well, I've done a short on it, like a small video on it, and I posted on the second channel. Oh, apparently we are gonna be back in on a record, so that was not too bad. If you guys had not to listen
you
to me.
found your witness?
We did, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll go back on the record. Time is 5 minutes after 2 o'clock. We're back on the record. Parties are present along with counsel. Jury is not present. Ms. Sorgan, you found your next witness.
We did, Your Honor. She's out on the bench in the hallway.
Okay. And anything before we bring in the jury, Ms. Sorgan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right, bring in the jury, please.
I like that fact. Did you find your witness? That was funny.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State witness roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. They appear to be the same people we started with. You can call your next witness, please, Ms. Sorgan.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Donna Bieland. And Your Honor, I would note Ms. Bieland has a medical condition that causes light to hurt her eyes, so she's wearing a hat, a visor, and dark glasses. We just ask that she be allowed to keep those on.
In here?
Yeah.
Have you come up here, ma'am? She's going to swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please come over here and have a seat, ma'am. Watch your footing there. There's stuff. Once you're seated, make sure that the microphone is aimed at your chin and that the light is on the base of it.
It looks good.
Okay. My understanding is that you have light sensitivity. Is that correct?
I do. I get headaches from lights.
And so you need to have the hat and the sunglasses on?
Yes, please.
Okay. This lighting in here would hurt your eyes, ma'am?
Yes, all light, it would bother it, yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Donna Bieland,
Please spell your last name.
Bjelland.
Okay, move that microphone with you too, since you scooted over to see me. There you go. Okay. Donna, how old are you?
78.
Are you currently employed?
No.
You retired?
Yes.
How long ago did you retire?
Couple months, 2 or 3 months.
Okay. Can you name off some places that you've worked during your career?
I retired from the city of Palo Alto years ago. Then I I worked at Telecare for 5 years.
Okay.
Cognizant for another 5, and RSI for the last 15.
Sure. During the time that you worked at Telecare, do you remember what years you worked there?
I couldn't tell you offhand.
Did you know the defendant, Nichole Thomas Rice?
Yes, she was a colleague
Okay. She was a colleague of yours where?
at Telecare.
How long did the two of you work together?
2 or 3 months.
And where were your workstations in proximity to each other?
They were open. She always came and sat next to me.
So could you please describe the workstations at Telecare?
Couple computer screens, headphones.
Okay. Were these cubicles, partitions?
They were open.
Open, okay. And what kind of work did you do at Telecare?
We helped people. It was a call center, so we helped people with their telephones. And of course, we were encouraged to sell.
Okay. Who started working there first, you or the defendant?
I don't know. I think I did. I just remember her coming and sitting next to me.
Okay. You remember the very first day you met her?
Yeah, I remember the first things that she said to me, yes.
Okay. What were the first things that she said to you?
What do you think about a roommate that sets their alarm, locks the door and leaves, and you can't get in to turn the alarm off?
How did she seem when she said that to you?
She was angry. She was angry when she sat down complaining about it.
Okay. Is that the only time that the defendant was angry about her roommate?
No, she was angry with her, I would say, on a daily basis.
Okay.
Something was going on. They fought a lot.
Okay. And how do you know that?
She told me. She said when they got into fights that Anita would go in and lock her door, her bedroom door.
Okay. And
so that she wouldn't, have it out with her. She'd go into the bedroom door.
so Anita would walk away from her.
Yes, Anita would go into the bedroom and lock the door.
Okay. How did the defendant seem to you when she would convey these things to you about her?
She was very angry.
Okay. Can you recall another incident?
Yes, she was very upset because they had had an argument. Anita wanted her to get rid of the fish tank.
Okay. There was a fish tank in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
Nichole had a fish tank.
Okay.
And because it made too much noise. Right. And she didn't want to get rid of it.
Okay.
And then I know that on 2 more occasions, she brought it up in that Anita had turned the fish tank off while Nichole was gone. And when she came back, it had been turned off. So she was very upset, and they had it out then because she didn't want those fish to get killed. Okay. And
eventually,
it happened again. The same thing happened, and she said she turned it off again. The 3rd time she turned it off, the fish were dead.
And how did Nichole react to her fish being dead?
She was very angry, and it looked in that anger, that time when she was upset, she said it was as if, I want to put words in her mouth. It was as if that Anita had really crossed the line then. Okay. She had moved from being, this is my interpretation now, she moved from being the worst roommate in the world to being a really bad, evil person. That's how she acted. And
to your knowledge, how long before Anita died did this incident occur with the fish tank being turned off and the fish dying?
The week before. That happened before that weekend.
Were you at work on June 4th, 2007?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the date at all.
How did you come to find out that Anita had died?
She came in, Nichole came in and said that her roommate had been murdered and that they thought it was her.
How soon after Anita's death was that?
I think it was the next weekend because she had just gotten back. The police took her and her parents to the scene of the crime. And when she came back, so it was right after that, in answering your question.
Okay. So she told you that they thought she did it then?
Yes.
Okay.
And she said,
What'd she say?
she said, if I keep my mouth shut, I'll be okay.
Okay. Did Nichole ever discuss Anita's murder with you again? At any later time?
Yes.
Okay. And what had happened? Well, had she been somewhere that prompted her to talk to you about it?
She was, when they took her and her folks to the scene of the crime, when she came back, she was very upset and said, do you know what my dad said to me? And I said, what? And she said,
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Calls for the listener's state of mind.
It's double hearsay.
Let me make sure I'm clear on this. This is what the defendant said.
The defendant told her that her father said to her.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Nichole about where she was the evening after Anita's body had been found?
yes.
Okay. Where'd she tell you that she was?
She wanted to go home, but her dad wouldn't let her, told her she couldn't stay there.
Okay. And did she tell you where she stayed?
She said they let her come out to the farm, but she had to stay in a shed outside. She said it wasn't a trailer, it didn't have a lock on it.
Okay. And why was she concerned about that?
She said Anita's family could be coming for her.
And she told you this when?
The night after they went to see the scene, excuse me, that night she had no place to stay because her dad told her she had to clean up that mess. She was not coming back to the farm.
What were you thinking when she told you that?
Why the heck would somebody, when their 20-year-old daughter's roommate was brutally murdered, why wouldn't you grab her to your heart and get home?
Donna, did you have any further conversations with Nichole about this case?
Yes, but nothing comes to mind.
Donna, you gave a deposition at one point, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you remember having that deposition?
I remember the deposition, yes.
And if I were to show you a transcript of your deposition testimony, would that refresh your recollection as to statements that you've made previously about further contact between Nichole and law enforcement?
Yes.
Commissioner Prochon?
You may.
I'm just going to show you this, have you read it to yourself, and then when you're done reading, I'll take it back from you.
Oh,
Don't read it out loud.
I remember now.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have further conversations with Nichole about contact with the police?
Yes. She
And-
said, she said, they think I did it, but she said, I had a key to the place. Why would I have to cut through a screen to get to her?
And what were you thinking when she said that?
I felt a lot of concern and a little panic because I remembered her saying that when they got into arguments, that I'm sorry, I'm lapsing on the victim's name.
Anita?
That Anita would go into her bedroom and lock the door, and she said I would have no reason to go through that. But I remembered her saying that Anita locked the door, so yeah, she would have to, if she wanted to get to Anita, she'd have to go through the screen to get to her if the door was locked. And that scared me when I realized that.
Okay. And did something happen shortly after that conversation between you and Nichole?
Yeah, that's when there weren't very many people working, so I don't know exactly what time it was, but she screamed, you don't want to get me angry. And I was shocked, and I looked up thinking she'd had a bad conversation on the phone, which it could be, but she was looking at me, and I thought, oh, she knows I know that she would have had to go through the window to get to her. So I was very concerned then.
Okay. Thank you, Donna. I have no more questions. Mr. Sand may have some questions for you, though.
Mr. Sand, do you have any questions?
She's right on the edge here. I'm afraid she's going to fall right off there.
Okay, move her chair.
Let's
Thank you.
not do that.
Thank you very much. It has
Get over
happened
here.
before, so thank you.
And I would probably do it too.
Mr. Sand, do you have any questions, sir?
I do, sir. Donna, where'd you come in here from today?
Minot.
Okay. And you worked for Palo Alto, the city of Palo Alto before?
I'm a retiree from the city of Palo Alto, yes.
Out in California?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier, you don't remember the years you worked at eTelehealth or
No.
eTelecare or whatever it is. Okay.
No.
You testified earlier that Nicole's dad had told her to clean up the mess at the apartment and then sleep in a shed.
Clean up. He said, you better take care of this mess because you're not coming home.
And he made her sleep in the shed because he was worried Anita's family would come hurt them.
Found out the next morning, I asked her, where did she sleep? Because I was concerned about her.
Okay. So you're 78 right now, is that correct, Donna?
Yes.
So were you 60 when this happened then, 2007? That's my math, but right
His
around.
math, yeah.
Those are the only questions I have. Thanks, Donna.
Thank you.
Okay. Donna, just briefly. How's your long-term memory?
My long-term is pretty good.
Now, I know Mr. Sand asked you couldn't remember the years that you worked at eTelecare, but you remember the statements from Nichole pretty clearly, correct?
Yes.
Why?
The amount of concern I had from the fact that they're two young girls, they're roommates, they needed to be separated, they needed not to be roommates. And it was escalating, and then after the fish, and then all of a sudden Anita's murdered, it set in my mind, quite frankly, because of my level of concern over what happened.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
No, sir. Thank
All right. Is she hereby subpoena, Ms. Sorgan?
She is, Your Honor.
Okay, well, she appears to be, she's excused, so
Yes, she is, Your Honor. She's good.
you may come and go as you please, ma'am. All All right, it's my understanding, Ms. Sorgan, that you don't have any other witnesses today. Your other witnesses are flying in this evening, and they'll be here tomorrow. Is that
We have
correct?
other witnesses, yes, they're driving in this evening, Your Honor. They'll be here tomorrow morning, yes.
And the number you have tomorrow is 4?
4 witnesses are driving in tonight to be here tomorrow morning. Then we have 4 witnesses flying in over the weekend to be here on Monday. And then we have Sergeant Asham.
All right. Mr. Sand, do you have any questions with regard to that timing at this point?
Nothing right now, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to have you come back tomorrow morning at 8:30. I realize these things do happen, this length of a trial, this number of witnesses, especially with everybody traveling. So please, a little bit of an anomaly, but when you're in the business a little while, not really. But for you, it probably seems that way. Again, I want to remind you of my admonition. And I know how much you love to hear me say it. Do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning.
All right, I'm gonna pause there because they're literally gonna do the same thing that well, it could be. It's the same thing we hear over and over and over again. I think we can recite it by heart by now. The jury instructions to not to speak with anybody about the case and keep. Yeah. Right. The day is done for Nichole Rice, and that last witness was not a good witness for the defense. Ugh. Sorry, can't get my words out. It was not a good witness for the defense at all. I think now they established like the how Anita died and everything, and how what happened. But now they are getting into the evidence against Nichole. And I think this start was not good for her. It does not show her in the best of light. We still have 4 witnesses tomorrow, 5 with the detective. We still have about 5-6 witnesses to go through for the state, which is crazy, but we already are on witness 14. I mean, tomorrow we're gonna go to witnesses 15, the 15th witness. So that is, it is a lot of witness, but we are moving pretty good. So it was a very good day. Indeed, I absolutely enjoyed this day in terms of trial, not what happened earlier in the Jason Levesque trial. Something it is happening to the feed in the Jason. Oh, hang on. Good thing we can. There's something going on. I don't know what it is going on in the Jason Levesque trial. I don't know if it is verdict or anything, but we are here. And I need to start texting people. I don't know, nothing is confirmed, nothing has been said. I'm just probably telling people that is a possible verdict. Can someone just tag Sherry on here to a possible verdict, please?
All right.
Just have one more person.
Those legal matters having now been concluded at the bench, the state is denying that the court, excuse me, is denying the defendant's motions at this point, and we are ready to proceed with closing arguments. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So
What?
we will bring out the jury.
What? Did you just say closing? What? What is happening? Sorry, I thought it was verdict. No, it's not. But this is a live feed. Huh? What? Huh? I am so confused. Huh? No, we were on a seal, and then we had hang on. Let me take the court's audio so you guys can hear me. I texted people possible verdict. I am so sorry. I think the judge might have had one too many. No, I'm joking. So what hang on. Let me see, because people are saying to reset devices. Let me refresh the feed, seeing what's happening. Because this is crazy. Let me just reset the feed just to make sure that this is not actually the. Hang on. No. Yep, there's definitely an issue going on that they are literally playing the closings that we heard at the beginning of the, and they say it's live. So I no, the thing is they normally write when I'll show you. Yeah, it is on. It's just doesn't on. So when we were on Verdict Watch, right? This is what we were watching. The seal, right? We were watching the seal all throughout Verdict Watch. So it's, yeah, and then they lost the feed for a while. See, they lost the feed for a while, for a little bit, and which was just a black screen with the live view thing on, and then now we are back into the deliberations. So, oh hi Garden Bot, welcome in. Good to see you, my love. So it's literally restarted to the beginning of the feed. So I don't know if there is a verdict or what is happening. I don't think no one is happening because it's, yeah, court closes in about 30 minutes because it's 2:30 right now in New Hampshire. So it's we don't know what is absolutely happening right now. It's crazy. I am so sorry to those that I have texted with the possible verdict, but I actually genuinely thought it was. Actually, let me turn on my camera. It seems rude that I'm talking without the camera. I'm sorry. Hello. Um so so it's like it's absolutely crazy what's happening right now. It definitely, I think that emoji is very appropriate, Garden Bot. Even the clock, it says it's 9:44, 9:45. You guys can see the time. So it's, and I can show you in proof that we are indeed live. So if you look at the bot, oh no, I think you can't see, but it is a live feed. So there's still no notification on X or anything, because I've been trying to find if there's something, but it's not, no one has been saying. Yeah, so this is crazy. How was your day, guys? Mine was it started very well. The stream started amazing as always, but then what happened and the trial, it was not good. So it's, there's no audio, so you guys not gonna hear what happened earlier. But this is just absolutely insane. I'm trying to look at the feed. Yeah. Maybe it's a new thing that they are trying to do. Maybe during like closings, they are doing closings to a Verdict Watch. They are planning to play the closings again. So yeah. Oh yeah, and there's a possibility that tomorrow we might not even have the Verdict Watch, because I think the judge was saying that he has a full docket or he's busy tomorrow, that he can't be in court. So yeah. So that is absolutely crazy. So I don't know if I should change or if we should just stay here, because I don't want to miss anything, just in case if they decide literally to go live. So, it's, if anyone, by the way, actually we can work, where we can do is, if anyone wants to jump in, I'm gonna post the link in chat. If anyone wants to jump in and talk to me while we figure it out exactly what is happening, it would be amazing. I think I'm gonna silence court, so if anyone does jump in, I can hear you. I'm gonna mute from me, not to you. To you, it's already been muted. So join in. You don't have to have a camera on or anything. It's absolutely fine. We can just talk. It's like a phone call. It is free. You don't get charged for anything. It just uses internet. Yes, I know you would. So right now in court, that's the emergency happening. We're just gonna leave that in the background playing for now. So yeah. What I was gonna say. So yeah, you can just join. But Garden Bot, you can just come and talk from where you are. You're literally in the same room as I am. So this is hard. Okay. So it is just law and crime now, just showing replays while the jury is deliberating, and so I know it's all right, Garden, but it's absolutely fine. You don't have to. I was just joking. So yeah. So law and crime just said they are just replaying while the jury is deliberating. So it's okay. Don't worry. Be careful driving, Paula. It's absolutely fine. I'm just talking. I mean, since it is just them replaying whatever is happening. Yeah. Whatever's happening. So what we can do is jump to some oh, hang on. There is I don't know what's happening. I absolutely do not know what's happening. I don't know if it is live or if it is this shall be fun from now on. If they carry on doing this, it's gonna be yeah. I don't know if this shot is a live shot or if it is chaos. This is already gonna complicate my hand if they carry on doing this now. Guess more work. Hey, Robo, you can always jump on, girl, if you want to, and join the fun and the chaos. I don't know. I absolutely don't know. Let me see if there's any volume. No, there is no sound. So now I don't know if this is live or if it is when we were. This is absolutely insane. Yeah, awesome. That would be amazing. Awesome. Yay. Oh, you have you can just jump in because you know, yeah. So it's still on verdict watch. So everybody, just to reiterate, we are on verdict watch. They are just showing again the closings while jury is deliberating. So that's why we are on this feed right now, and we are just trying to keep touch base, and hopefully I think within 20 minutes or so we should know something that is going on, because court normally finishes always at 4 p.m. Local time, which if my math is correct it's in about 20 minutes. If my time math is correct, let me see. Yes, 4 p.m. is in about 20 minutes. I'll drop the link again. But you can just get in like you get in normally, Roba, but I'll drop link. There you go, girl. So, yeah. What I was saying. So, yeah, court normally finishes about 4 o'clock, which is, in about 20 minutes, local time. But we don't know if we're gonna have deliberations tomorrow. Yep, there we go. Hey. Hello.
All right, I'm here. No camera. You don't have me up.
Oh no, it's fine. Oh, did I not? Oh yeah, you are in a tiny little corner. Hang on, let me.
Where am I?
You are tiny by the seal. I'm making you bigger. Hang on.
Oh, cause you're light. Oh, there. Oh, it's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind being small. No camera. It's still too early. Hubby hasn't even left for work, and
I know,
I'm still in PJs.
Believe me, well, let's not say anything by my bottom half. It's PJs. I'm home. No one sees it. So
That's right. That's
yeah.
right.
Well, everyone, welcome in Rubber Ramada. Please check her channel out.
Hi, William.
Let's try to get her to 100 subscribers. I need you to find. Do you have your link for your channel? Just drop it in chat or send it to me and I drop it in because I don't think you can send links in chat.
I don't think I can because I'm not mod. Hang on, I'll send it to you on the backside.
Because so then I can just share your channel out. But yeah, so Robert does body camera videos, which are amazing. So because I love watching body cameras, right? Absolutely love it. But I hate having to hunt it for myself. So I just go to Robert and she does that for me. Which is awesome. You do the work for me and I appreciate that.
Hey man, I keep it in line.
Exactly.
You know, and I know last night I started doing something and I never thought about it, but I never put my email out there. And I'm like, if there's videos or something that somebody comes across, like a new channel or something that somebody comes across and wants, to put out there,
exactly. And it's great for engagement and everything. People can touch base with you if they want to and everything. It is very good. And like people can do exactly the same with our channel and get in touch base with me. I always say you can always find me on socials. You can just I just subscribed to you with my creator account. So
Oh, okay.
hey,
Thank you, love.
It's good. So the link is in chat right now. It's for Rubber Ramada's channel. So check her out for sure. She's amazing. She's a good friend. But yeah, so what you've been watching the Jason trial a lot, or just bits and pieces?
The bits and pieces of the Jason because my hours are so funky, but this one today's been quite interesting.
I know, I mean, we can talk about Nichole because, I'm not saying who cares about Jason. We do care about Jason, and hopefully that is all right, and we do care about that. But the Nichole one, what did you think about the fish tank?
The fish tank is what got me. That's what got. And then she starts talking about what she kept turning off the fish. And I know fish, depending on the fish tanks, I've had fish tanks before, and some of them, those little things you plug into them, the aerators make a lot of noise, and that bubbly sound all night long could drive someone crazy.
I know. I had fish when I was a kid, but it was not like anything posh. It was just like a normal standard fish tank with water, some pebbles and some stuff for the fish. It was not all fancy or anything. But I think if that would have had that all of like is it like a cleaner or a filter or whatever it is, that sound would drive me absolutely crazy.
And so this woman, she keeps unplugging Anita. Is it Anita fish tank?
No, I think it was Nichole's fish
Nichole's fish tank. So it's Anita unplugging Nichole's fish tank, and then she's gonna come home to dead fish. And Anita, oh my God! I mean, this is insane. And Nichole's gonna be upset, and she can go murder her over unplugging her fish tank.
Well,
come on.
The list thing sometimes drives people insane. I mean, the trial we just covered, or we're waiting on verdicts, it was of a snow. So I think fish, tank, snow. I think it's counterbalance the scale in weirdness.
I know the snow when it gets me too, because it's like, when I was listening to that one, and I kept thinking, okay, this man comes home at 10 o'clock at night from plowing snow, and he's tired. Hey Lois, hey Pickles, he's tired. He's probably doesn't even want to plow his own driveway, but he knows he needs to for the next day. So he's already stressed out. And I tried to put that into consideration, that he was stressed. But still, that's no reason to go put a few holes in a man.
Exactly. So that's absolutely crazy. So I mean, I have a friend, right, that she has a fish tank that has like a filter and something that makes bubbles in the water. I don't know what it is.
They're aerators. They're called aerator.
Thank you very much. So she has that, and every time that I go there, it makes a sound that always makes me want to go to the toilet because it's just that tickling sound. So I'm like, I cannot come to your house often because I like this would drive me insane. So I can see Anita's point, like, yeah, that would drive me insane. Then I would unplug it, especially if it was close to her bedroom, like, because if it
Yeah.
was far away, yeah, fair enough. But if it was, yeah, so it's just weird.
Yeah, it's funny those things that trigger us because you saying that because running water makes me have to go to the bathroom, and it's just a thing that from when I was little, having one kidney, I was taught, and that was the way my parents helped me use the restroom as a child was they would turn on the faucets and let the water run, and that sound would, I guess, induce, the need to
Yeah.
go urinate. I don't know. I mean, as gross as that sounds, but so I can understand that sound being something that is a triggering sound. But
It is. So I just don't understand how, like, I understand how that can drive someone crazy, but to the point of unaliving another person, um,
there may be
it's
more to it, though.
oh
There
yeah,
may.
it had
I mean, I'm
because
sure there's more to it. We're just getting the beginning of the nitty gritty of finding out why this happened, and it just for the start of it. There's already these little things that are happening that's going to add up to probably the big blow up that caused her to do this.
yeah, exactly. So, and it's just because there were certain witnesses that said that they did not get along. They did not get along at all. In terms, like, yeah, they were roommates, but they did not get along. And then actually, that reminds me, I used to live in a shared house back where I used to live down south in Bedford before I moved up here. And I had a roommate that we did not get along either. Not to the point of unaliving, but she was like a health nut. A healthy nut. She
Hmm.
like did the gym, used to eat all healthy and everything, and she every single time I had like food delivered or anything because I could not get bothered but to cook, she would like, "Oh, you're having that again? It's so unhealthy." I was like, I was so angry at her. Sometimes, yes. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
see,
So sorry.
William.
See, it helps William, but the
I
thing
know.
was,
What does he say?
I never actually did an alive. Like, she's still very much alive. But it's just the fact, like, her. I was like, I appreciate your concern. Like, that she was probably concerned about my health, but I am a grown up. I was 20 or nearly 30, and she was telling me what to do, and oh, she kept telling me what to do, and my washing and everything. I was like, girl, I had to tell her once, I am an adult, I do what I want, you are not my mother, so do not tell me what to do. Not even my mom tells me what to do because I don't live at home anymore.
I've never lived with a girl roommate or anything. I was
Roommates are
married,
hard
but I've
to
never. Mm-mm,
I
I
have
couldn't
stories
imagine.
to the end of days with roommates. The same house, right? They all went out for a night out. I stayed in because I didn't want to go, so I was just doing me thing. I wake up in the morning, right, to vomit in the landing in the hallway of the guy because they were too drunk during the night. So instead of going to the toilet, no, he just threw up in the carpet, and oh, it stank. It was the worst smell of my life. Oh, and believe me, I worked in a care home and in a hospital. I smelled smells, and that smell was not good. So, yeah, that was absolutely crazy. I have so many stories. Even to literally to the last day I was in that house, I even have stories of that. And Garden Bot actually is my witness for the last one because so I was doing one last drying of clothes before I left, right? And I was
Mhm.
taking my clothes out of the dryer, and this girl that just had moved in, not to my room, to another room. She was Spanish, and she was talking about me, right, to whoever she was on the phone, and because I was doing what I was doing, and like she did not like me at all, and she was talking Spanish. But the thing is, she did not know that I speak Spanish. And if it wasn't for Garden Bot to stop me, I would have had a go at her on that last day. I was not even with him. I didn't know I had to go at him, but I let my frustration go to him, which I know it's not fair because it was not his fault. But it was just crazy. It's like even on the last day, roommates can. Ooh.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Like I said, I've never lived with a roommate, but I've been married a couple times, and
Well,
you
roommates is
learn
like
from your
being
mistakes.
married. But
Right. I know, and I totally get it. My husband is Hispanic, and I'm of the white origin, and it's just like I don't speak Spanish, but I understand it. And my mother-in-law, she's got Alzheimer's and she lives with us. And so she speaks Spanish all the time. So I understand a lot of it, but I don't speak it. I know the naughty words, but that's about it.
give me 1 second. Just entertain everybody. Give me 1
Just
second,
entertain
Robert.
everybody. I'm supposed to be entertaining. I have no entertainment except for late at night. See, you're Puerto Rican, you speak both languages?
Oh, that's
Yes,
awesome.
that's
Yeah.
cool, William, because I can't. I mean, like I said, I just know the dirty words in Spanish, or enough
And it's the
to
most important.
either that or enough to get mom her breakfast or her coffee or her huevos and her jamon.
Yes. See, you know the important ones. The thing is, I have a thing for languages. I speak 7 languages. So,
Oh my God, that's talent, girl.
I'm weird. I'm just a nerd. I am definitely a nerd. I
I
like
love it.
spreadsheets and languages. And because Spain, it's literally close to Portugal. Like touches, it's a border country
Mhm.
with Portugal, the only border country with Portugal. We kind of grow up with it, so it's comes as a like almost natural to
Mhm.
us. So it was good. So like I love another situation, right? A funny story. I think I've said this in here. I don't know. I'm not sure. Have I said about the Russian story in the supermarket? I don't
Well, you
know.
haven't told me, so speak up, girlfriend.
All right, so I speak Russian, right? It's one of the languages that I speak. So at work in the supermarket, right? I was in the checkout, and this Russian couples comes through, and they were talking so rudely about me in Russian to each other, but they did not know I spoke Russian. So and my boss was just by it. My boss was making faces to me to Katya, do not say anything. Please control yourself. He was like, please do not say anything. At the end of the transaction, right? We normally have to say the amount or ask if you have a club card or stuff like that. So I asked them in Russian. I asked them, and I say the amount in Russian. And if you would see their faces drop to the floor. Oh, my days. It was amazing. If there was a hole in the floor, I am sure they would have jumped on into it.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious.
It
That's
was the
great.
best. And they were like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We did not mean anything." I was like, "Yeah, right. I know you did not mean it. You thought that I did not speak Russian, so you were just talking, bad things about me. So, but now that I do speak it, you were apologizing and lying to my face." And they were like, "Oh, no, no, it's not that. It's just the things, Like I was like,
Eating their words, eating their words.
definitely another second.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Wow. I couldn't imagine. I've always being here. I'm in Texas, and the border is Mexico, and so with the Mexico border here, the people in Texas don't speak a certain Spanish. It's a Tex-Mex type Spanish, and they mix a lot of English and Spanish. And my mother-in-law, we tell her she speaks Spanglish because it's a Spanish English, and it's
English,
not
yeah.
it's not a true Spanish. So I've
Yeah.
learned a lot.
It is mixed, and especially if you are
Hey,
close to a.
girlfriend, give me a break. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta walk the
Aye,
hubby out. It's time for
aye,
him to
yeah,
leave.
no, you go. Yeah, no, that's fine.
I'll be right back.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Because I mean, it's like if you are especially close to a border, I think it's easier to speak the language of that country that you are across the border and everything. So it's definitely easier, I think, to learn. Not that Portugal is in the border easier to Russian, but I'm just an exception to the rule that does not apply to almost anything. So yeah, so we're still waiting on court. They haven't had a movement. Uh, that I don't know if we are live, if we are, if what's happening. Um, Oh, it was like this is like I'm loving having being able to do this. Like you guys can just jump on and we can chat, and it is a lot easier than me speaking all the time. So it definitely helps a lot. That fact, that it makes things a lot easier. 'Cause sometimes it's not easy to always find something to talk about, even though I can do that with no problem apparently. I can just talk for England with no problem, but sometimes it is a struggle. But I have so many stories. One day I was like actually thinking of writing all the retail stories that has happened throughout my retail career, but some of the stories are kind of already forgotten, and sometimes it's just when I'm either talking to someone about it or something happens, and that reminds me. Oh, there's movement in court. I don't know if this is live or not, but I'm gonna put some sound on it just to make sure. I don't know what it is. We'll just listen to what it is and go from there. Hey, Paula, give us just a second, because we don't know if it is court is live or a verdict. Is that okay, my friend?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, awesome. I was just saying, they are back in court, but I don't know if they are replaying again or.
I can't hear you.
Oh, hang on.
You're real like a robot voice.
Can you hear me now?
I'm gonna hang up.
Okay, all right. No worries. Sorry. Oh, I think it is a verdict. Okay. I don't know. There's minimal sound. I trying to confirm if it is a verdict. If you know for certain, obviously, I think it might be a verdict. So.
Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna hop down, baby. You have your channel.
No, it's alright. You
Are
can
you
stay
sure?
if you want. Yeah, for me that's fine. I'm just trying to make sure that it's a verdict, not to scare people again. Even though I'm texting people saying that it's a verdict, so okay, everyone is gathering, but there is no confirmation if it is a verdict or a dismissal of the day. So it's okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Not sure. So trying to confirm, but even Kathy is not sure if it is a verdict or not. But meanwhile, yeah. Meanwhile, we wait exactly one. I'm so sorry, Paula. I forgot to turn off the court sound, and I think that was why you could not hear me. So my apologies, my friend. Really appreciate you popping in and everything. We are waiting on more confirmation if it is a verdict or if it is just a postpone until tomorrow. But we will see what's happening because it's crazy. What do you think, Robert? Do you think if it is a verdict, guilty or not guilty?
I think guilty for sure guilty. No, I was just looking on X to see if there was anything new, and I don't see anything new on X either, as far as latest, anything anybody's posted. So.
No, yeah, I'm watching on the feed chat that say Kathy, the law and crime person, say there everyone is gathering, but we have not heard if it is a verdict confirmed. So guilty.
Oh, cool.
I still don't know, but to be fair, I can be uncertain because I can play the verdict game, but I don't. Yeah. So yeah.
I'm with William. Guilty.
Hmm. So yeah, I don't know. This one I got stuck. Um. Oh, am I? Oh wow, that's cool. The thing is, I like completion thing. It's my perfectionist side that I have is I will stay here until I have to stay here to cover the verdict because I would hate to miss a verdict. I mean, it's the completion of it. We've done the hard part, right, Robert?
Right,
Covering this,
right. Yeah,
covering
missing the
this.
verdict would be like having the whole birthday party without the cake and ice cream, you know?
Exactly, and or the birthday person, you know.
Yeah, right.
So I was like, yeah, definitely.
I can turn mine down.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, sorry about that. Pickles, is that
Is that any
better?
better,
Sorry, my
Pickles?
friend.
I turned mine down some.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Rubber. We're
Yeah, I
still
didn't
all
know.
learning. There's still no word of what it is. But hey, it's Thursday, so that means if
I was gonna say maybe I'm just loud, but I don't know. Kathy's
oh
pretty
yeah,
loud herself.
I am very loud too. Sorry, garden bot needed me.
Oh, it's all good.
So
Meat keeps my and anybody that watches that ever watches my stream and see I turned my camera on, but I look horrible right now. But Meat is my baby. He is my dog. He is my pit bull, and he's sitting. He just came up here trying to look at the screen to see what I have on screen. He's so funny. He loves watching me at night and watching me do my stream. And he lays here on the little couch next to my computer and watches. He's such a good baby.
I agree, Willow. Sorry. I agree. I said this early that I hope that I hope that the jury doesn't let that influence because I know why it is very sad that that's happened and I hope the Jason's dad is okay and he has a good recovery from whatever ailment is suffering and I hope he improves, but that shouldn't be in with the verdict. So I don't know. I think we might find out soon. I don't know, but I still don't know if it is guilty or not. I am so struggling with this trial for some reason. I've never struggled with one trial. Normally, when I'm setting a verdict, I'm setting a verdict. There's nothing that takes me out. But yeah.
No, I'm stuck on guilty.
Oh, Willow, I am so happy! Yay! Oh, I'm so happy, my friend. I really hope that you enjoyed the stickers. Oh.
Oh shit! That person under you. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't mean to cuss. I mean, I'm typing under your thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. See what happens? See what happens?
You know what? That scared me. That me.
I didn't even think about it on the stream. I'm over here laughing.
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
god.
I gotta figure out. I gotta open my thing. Hang on. Here it is over here. See, I can type it over here. Oh my lord. Yes.
I think we are waiting for the judge. Sorry, just.
It's okay. So we're waiting on the judge to come back in? Yeah, because see,
Yeah,
he's already sitting over here.
Is he?
Isn't he? No?
Oh, it's behind you where you are. I need to move you. Hang on. Let me move you on the screen.
Oh, I see up there. Okay. Yeah.
There you go. I need to move you so everybody can see that the judge is not there yet.
Okay.
So yeah, so we are just waiting on exactly what's happening. We don't know if it is a verdict. We don't know if it is.
Oh, door. Oh, wrong person. Oh, nope. Here he comes.
Oh, here comes the judge. We'll be quiet now.
Okay. Shh. Did you unmute it?
Oh, oh, I see. Oh, all right.
Please remain standing, jury entering.
Be seated, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so I understand, I know you're hard at work, so thank you. We're going to suspend for the day. The reason I brought you back in here is I did just want to remind you that you're still under my orders, that my previous orders still remain in effect. So while you're allowed to talk amongst yourselves about the case in the deliberation room, when you go home, you should still not talk about the case with anyone else, and you should still stay away from any media accounts about this case, and you should still not do any independent research about this case. And I just wanted to make sure that was all still clear. My understanding is you've elected to come back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, is that correct? So when you come back in the morning, you'll be directed directly back into the deliberation room. You won't need to see me at that point, and you will continue your deliberations at that point, okay? Very good. Is there anything from either of the parties before?
No, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, folks. Have a good evening, and we will see you back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm afraid the alternates you have to come back as well.
Jury departure.
Very good. See you all in the morning. Thank you.
All right, so it is official. Verdict watch has stopped for today. Verdict watch is done for today, and I have stopped the counter at 2 hours and 29 minutes. Yes, at least we know something. That is very true, William. That is very true. So tomorrow the clock will reset to 0. So oh, awesome! I wouldn't have tagged you, Sherry, but we know that was not a verdict, so you were safe. I still had remembered that it was not a verdict, so that's why we did not tag you. It was just to dismiss to go home. I didn't want you to lose your spot where you were in watching the trial and then having to kind of find it again. But I'm glad that you caught up, friend. So what I was gonna say is because what we're gonna do is tomorrow we're gonna come back at 9:15 Eastern. Well, a little bit earlier, like 9 a.m. Eastern. We oh, awesome! Of course, we look out for each other, Cherry. That's what we do here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start at 9 a.m. Eastern because that's 8 a.m. Central. Because our trial, the Nichole Rice trial, starts at 9:15 Central, which is 9:15 Eastern, if I'm doing the math correctly. So we'll come back we'll go in straight to that trial. We're going to be live watching that trial. I will put the clock when there is a clock to put up to when they start deliberations. I don't think that is necessary for us to yes, definitely put notifications on, everybody. Indeed, very good reminder, William, thank you. So that's what we're gonna do. I'll put the clock like I put today. When they start deliberations, any movement will stop the trial, the usual that we do every single time, and we'll do that. Sounds like a good deal, everybody?
I'm interested in the fish tank, so I'll be back in the morning.
Yeah. So yeah,
All
no,
right.
you
I'm
even
out.
finished that. All right, see you
I'm
later.
down.
Bye,
Bye,
sorry.
sweetie.
Bye. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That is the plan for tomorrow, for Friday. It's Friday, everybody. It's Friday eve. So yeah, so we're gonna leave the stream here. It has been an awesome, well, it's been an okay day considering everything that I Yes, the fish tank it's gonna carry on. It's been an interesting day. Again, I want to reiterate that I hope that the dad of Jason is okay, and I hope that is all right. It has been very, yeah, I'm up. You can come. You can come in. Yes, we still have time for you, Paul, if you want to. But yeah, so I hope that is okay, and you be good as well. Um, I am very good at being bad. I am gonna try to find the Cold Justice episode to watch, to binge watch, because now I need something new to binge watch, because I've finished already the new show. So yeah, I'm just waiting to see if Polly is coming. If she comes, we'll chat a little bit, and then we'll go. But if not, yeah, I think I am just gonna go to bed, and I think I'm gonna, tell to Garden Bot to come to bed as well, because he has had a long day, and I wanted to say thank you to him. It was a good day, apart from my anxiety attack. Oh, I need a new show. Oh, hang on, let me send the link again. We can chat a little bit longer. We don't have to go just yet. I mean, if you guys want to go eat. I can turn off this though. Take. Oh no! Oh my days! I just freaking closed everything. Sorry. Are you guys still here? Yes. Yes. Sorry. I am a very good professional person. I thought that I had closed everything because I minimized. I thought that I had minimized everything. Ooh. And just let me put. Hello.
I'm here. Hey.
Hey. Sorry, let me just take this camera off so I can put
Where'd you go?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you see
There
me?
you are.
Hey.
Can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me, right?
I can. I can't see chat. Oh well. I lost
Well,
everything.
are you okay with being with the camera on? Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah, I'm
Hey
here. I am.
everybody.
Yes, Lois, I am a very big professional person.
Hi
I
Lois.
am. I'm not good. So it's
I
like,
had.
hi. So how was your day today?
It was awesome. Took all the girls out there. Our birthdays are all within 5 weeks of each other.
Oh.
Coming up between the end of March, beginning of May. So I bought everybody birthday lunches.
Good
It
night,
was a good
Cherry.
day.
See you tomorrow. It was a good day. Oh, that is awesome. I'm glad you had a good day. Well, I had an anxiety attack today in the middle of the stream, so yay.
I missed
That
that.
Well, it was when, the dad situation that happened with Jason.
First thing.
The first thing that absolutely caught me off guard, and my anxiety was, hi Samantha, hi Samantha Steri is in the chat. Oh, you can.
Samantha. Sam.
Yeah. Sam, she just came. You always on time, Sam. Oh, nice to
Just in
see
time.
you. Yeah, she had her wedding anniversary yesterday, so
She did.
happy anniversary.
There's our baby. Here, girls. Look it.
Oh, look, it's the dog.
All three of them. Oh, crybabies. I've been gone all day, so they feel lost. They feel neglected.
Yeah. They'll say, you pack, we miss you. Here, I'm gonna jump on you.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh,
So you have
that's...
is Garden Bot on? Is Judd
Yeah,
on?
he's just. Judd is just is in chat. He's just saying hello to everybody. Yeah, he's just saying so cute. He's saying he's very cute.
Can he see my backyard?
Yeah. That is awesome. That is so pretty. I mean, I can put the image bigger if...
It will be much prettier when leaves are on the trees.
Yeah.
We'll do it again when the weather's nice.
Oh, definitely. Garden Bot is saying it's very, very nice. It's very pretty. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Give him 2 months. It'll be much prettier.
Okay, I'll keep you to that. 2 months. Yes.
Okay. You go to
let's
bed.
all... Yeah. Lois is saying, let's all party at Paula's. Yes, let's go.
I'm good with that. I am good with that.
Yeah.
The deck is new, so it'll hold lots of people.
It is very cool, William. I mean, you can always jump on. You can just talk with audio. You don't need to have camera
you don't
on.
have
It's
to.
absolute. Yeah.
You can see go like this. We go turn the camera off, and then you just get audio.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a phone call, so you guys can call in and just hang out, and just having a bit of fun. So, absolutely, yeah. This is a new thing we started actually, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, but it was overdue, because I really want to connect with you guys, and being international to America, it's very expensive phone calls, so this is free.
Yes. And this gives you a chance where you don't have to talk all the time. We can join in and give you
Exactly, and
feedback.
share. Exactly,
Yes.
give me feedback and share the talkiness, so you
Exactly.
guys don't get too sick of me.
We would not get sick of you. Well, girl,
Yeah.
I gotta go put these dogs, get them some dinner.
Yep, you go, and I think we're gonna call
And
it a day as well.
and the husband's home.
Ooh, say hi to Lee for us.
I will. Come on, girls.
Yeah.
I'll
And
go
so,
inside. I will see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for calling in. Very
All right.
appreciate you, Paula.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. So yeah, so that is, yeah, it's something that we're trying to do new, William. Like I'm trying always to come up with something original, something new, and everything. So Paula, oh my day, Missouri, if I'm not wrong. So yeah. Yeah, Robert, that's funny. Technology, huh? You can talking to someone. See, I was right. Yes, I got it right. So happy. I remembered. Sorry. So yeah, technology, amazing, isn't it? You can talk with someone over in the UK. Yeah. So, that is absolutely amazing. I love doing this interaction with you guys. It gives me such an honor to be able to do this with you. It is really, really awesome. But all good things come to a temporarily end, and I think we're gonna leave there here for today. It's been an awesome day, apart from the fact that Jason dad had an emergency, but apart from that, it was an okay day. It was an awesome day. Every day with you guys is awesome, and I will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. I will see you all tomorrow, and have a great day, afternoon, morning, wherever you are, and I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Bye.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.